All right. That is looking better so far. Let me test my stuff, see if it's working. Oh, okay, that works. Does this work? Okay, it works. Good. Okay. It does work. Welcome back. Okay, that looks a lot better. I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I had to restart the software and everything came back fine this time. So I'm glad I did that because that was going to be bothering me the whole time if basically like almost nothing worked. That would be so frustrating. So this was unfortunately kind of a waste of time, but not so much a waste of time and then like as in like it's worth it, but it sucks that anyway. Long story short, it's working now. Everything looks as expected, and the chat thing seems to be working. And when I click on stuff, it seems to respond like it's supposed to. So, um, while I'm pasting the link in all the places that I normally put links in, I guess we'll talk about the plan for tonight real quick. So tonight is like debate review night or debate related night or whatever we want to call it. I don't really have a name for these things yet. Um, but why is this broken? um, this is weird. Oh, okay, there we go. Whew, it's like that is fine. Okay. So I don't really know what if there's a good thing to like name the different types of segments of like politics night and or like general sort of culture politics commentary night versus like a debate commentary night. I don't know what the different I don't know if there's like a creative name that each type of thing can have. That could be something to think about. But I did something did happen today that I do want to go over first real quick before we get into the debate stuff. Um I would have saved it for next weekday, but next weekday is pretty far away, and this seems like a big deal, so I figured I'd go over it real quick. Well, probably won't be spending more than like 15 minutes on it, and then we'll get back into the debate type stuff. But unfortunately, um, so ICE murdered another U.S. citizen, and this one is even more like egregious and obvious than the last one. I know like in the last one, like the Renee Good one, there were some angles where it was kind of hard to tell what was going on until later when more of the angles came out. And I mean, to me, I thought it was pretty obvious what was going on, but I don't know, people just like refused to see it for some reason. Um, so there was some like ambiguity there, especially with like the first shot. Some people thought maybe it was warranted, which I don't understand. But I could kind of see how like from some angles people could think that, not from all the angles. But in this case, in this case, I was so surprised to see that they were still going with the whole like he did it to himself, he's a terrorist kind of thing, because like that did not go well for them with the Renee Good thing, and so far that so much that Trump even had to kind of double back on it during his speech, like, "Oh, well, it sucks to make mistakes, blah, blah, blah. Her family were Trump supporters," and he seemed like a lot more remorseful about it after the initial where he was like, "Oh, she was a terrorist," and then, like, a week later, "Oh, her parents were Trump supporters, probably not anymore, I'm not sure, I hope so, blah, blah, blah." He just seemed like a lot more remorseful, I guess. Not that he cares that much. Probably remorseful is the wrong word, but I think like he got a lot more backlash for it than he expected, and so he's probably not too happy about that. But you would think they would have learned their lesson and not do that anymore, but apparently not. Apparently, hello, welcome back guest services. Um, apparently they did not learn their lesson, and shot some guy in the back, like, in the back while holding him down. Uh, and I was amazed. Apparently, Trump came out, like, right after it happened and was like, "Oh, well, he was a gunman," and, like, the whole administration did the whole same thing that they did for the Renee Good, where they were like, "Oh, she's a terrorist, she was impeding whatever, trying to do this or that." Here, they were claiming that he was, like, threatening them to shoot them or something, and they took down a gunman, and et cetera. Anyway, we'll go over it in more detail. I'll pull up, um pull up a video here in a bit, but let me just finish pasting here. So it's depressing that this keeps happening, and on one hand, I'm grateful that I don't live in those kinds of areas where there's like such a heavy ice presence, and it looks basically like it it kind of looks like the precursor to a war zone, the way that some of the videos come out, and they I understand, like, protesters can be annoying, and, like, they shouldn't be blocking roads if that's happening, like, um, that's not good, because if there's, like, something like an ambulance or a fire truck that they need to get through, and they can't get through a road, that could potentially cause innocent people to, die as well, so I don't think protesters should be blocking roads, um, but if even when they're, like, off on a sidewalk or something and they're being annoying, the ICE agents just come out and start, like, pepper spraying them, they start tear gassing them, and what happened what happened to America? Like, I thought we had a right to protest. I understand that not everybody agrees with them, but if they are not, like, impeding traffic, and if they're, like, on the sidewalk and they're just being annoying, there's no reason to start, like, gassing them. I don't know. I'm growing concerned about this whole situation, but I don't want to harp on it too much. But I do want to go over real quick the video of, well, the newest casualty, uh, the newest U.S. citizen casualty. Apparently, he was a um, ICU nurse at the was it at the VCA or the Veterans something or other? I forgot exactly, but um, links. Okay. I should have updated the, what's it called? The thumbnail for this to do something more with the actual debate, because I figured we were gonna probably do the JimBob one, but I wasn't sure today. I thought maybe, because I know there's like a feminism one going on at Modern Day Debate, so I thought maybe I was gonna do that one, but I figured probably a JimBob one would be more interesting. Because the feminism one, it looks like it's that same lady that, the one with the really, like, poofy hair that debated, Rachel Wilson on the same topic, and while I was, like, kind of clicking around, I clicked into it, and the spot where it happened to drop me, like, it happened to be live at the time, was, her once again saying, like, "Oh, well, I'm not feeling well," or whatever, and that was her whole thing last time too, is, like, she kept saying how she wasn't feeling well. And this was, like, just the beginning of it, so she's, like, once again saying that she's not feeling well, and it's something about medication, like, I understand people don't feel well, I sometimes don't feel well, but if you're gonna keep saying that and still do the debate, it seems like you're kind of making an excuse ahead of time about how, like, you're not gonna do well, and you're like, "Oh, well, it's because I have this health thing." So, maybe if the health thing is so serious that it's causing you to not do well, maybe reschedule. Um, that could be an option. You know what I mean? So when I heard that, I just kind of got annoyed, and I was like, "Ugh, I don't know if I I don't know if I wanna do that." I don't know if I wanna do that one, but I don't know. We might if the JimBob thing gets boring, because I haven't seen it yet. I think I saw, like, the very beginning of it, and I was like, yeah, this might be worth watching. But if we get into it and it starts getting boring, we might drop out of it and go into the modern day debate feminism one to see if maybe it picked up. I think I have a few more things here. Yes. Phantom, welcome back. By the way, thanks for the whole letting me know about the Discord thing, because I've been meaning to do like the whole like landing. I know I've noticed like basically all of the other Discords do the whole like landing page thing, and then they just add people who are not bots into the chat and into like the regular rest of the server. And I've been delaying doing that because I figured it wasn't going to really be necessary, but somehow, yeah, eventually they find you. Eventually the spammers get you, and it was just annoying. I've been blocking a few here and there. Like there's maybe like one every couple days that I've been blocking and removing, but it is better to, because sometimes I don't get to it for a while, and it could be annoying. So I hope that these kinds of measures help, but I'm also not sure if I got all of the permissions right. I think, by the way, thanks, a few people pointed out earlier that there was one that I accidentally turned off where people couldn't like read the previous chats in the channels, and that was that was ridiculous. So I fixed that. But if there's anything else that like is broken or doesn't work right or whatever, let me know and I'll try to fix it, because I had to like basically redo all the permissions. Welcome back, Brennan, as well. Did you see that Kai Sinat, is that how you say his name? I don't know who that is, but he's doing a crypto giveaway or something. Oh. Oh, the spam thing. Is that what that's about? That's funny. Yeah. I don't even, like, when the spam stuff shows up, I don't even really read it, so I don't even know what they're supposedly about. Oh my goodness. Sorry. Stop. I already picked it up. Sorry, 1 second. Let me see if it's important. I can't, like... I thought I put it on silent. I'm sorry, guys. I usually have it. I don't know why it was like that. Okay. Hopefully that fixes it. Okay, so I don't know if everybody else was here in the very beginning of, well, the newest stream. Because first we had technical difficulties, and then I brought up how ICE murdered another US citizen. So I do want to go over that real quick, and then we'll get into the debate thing. But, okay, let me put it up on the stream. Give me just a second. We'll do... Where'd it go? There we go. Okay. All right. Oops. I broke it. I am terrible at this sometimes. Sometimes I'm like, who let me have a computer? Rick is fascinated by internet scams, so he usually reads them. It's useful to keep up with them from when all the old people I know encounter them. Yeah, that's... I don't really know any old people, but yeah, if you do, that's useful. Because they seem to fall for all of them somehow. I wonder what's gonna happen when... I don't want to be like too morbid, but eventually, you know, the older generations are going to be gone, and the generations that basically grew up with the internet, like the millennials and younger, like we're gonna be the oldest people. So what are the scammers gonna do if the oldest people are familiar with like the scammer type stuff? They're gonna have to I mean, there's probably gonna be some like crazy new technology that we're not gonna like know how to work or something, and they'll have to figure out how to scam with that new technology that we can't even imagine right now. But if it's still gonna be like the kind of the internet similar to how it is now, then they won't have any old people to scam. We're all gonna start falling for scams, obviously. I hope not. Do millennials fall for phishing scams? I guess that's possible. I just thought since we're all, like tech savvy, that we grew up with when, the iPhones came out and then everybody was online. We all had the MySpace and everything. I'm totally like aging myself right now. But I thought that we were all, smart or something, at least a little bit. Like at least smart enough to kind of not get scammed online, but I could be very wrong. That's very possible. Right, let me make this a little bigger because that looks a little small. So I haven't seen this video yet, but it's a little newer than the other one. So I guess we'll do this one. Not the whole thing, but we'll kind of skim through it to where the videos are and everything. All right, just scammers have always been scamming. Olds have always been scammed. Olds. Not the olds. All right. Yeah, so this VA nurse. So this guy was literally 37-year-old man. He was literally like standing there like filming them off to the side. As far as I saw, at least in the video I saw earlier. And well, we'll see. Oops, I broke it.
At Minneapolis VA healthcare system, and according to the police chief, he is a U.S. citizen with no prior interactions with law enforcement.
Yeah, so the thing that's different about this one is Renee wasn't armed, and I imagine if they did find a gun on her later or something in her purse or whatever, they would say she was out like the gun woman. Because that's what they're saying now is, sorry, this is really a laughing matter. They're saying that he's like the gunman, even though he's not. He never even like touched his gun or reached for it or anything. But he did happen to be armed, and this is America. Like, what happened to? Why am I seeing leftists protect our Second Amendment right now, and all of the right wingers act like leftists were acting a couple years ago? Like, when did this flip flop happen? Because I am confused. I am confused when these things completely shifted, because I thought we were all, the left. I thought the leftists were all against the 2A, they're gonna take our guns, and us on the right, we were gonna be all like pro 2A, we're gonna defend the guns, and we should be able to have any guns we want. We should be carrying them all the time because an armed society is a safe society and all of that. So what happened with that on the right? Because that's gone, and now it's moved to the left, because now the left is saying how, oh well, he was lawfully armed, he had his gun in his holster, and that's perfectly normal. This is America. It's totally legal for us to have guns, etc., etc. So, what happened? That's what I want to know, because for right wingers to might come out and start being like, "Oh, the gunman, because he had a gun, then he deserved to." What? What? So yeah, he even had a permit to carry, apparently, and all that stuff. So yeah, apparently now if you even, like, have a gun, that's an excuse to shoot you. That uh, not my rules. Definitely not my rules. Oh, Penguin's video on a Not stream. Yeah, I happened to see that he made a video about the topic. I was gonna play another one that I personally saw earlier, but I'm not a fan of the presenter in that one, so I figured we'll kind of go blind into this one together. Um, unless anybody, I don't know if you guys saw it earlier or not. This just came out a couple hours ago, I think. So I figured this one might have like more info than the last one that I saw earlier today, because more things keep coming out about it. But I think like the original videos were pretty clear without even like anything else that came out. But it just gets worse and just gets worse and worse and worse for ice. And I have been seeing people, not as many as I've seen in like the Renee Good comments, because I swear there's some people that are going around and they're fine like any video of even like mentioning ice or Renee Good or anything, and they don't even watch it, and they go in the comments and they go crazy, like, you know, licking the boots of ice. And I find that weird. At least watch the video, like maybe you'll learn something. But um in this case, I've seen basically the same thing, just not, like, as much, like, the volume has been a little bit lower, of, like, the amount of people doing that, but I still see, like, in any comments, like, even in this one, if I were to scroll down, probably we would find plenty of people being like, "Oh, you know, like, God bless ICE, and he was, threatening them with his gun, and they had to defend themselves," and anyway, let's just play it.
Outside of a couple of traffic tickets and believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry. So for him to lose his amendment rights, like brandish, but that is would ever gun in his hands.
Okay, so this was, see, he's got a camera and he was basically filming them. That's what he was doing. And ICE came in and they started like he was like off to the side, and ICE came up to him. Like, he didn't go up to them. They went up to him and started like whatever this is called when you push someone with your belly. It is the ICE belly push. I don't know what this is called, but they seem to do this a lot. So they started doing that.
A phone in his hands. No sane person would ever mistake a phone for a gun. This is
Yeah, that was very obviously a camera that he was filming with. And I mean, the guy was like right up on him. Like, there was no mistaking that. Let me see. Okay, so here's the actual
and
video.
running away with the gun prior to him being shot.
So they basically start pepper spraying them, and then there's another woman, and oh, this is a different angle. Okay, so the one I saw earlier, I'm not sure if he's gonna play that one as well. Or no, maybe we should play the other one. Okay, no, I think, okay, he's gonna play it over here. So it's flip-flopped. So this angle I haven't seen, but from the other angle I saw that I think is gonna come up here in a bit. What happened was they started basically like pepper spraying them, and he was like helping another woman, and then they like pulled him off and like tackled him to the ground, and a bunch of the other ICE officers basically like surrounded him and started like attacking him on the ground and pinning him down. And the whole time, like, even when they were starting to pepper spray him, like he had his arms up and everything like that. There was no, like, he never took his gun out, he never reached for it, he never pointed it at anybody, he never even touched it. At all times, his hands were very obviously, like, away from his gun, probably to prevent this very thing. Like, he that I imagine that's probably what he was thinking. Like, if he even he made, like, every obvious gesture to show that he was not going for the gun. It's like, anyway, you'll see. Like, how many ice does it take to do this to whatever it is that they're doing to this poor photographer? Look, they're literally beating him. I don't understand, like, and yeah.
And if that wasn't definitive, there is something even more clear.
And I'll just let him explain, because I did see this part.
That I think is completely irrefutable for anyone that's actually looking. An agent takes Alex's gun out of its holster in front of the agent that pulls out his gun and shoots him. so he can see the gun has been taken out of the holster. And it is clear Alex Preddy has both hands on the ground. He does not have a gun in them. And an agent reaches in and takes it out of the holster right before another agent pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back.
This is the angle I saw earlier. So one of these is another woman that was also getting pepper sprayed in the eyes or tear gas or I don't remember exactly which one, but I think it was over on the left over here, and they basically like pulls him down on the ground away from her, and I don't know. Well, we'll just watch. Like, he is on the ground. You don't need 50 people to do like all of this beating on him. Like, even pulling him to the ground was unnecessary in the first place. When I wonder if he's gonna show the video where he was like in the very beginning in the corner. He was literally like trying to like help another woman that anyway. Like, this is really hard to watch because it could be anybody. Like, you could literally be standing there with your phone filming ICE and they murder you. Like,
just in case you somehow missed it, look, the agent in gray has his hand on Alex's weapon, which is still holstered. It was never unholstered. This agent takes it out of its holster before he runs away with it, and the officer right next to him is the one that pulls out his gun and shoots him. And now I want to show you the clearest video that shows everything that happened here and how it doesn't go how the authorities are saying that it did.
Is this him? I think this is him.
That was Alex Preddy you saw walk by the camera right
He's
there.
got the camera in his
he has
arm.
his phone in his hand, and then
talk.
with his other hand, his open hand, no gun in it, is waving cars through. There is clearly no brandishing of a firearm here. He is not approaching agents with a gun or anything like that, and you will never see anything even remotely close to that happen.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
So he pushed this woman on the ground right there. I think that was one. So I think okay. So when I was talking about earlier, when they there was another woman that was nearby that he was trying to help. I think this is her. If you saw just a second ago.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Right there. There. He just literally. She was just walking next to this car. This isn't really funny, but this is disturbing. But I don't even know how else to react here. Like, just walking along and you freaking get shoved to the ground into the snow by the side. And then I think he also pepper sprays her, if I remember correctly. Yep, he's spraying. He started spraying the other guy too. He's just like spraying everybody down.
You can again see Alex Preddy has his phone in his hand, and now he's trying to get some of the civilians away from these fucking worms that are now starting to push them. And then one of them got pepper sprayed, and then he got pepper sprayed as well. And when he gets pepper sprayed, you can see his hand shoots in the air like a student about to try and ask the teacher a question. It is a wide open palm. There's no weapon in that hand, and in his other hand is still the phone. There is no gun anywhere here. And now this is when he starts getting beaten by the multiple officers there.
Look, they're doing the spray and beat. Him and the other person over here too, but looks like they're mostly like spraying him and like shoving her to the ground or something. Again. Dragging her away.
The fuck, people! The fuck is wrong with you?
He's like
honestly
trying to help her up. Oh no, that was
I'm going to
earlier.
stop the video right here because this is
They
when
already got
Alex
me.
Preddy...
Yeah, so this person. Okay, this is a different person.
I'm going to stop the video right here because this is when Alex Preddy gets shot to death. This fucking subhuman coward, you can see, pulls out his firearm and shoots him in the back, and then shoots him multiple times after as Alex Preddy lies on the ground. You can hear one of the agents says gun, and that's when this brain-dead troglodyte pulls out his firearm and starts shooting into Alex while he was still surrounded by his boys, mind you. This is like the antithesis to all training that agents go through, by the way, to shoot into a suspect while still being surrounded by authorities. You're going to get your own people shot too, by the way, you fucking moron, you unbelievable homunculus. So he immediately starts dumping into Alex because someone said gun. But the gun, from the other angles we can see, had already been taken away from Alex, out of his holster. You can see one of the other agents running away with it. But again, he was never brandishing this firearm. And as an American citizen with Second Amendment rights and a lawful gun owner by all available information, he was allowed to have that gun on his person. It is not grounds to execute a man because you fucking freaked out and panicked because the guy you were beating and pistol whipping with fucking 5 of your friends happened.
I have nothing to add. I just don't understand. I don't get it. How could you possibly have somebody pinned on the ground, all of his limbs, his entire body? You're literally beating him with like a dozen other enforcement, whatever it is that we're supposed to call them, because these aren't cops. These are like I don't even know what to call them anymore. Like you've got a dozen other like ICE murderous criminals with you, and you're beating up this random guy that was just filming. And then you still have to pull out your weapon and shoot him in the back, of all things. Like, I'm not surprised, but I am surprised that it happened like so soon again. Like, I thought there might be maybe another couple weeks before something like what happened to Renee happened again, but like this one is even more obvious, and it's not like fun looking at that, but I'm grateful that we have so much footage of everything now that people do film, like this guy over here that he was out there filming, and without footage like this, I don't even want to know what kind of stuff they would get away with, because I mean, even with having footage, people still defend them and give them excuses. Even with all the footage, people still do. A lot of people refuse to see it. But without footage, can you imagine that they could make up anything? That could be like, he was trying to shoot us, he went for his gun, blah, blah, blah. You could say anything, but I'm glad that we have that at least. Yeah, hit all the buttons that are the good ones. Hello, Monday evening. My weekend is going well. Hello. Don't know what to call them anymore. I think I'm gonna give them a good moniker with a homunculus. Yeah, I mean I don't really have a lot to add over here. I agree with everything he's saying so far.
Happened to be armed. He wasn't using it to try and like shoot anyone here or threaten them. They saw the gun and then this guy just freaked out and murdered him. Shot him multiple times. This is indefensible. Completely indefensible. And the fact that they even took him to the ground in the first place and started beating him, with one guy pistol whipping him, by the way. In other angles, you can see a guy just like pistol whipping him like he's trying to hammer a nail in with his gun. Like, it should have never even been acceptable for that to happen. All Alex Preddy was doing was filming, and then when some civilians started getting pushed, he tried to help. And when one got pepper sprayed, he tried to help. From all available angles and evidence and videos here, it seems to be that's all he was doing. He even made an effort to try and show that he's not like a threat or something. Like, he threw his arm in the air, wide open, nothing in his hand or anything. He wasn't fighting back against the officers. He got taken to the ground and then immediately started getting beaten. Like, all because he was fucking filming and trying to help other people around there, it seems. This is so fucking sickening. And the freaks that are cheering this on and parading around like this is something to be celebrated are just scum. You're not even American. You're a fucking drone. If you...
Yeah, I don't know if I'm really surprised or not, but I don't know. I still do find it surprising. I think that people defend this stuff even after seeing stuff like that. They're like, "Oh, he had a weapon," and even Trump went so far as to call him like a gunman. Like, here's a picture of his gun. They didn't even know. Whatever. It, the, so what happens? Like, if you go outside with a gun that you're allowed to have on you, that's license for you to get executed now. Is that where we're going? Because I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that at all. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Let's see if there's another angle or something missed. But I did want to bring it up because it did happen today, and I didn't really want to put it off for another day because I mean, we got plenty of angles to understand what happened here. It's not like there is no ambiguity whatsoever. And it's depressing. It's really unfortunate that this keeps happening. And on one hand, it's like, how can this possibly happen again? But on the other hand, with how many people were defending the agent that murdered Renee Good, it's not surprising that they got more bold and brazen, that they're like, "Oh, people don't even care if we do this. People are on our side." They're saying, "God bless ICE," when they go after anybody who's like a protester or against them politically. So I guess if we disagree politically now, it's what, like, license to kill? That um, I'm baffled. But I mean, how else would you interpret that? If say, let's pretend for a minute that you're like a dipshit ICE agent, and you go around your business, harassing people, and then one of your buddies murders a woman that was being kind of annoying, and half, well, less than half, I would but like 40% of the right wingers are like, "Oh yeah, you did a great job. You gotta defend yourself." So now that gives you license to go around and defend yourself all over the place. So I don't know. It's sad. It's I am baffled that people are still defending this. That there are people that are commenting on videos like this that have anything to do with it. I don't know if they even watch the videos anymore, or they just go on like any video that has anything to do with ICE, and they simp for ICE. That's what's happening. That is what is going on. I don't know how to explain it, but that's what I see. All right, let me find the debate so we can switch over to something a little bit less depressing. Just a little bit. Just a little bit less depressing. Where are... Where's my stuff? Looks like that feminism debate is still... Oh, is that over? I think it might be over. Looks like they're just showing, like, advertising their thing. I can't believe they're having another debate con so soon. Because they like just had one, and now it says 7 days from DebateCon 7 in Houston. Like, I think they just had DebateCon 6. I don't know, it just seems a little so soon. Are they gonna have one like every other month or something? Because that's a lot of DebateCon. That is a lot. Let me find the JimBob video here. So there are two. One is like a JimBob versus 5, like they've been doing with Wilson, where He'll like debate a handful of people, and that one is like a more like, is belief in God rational, which I kind of want to save like things that are kind of like that for later, because I do have plans to cover like the transcendental argument for God and all of that at some point, like at another point when I'm done with like the kind of more of the focus that I've had on like the force doctrine related things. But there is another one that he did about evolution, and I did kind of start watching the beginning of it, and I thought parts of it were a little funny, so I think that might be more of like a fun one to do. Oh, here it is. Okay, let me pull it up for you in just a second. Welcome back, Burgess. Burgess or Burgess or Burgess? I haven't seen anyone celebrating, but I haven't watched much on it. It's not as many people as the Rainier Good, but I have seen comments that were saying, basically parroting what Trump said, because Trump went out and posted that there was supposed to like a gunman, and he was like the ICE had to defend themselves or something to that effect. So I've seen people parroting that basically in the comments a little bit. Again, not quite as many as when the Rainier Good thing happened, because this one I think is like a lot more obvious. Like being shot in the back while you're down is different a little bit, because it's just so much more obvious. But it doesn't stop the like hardcore ICE supporters from defending themselves all over the place. Yeah, exactly. Just DEFCON WVR alt username. What is the WVR for? I am confused. Okay. But welcome Reexamination. By the way, everybody check out Reexamination. He has a show, but I think it's usually during the day, right? So that is usually when I'd have work, but going DEFCON on whatever. I see what you did there. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, check him out. Okay, let me pull this up, and we'll switch gears for something not as depressing as soon as I figure out how to do that. So he's got like a Bernie thing in the background. Oh no. I don't know. It's I don't know who Dr. Greg is. But having like displaying like a Bernie thing is a little cringe. Even like liking Bernie at this point after everything that he's like said and done, didn't he go like, oh, why don't you write a book too, and like all of those millionaires and billionaires, and then started saying like all those billionaires when he became a millionaire. Like, I don't know, the Bernie thing is, that's something. But to have his name like that still, like what's he gonna do now? Like what's Bernie gonna do? Especially for like an unrelated debate, it already makes me like not want to support his position, but unfortunately he's the pro-evolution one, so we'll have to go with it. So shadow scheduling is to be determined. Oh, okay. Happy that Riverside tends to work. Love a cardboard cutout of the Bernie with Mittens meme where he's bundled up. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I remember that. I think I've seen people do like little like figurines or something of him like that with the mittens. I am once again emitting in my multiple houses. Bernie, probably. And I'd probably display that in my background. That would be funny. I should do the Bernie thing for the donos, and add the I am once again asking for your financial support or something like that. Is that how he says it? I forget if the end is exactly like that, but he's so funny. Okay. So this is Dr. Greg. I don't know who Dr. Greg is, but apparently he likes Bernie. That's all we know so far, and he's um he supports evolution, which I thought like most people did now, but not not JimBob. Here you can tell by the handy subtitles made by JimBob against evolution in parentheses. And regarding evolution in general, I know that there are some things about it that are still not like fully worked out. Like there's questions still that remain, and it's not like a completely perfect theory, but it it does seem to explain a lot of things. Um, and the issues that JimBob has with it, I don't really understand why those are like issues for him. It just seems like he has trouble understanding exactly what it is, I guess. And as somebody who's not like an expert biology or evolution professional, and that's not even something that I've like deeply researched, I'm glad that this is something that it sounds like Dr. Greg here knows a lot about. So let's get into it and Deaf Not Super Delegates. um oh, Burgess, okay. Oh, I nom de plume. That's so fancy. Haven't heard that in a while. Okay, let's get into this one.
A cactus. This cactus looks like a place so that we can actually stay.
Oh,
so
did they already
we
start?
that
I thought that was the intro.
Hey, everybody.
Okay, there
Greg's
we go.
opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Dr. Greg. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I appreciate you. Thank you, JimBob. So basically, let's say that we are flies right now. We are flies and our friends, and we just left our destiny, our home for some reason, and now we need to go somewhere new. As we come into this vast place, we see that there is a cactus. This cactus looks like a place so that we can actually stay. So we start landing on it. As we land on there, unfortunately, some of us as flies are being taken out.
What if I don't want to be flies? That sounds like a bad time.
Through the wonders of evolution, we can see that there's actually some molecules that are entering into our bodies and interrupting cellular processes like the replication of DNA or some type of fundamental process. And some of us are starting to die because of that. So because of genetic diversity and because some of us have different genomes, the A, C, T's, and G's within our genome are different. Some of us have proteins that change just a little bit, have a little bit different folding, have a little different action for their action sites, and they're actually able.
Speaking of proteins and folding, isn't prion disease something like literally a protein that folded the wrong way, and then it um if you get like even the tiniest little, and it can travel through a glove. I think I saw this video about like some lady that was studying prions, and she dropped some on her glove and she thought she was fine because at the time they didn't know it could go through a glove, but it was so small that it went like through her glove and got into her body, and over time her brain turned to mush basically, because apparently once other once the other proteins that are in your body, they see this protein that is like sorry, No, I'm sorry. I was going on about the proteins, but I think when I bumped it, I muted it. I'm so sorry. Thanks for telling me. I need to do the stream thing better. I think it was better when I like saw the colored bar on it, but now with the angle it's at now, I can't really see it. So that I'll have to figure out how to position that better later so I can see it. But thank you for telling me. Hadn't heard that about prion disease. There was a lady that had happened with heavy metals. Oh, is it? Turns out you're a French researcher got it from a prick. Yeah, it's like she, like a little drop landed on her glove or something. Anyway, what I was saying about the prions, it seems like once this like misfolded protein gets into your body, the other proteins that are already in your body, they're like, wow, that is such a cool way to fold. I never thought about folding like that. And they start like folding incorrectly as well. And then the rest of the proteins see how like the other ones are like refolded incorrectly, and then they like fold incorrectly as well. And it's like this chain event where eventually like basically all of your proteins start folding incorrectly and become useless. And I don't understand how that happens. Like I'm still confused as to why like a protein sees another protein, that protein looks kind of weird, I want to be like that. Like why do you copy the I don't know, it just seems like it's a horrible, awful disease. Don't get me wrong, like it's horrible, but something about that just seems so funny to me, like on the tiny level of like when you get down to the protein level, that's something that just has the just all that's like really the problem is like it's the wrong shape. Like something is the wrong shape, and other things that are normal shapes see the wrong shape and they're like, I want to be in that funny shape too, and then you die. Like I don't understand. Oh yeah, I never checked this. My bad. All right, let's carry on.
Able to bind and neutralize this new pesticide, which is interacting with our bodies and killing off our population. Now, what's going to happen is there's going to be some of us that live that have that mutations, that have those ACTs and Gs in the right spot, that actually change that active site to change that protein action. And now they can actually interfere with that pesticide, and some of us live and some of us will die. So basically, this shows, and this, basically the ones that survive are going to have a higher fitness, and therefore those populations are going to change.
For some reason, I just imagined like fitness flies where you have like little. I need to have AI create an image for me for that because that would be so funny. Let me start a new one and see what this is gonna look like. Create an image of cartoon flies that are working out with fitness equipment. Maybe in a gym, like a handful of them. Okay, we'll come back to that. Don't ask me why. Epigenetic mutations. That is scary and terrifying. Proteins are lemmings. Dawkins once admitted on camera that they had never observed information being added to the genome. I don't know what you mean by that. Why would it have to be, like, added? I'm confused by that, but that is interesting. Oh, we got it back. Let me save that so we can open it. Oh, come on. Let me open it in the browser so you can see it. Open with... Oh, here we go. What is going on? This is crazy. Look at them go. We got our fitness flies. That's actually not bad. I think AI is getting better and better at generating images. That's pretty cute. We got our fitness flies. Okay, let's carry on. No new information equals no new functions. I thought it was more about like combinations of things, like when things mutate and combine in different ways that causes the different types of things. But okay, pretty sure protein folding the wrong way is not a mutation. So no, that's not a mutation. It is not a change in DNA, so not a mutation. Oh, that's interesting. Wouldn't the I guess we'll let him finish his statement. That's the pushback on JimBob's side that it cannot be observed. Well, I think it can if you study like the things that reproduce really quickly, like bacteria and apparently flies or whatever. Their arms aren't buff enough. That's pretty good. Yeah, they gotta have they gotta work out. They gotta do more upper body. They gotta do arm day. All right.
Change, right? The ones that die, the ones that live are going to have the ACTs and Gs in the right spot. So basically, this shows in this example that this is why the changes inside of our genomes are very important for evolution, because it creates the dynamism that creates the ability for a population to actually withstand and go forward. And as that new population goes forward, the higher fitness, they're going to be breeding with one another, so therefore they're going to change over time. So yeah, basically, this is the definition of evolution: the change of allele frequency over time in a population. And evolution is something that we see and observe in nature, but it's also a tool that we use as a biologist in the lab. So I'm a molecular biologist. I deal with DNA, RNA in the lab, and we can actually use evolution in order to figure out new things. So the field of synthetic biology is the study of how we can basically understand the world around us a little better, removing the biological black box. And one of those ways of doing that is using the vast ability for us to create these millions of different types of mutants inside of a library, and then we can screen this on which is the best mutation through a process called directed evolution. And we see that with Francis Arnold's work, who got the Nobel Prize for creating new types of bonds that have never been seen before in nature. And we also see it in David R. Liu, who is just an absolute one of my favorite scientists in the world. And he's creating new types of CRISPR, which creates new types of medicine that is actually the mutations were actually induced by viruses within the breeding population. And basically, David R. Liu had used evolution in order to create these new CRISPR tools that were more specific, less off-targeted, and actually change the function of CRISPR entirely through directed evolution. So
I think in general, the CRISPR stuff, the gene editing is so cool, and I think it's awesome that they can cure some diseases that they used to not be able to using that. But at the same time, the whole like related RNA thing with the pokies that happened, I'm not a fan of. So kind of a mixed bag, but I'm not an expert on that. Oh, but then it's extrapolated to all of evolution, which the JimBobs did not grant. not the JimBobs. Things are produced quickly. We can sequence the genome before and after the change, so we can tell where the change happened and what changed. But observing the event would require observing every cell replications. Oh, okay. I mean, I feel like for experiments like that, you don't have to literally observe the action happening if you like predict that something is going to happen a certain way and that certain way happens. Like you can observe. Oops, sorry. You can observe the change happening. I don't know if you need to observe the literal like action inside the cells. Like I don't know. I feel like that's asking a little too much from the scientists. Like it, I find it satisfactory for them to do experiments on the level that they have been without literally like looking at the DNA somehow like while it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Yeah, I mean, the experiments on single-cell organisms aren't anywhere near on the same scale as macroorganisms. They're so simple that any change appears drastic, but there are trade-offs, not progress per se. Also, there's micro changes, of course. That's different from macro. Also, JimBobian's response. Agnostic still learning. How much chatter there is. No pokies. If you are ideologically required to deny evolution, then demanding something that is impossible is the only way to maintain your ideology. Yeah, that makes sense too. But I don't. I've seen lots of Christians that don't have an issue with evolution either. So there are lots of things that Christians and other religions used to deny as far as like scientific progress. Like people used to think that the Earth was flat or that like the sun revolved around the Earth and all that kind of stuff. Like all of these things that now people pretty much universally kind of look back and go kind of like, oh, haha, we just didn't know better. And at the time, was it Aristotle or which one that said something about the Earth, that Earth revolving around the sun, that was prosecuted by the church? I don't know, probably lots of them were, but the church wasn't a fan of the whole, the Earth revolves around the sun thing either, and now they seem fine with that. So I don't know if it's a matter of time. Maybe for some reason this like evolution thing specifically is taking them longer. But there are lots of Christians that also agree that evolution seems to make sense and don't have an issue with it while still remaining Christians. So I don't think it's completely... It doesn't seem like it's completely incongruent with being Christian and believing in evolution. It seems like you can do both. So I don't know what it is that's causing them to think that they can't, but it does seem like it's very like ideology driven. Christians can accept evolution, but JimBobs can't. I like the plural JimBobs. Full disclosure that young Earth creationist Christian in the vein of Jason Lyle. I don't know who that is. Not an Arthur bro though. JimBob is too cozy with Fuentes. I didn't know that either. I don't know a whole lot about JimBob except like I've seen a few debates that he was in and he was incredibly annoying, but I don't know. I haven't really done any kind of deep dives into his other beliefs or anything except the whole moon thing I happened to walk in on one time. Creationists grant micro changes, but not macro. Okay. Depends on what you believe is impossible. Sure, that sounds like guilt by association fallacy. JimBobianism. JimBobianism. There we go. I got it right. Okay, that makes sense. All right, let's keep going here.
So that's how we can kind of like we see it and we see it and use it in the lab. It's a tool in the lab that we can see, and then we also see it in nature. So evolution is something that we have seen over and over again as we look through nature. So, for example, you can gain a function, like the ability to break down nylon, which is something that didn't exist until the 20th century. The evolution of nylonase, which is an enzyme for something that that was just created. And then also like the fitness advantage. It's important to realize that evolution isn't a stairwise process where humans are at the top. It's a branching that happens, and you can actually lose features, and when they're not advantageous anymore. So it actually gives you a fitness advantage. Like, for example, if you're in a cave, you don't need to see anymore. So your eye genes accrue mutations because metabolically that costs energy. And basically these fish or lizards will actually lose their eyes entirely.
Those are so creepy
Another
when you
example.
find like the blind, either things that live in caves or underground that look like creatures that live above ground but blind. Like there's a little like fluffy looking critter I saw a video on the other day that doesn't even have eyes, but it looks like a fluffier like mouse or something, but like fluffier and a little bigger, but doesn't have eyes. And I don't know, for some reason those freak me out. Like anything that looks like it should have eyes that doesn't freaks me out. Even like fish that don't have eyes that live in like dark caves or whatever freak me out. I don't know something about it seems icky. The Ortho Rushmore is Andrew Wilson, Jane Dyer, and JimBob. Andrew's politics, Jay's theology, and JimBob is comedy overlapping on philosophy. That's a fun way to put it. Weird anomalies. All right. That is a fun way to put that.
Is actually within humans. So vitamin C has accrued mutations in our genome, so much so that we don't make our own vitamin C anymore as humans, although it is mandatory for our immune system to function. So like mammals can do this, but we cannot as humans because we evolved while eating citrus. So we had so much external vitamin C. Internally, we didn't need to anymore, so we stopped that in order, because the metabolic money that's being spent in order to make proteins, wasn't needed to be spent anymore. We also see this in like long-term evolution experiments with like the long-term bacterial experiment that's going on for the last like 50 years. Basically, there's been new types of metabolism changes where it's actually been able to like break down citrate for the first time. The cells have gotten larger. And on top of that, they've had mutations in their DNA repair machinery in order to accrue more mutations in order to evolve faster. So the question then is like, how do we observe this in nature? How do we actually measure evolution? So the real question, and the point, since we've discovered DNA, that DNA exists, is basically molecular clocks. These are pieces of our DNA that are highly conserved that aren't going to be mutating constantly. So that means that a mutation in this spot is very definitive. So this is in microbes, this is the 16S ribosomal sequencing that we do, and in animals broadly and eukaryotes, it's the cytochrome C, which is in the mitochondria.
I don't know what any of that is.
And we basically can measure that through sequencing, and we know like how distant things are, and we can start mapping out when these mutations actually happened, because we know that they're not going to have mutations accrued in them until like a DNA polymerase error, and we know the rate of DNA polymerase errors, so therefore we can back calculate. We can also see and construct these phylogenetic trees with endogenous retroviruses. And we also measure evolution kind of like with mating capability. So sometimes, if there is a genome duplication event, other organisms won't be able to mate with one another. So that's another one. And more classically, morphology is kind of like used. But morphology, it can be a tough one because there's not.
I think the mating thing is bringing it up because like a lot of questions are like, how do you know when species are like a different species now? Like it's a different type of animal, is like when they can no longer mate. Is that what he's bringing it up for? Mole rats don't have eyes and they're adorable. I don't know if I've ever really seen a mole rat up close. I can't really picture them. Is that something like a mouse but without eyes? That seems I'll have to find that video that I saw to see if maybe that was what one of those was, because it is like a fluffy creature but like no eyes, and they like sniff. They like sniff around and they like listen for the bugs, to find the bugs. And there's like a sand thing that they live in, and they go and like burrow in the sand and stuff like that. I have to find that video, but it's still like if it doesn't have eyes, it's a little off-putting in a way. Jay is a formidable debate bro, but he's pretty aggro. That did rhyme indeed. Over here writing poetry in the chat.
Actually things called like cryptic species, where cryptic species look exactly identical with one another, but for whatever reason, two distinct populations have actually been created, and they'll actually have two distinct mating populations, and they'll want to look like one another for whatever evolutionary advantage there is, but they'll actually be mating with only within that subgroup. So they'll look like we've had this problem, especially in dragonflies. This is classically where we've seen it. Is like, well, we thought that there was only one species, and then through morphology, and then there's through sequencing, there's actually multiple. So yeah, that's why I think that evolution has been demonstrated. It's a tool that we use, and it's a thing that absolutely does happen.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. Before I shift us over to JimBob's opening statement as well, I want to let you know, folks, if you haven't heard, DebateCon 7 is in Houston.
Again with the DebateCon thing. That's too many.
Texas. It's only 9 days away. It's going to have debaters such as David Wood.
This was like 2 days ago, so it's like 7 days away now. Yeah,
Jake Brackett linked in the only 48-hour tickets. For being with us as
organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from early life forms during the history of the Earth. Evolution is also touted as the single most well-established scientific theories in human history. You would think that the most well-established scientific theory in human history would at minimum be able to make its way through the scientific method, the one we've learned in 7th grade.
Oh no, not the scientific method thing again. This is... I'll let him talk.
Evolution doesn't actually make its way through the scientific method. In fact, evolution doesn't even make it beyond the second step of the scientific method. The second contention I have with evolution is that it appeals to things that don't objectively exist in nature. They say evolution includes speciation, the changes of species over time. But when you press them on this, it doesn't actually have an objective standard for what constitutes a species. They expand the category to clades, which they also have no objective standard for discerning. The evolution proponent cannot tell us where or when a clade begins or how they know. They claim that humans are in a clade, but if you ask them how they determine this, they don't know. They literally appeal to just definitions. They say we defined it that way. When you ask them whether or not the human category itself could be its own clade, they say, I guess, there's no pushback on the taxonomy of these things. It seems completely arbitrary. The methodology further for evolution uses arbitrary systems that are inconsistent. For example, a lot of times they appeal to fossils. They look at a fossil found to have similar anatomical characteristics.
This appeal to this, appeal to that. I don't know what this appeal to fossil, that's such a weird way to put it. And especially now with this guy was talking about a lot of DNA related stuff and experimentation, and I mean, I guess the case here is that these are both prepared statements, so this isn't really a response to the other guy, but it shows because he's going on about all the stuff he usually goes on about, and his whole issue with fossils and everything. And I don't know what this appeal to fossils is. That's such a weird thing to do, and it's not like evolution is appealing to fossils as in that's their root of everything. There's other... It's not oh, these fossils look alike, therefore that's definitively this or that. There are other things, this guy just brought up DNA experiments and all kinds of things like that. It's not just fossils. So if you... I don't know how you appeal to a fossil. I don't know. I'll drop it, but it just... Definitely was family Russian Orthodox by chance. Yes.
Characteristics as something older than it, and it also shares characteristics to something similar that is younger than it, and they claim to observe transition between the two. Now, my opponent didn't mention fossils or transitions. He's more myopic, he's more granular with his view of evolution, but to defend evolution is to defend these things as well. So the problem with the whole idea of picking up a fossil, seeing similarities, anatomical, phenotypical similarities, and drawing out this conclusion that you're witnessing a demonstration of transition, the problem is transition is an actual event that happens. That's an activity. Fossils are static objects. Another problem with this, evolution inserts a story about the objects and declares that transition happens just because they could imagine it happening. On what basis could I not say that finding a fossil with any shared characteristics would be something demonstrable of transition? To a sloped nose, to a fingernail, to an elbow bone. It shares something, so how could you say in the grand scheme of things it's not also evidential to transitions? Well, like I said, transition is the thing in question. Do things transition at all? Now, everything my opponent listed, I appreciate. He's looking at the granular level of organisms, singular, populations of flies, populations of bacteria, and he's looking at changes or adaptations that they're capable of. But the thing is, capability is the thing in question. Whether or not organisms at the population level or the individual level already have it embedded in them to react a certain way to stimuli is a question, or whether or not you could actually trace through and say, this was a random mutation that produced this. perhaps my opponent is on the cutting edge of evolution, and soon they'll be saying that there's actually nothing random about mutations at all, that they have function altogether universally, every one of them. That could be the case. We just don't know. Not only does similarity in anatomy not confirm relatedness or common ancestry, but if evolution was true, it would need to be the case that entirely dissimilar animals would be related the further back you go. Determining common ancestry by similarity loses its power because dissimilarity is required the further back you go. So saying, look at this ape-like thing. That's our uncle. Back in the day, we come from this because look how similar. So they use similarity in that sense. Oh, they are similar. I could imagine. I could interpolate the animation in my head of one becoming the other. I could imagine it. The problem is the further you go back, the more dissimilar things are, but you still have to hold that it is, in fact, an ancestor.
So it's more dissimilar from like the final like current day result, but it's closer to the things that are around it on the timeline. So like sure, it's point A is different from point B, but everything in between is similar enough to each other. Like I don't understand this argument. Like, so what? Uh, I'm not seeing the problem, honestly. Being against evolution implies that even if evolution is proved to be real, it means that he's going to deny it unconditionally. So, what's the point for him to debate? Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know. But he seems to. Oh, are you Orthodox, Burgess? Yeah, I don't understand why he is so like focused on debating evolution, because that seems like it's one of his like go-to things. Like e- e- everybody kind of has their own like focus when it comes to debate, like things that they like focus on debating often. And I think evolution for JimBob is like one of the things he debates most often is evolution specifically. And I do wonder why that is.
Ancestor, regardless of it being dissimilar. So evolution is always claimed to occur also at the through random mutation at the population level, right? That's how it's talked about. Notice how my opponent granted himself populations. The only way my opponent can study what he studies is if he already has populations in front of him. But there's a problem with that. First of all, the fossil problem is when you find a fossil, you're not actually finding a population level of a fossil. So you could never tell if the said characteristic, whether it was
I want how can you refer to notice this guy said this, notice this guy said that, but completely ignore the whole DNA and experiments and all of that stuff and bring it back to fossils only? Like if you I can understand that like you have like a prepared statement and maybe you didn't know how to talk about like the DNA stuff. That's fine, but then how can you refer to, oh well, notice this guy said this and notice this guy said that, but completely ignoring that he brought up like DNA level experimentation and like that sounds dirty. Extremely unorthodox orthodox. Gotcha. Well, there's a lot of those. I think most like when I was growing up, it seems like most Russians, they're like some of them believe more than others, but you go to church on like the holidays, like on Christmas and on Easter to bless your bread and whatever. But it's not like that big of a deal with some families. I think some families are probably more religious than others, but we weren't like hugely religious outside of the holidays. Well, at least it wasn't um like at least for me personally, I wasn't very religious outside of holidays. I think like the other people in my family were more like into God and everything. But ever since I got that like freaking children's Bible, I think they gotta abolish those if they want if they want kids to believe, because that I was like, how many animals? I'm not gonna go into that again, but yeah, most assuredly culturally orthodox. And it's weird because like I don't get Israel too much, but in English the word like orthodox sounds like it's like something very well, like strict, I guess. So I think a lot of Americans assume that like, oh, orthodox means strict, and so they kind of connect that with like, oh, authoritarian, and all the authoritarians flock to orthodoxy, but the actual religion isn't really like that. So I don't know. It's kind of I think just because of what it's called in English, a lot of Americans don't really understand it.
Similar or not, was present at the population level. It's just begging the question there. Speaking of populations, evolution looks at and tries to make sense of diversity of life as we see it today. It claims that random mutation and natural selection is responsible for diversity we see today. The problem is populations themselves are a featured example of diversity. Therefore, evolution is responsible for producing populations. Now, my opponent is not studying at that grand level. He's studying at the microscopic level. He's really in it, high level magnification, but he still has to defend this if he's going to defend evolution. If populations are a product of evolution, he can't talk about evolution granting himself populations. He has to tell me how evolution, random mutation, and these mechanisms produced the diverse populations that he's actually studying. He can't just say, give me some populations and I'll tell you how evolution works. I don't grant populations, and I don't need to. Why? Populations are a featured example of diversity in nature.
He doesn't grant populations, but they exist, and I don't understand. What?
My opponent can't argue for evolution without first giving himself populations, but they need to be produced. This is a common ad hoc position the evolution proponent takes. They grant themselves these things: fully functional, baby-making organism packed to the skin with hyper-specialized organs that work in unity with purpose and function, all of which we are also told are the product of random mutations. In other words, the liver, product of random mutation. The heart, product of random mutation. Your mind, your brain, same thing. Your elbows, everything about your body. If you go back in time, there was a time it didn't look like that. Maybe it didn't even exist. And the random mutation process actually somehow produced a cascade of engineering, actual engineering toward hyperspecific functions. So this is something that has to be explained under the evolutionary view. You can't just study it after you have all of that stuff. You have to tell us how exactly evolution produced these things. So how does an accidental process like random mutation produce a liver from a position of not having a liver? My opponent will probably say, well, grant me a proto-liver and I'll tell you a story. Is there any reason to believe that a series of mutations would result in a mechanism just coincidentally being awesome at filtering toxins among other tasks, then by chance maintaining the structure of that organ in conjunction with other hyper-specialized organs that it works together with? It doesn't work in a vacuum. It works together with the other body parts, the other mechanisms in the body. Now, if something as specialized as a liver is a product of many generations of mutations within a population, this means that considerably more previous generations survived and reproduced just fine without a fully functioning liver. This brings up another issue. If it takes thousands or even millions of years...
Sure, they reproduced just fine, but it could always be better. Like, just because they happen to survive enough to get us to a certain point doesn't mean that there weren't, like, better versions that survived better, which is why they looked different generations later. Is this supposed to be like a gotcha? I'm not. I don't understand. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm stupid. That's totally possible. I'm not denying that. That is totally possible. It's more mystical, and none of these guys are bald. Not a very interesting debate. Oh no. What he's saying is we're expected to believe that some features are given, must be granted to evolutionists without question instead of explaining their origin. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. Some of these things, it's like, oh, you grant yourself this, but this exists. Like, yeah, because it exists. It's like, how can you grant yourself something that exists? Well, it exists. So when you say like, oh, grant yourself, it's like it implies like it doesn't, and you have to like explain that it does. I don't know. The whole thing doesn't seem to make sense to me, but
not just
I could be misunderstanding. That's really possible.
A metabolic system, but a defensive and offensive system with proper functions, then the organism must be capable of surviving and reproducing without those functions for many generations. So why would a population of organisms keep a non-functioning tool that's in the process of becoming an amazing tool, an amazing piece of engineering for millions of years down the line when it doesn't?
Well, it doesn't. It's not like there's a non-functioning thing that becomes functioning at some point later that is kept around for no good reason, although I'm sure sometimes that kind of thing does happen too. I think generally it's things start as like functioning a little bit of a certain way, like on a microscopic level, and then they get more and more and more, as in like better and better and better at doing that thing, and eventually get more elaborate and more elaborate. It's not like it's like a useless thing, and then eventually it's super specialized. It's not like it like jumps like that. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think anybody's claiming that.
Doesn't actually provide them anything. This throws a bit of a wrench into the story of evolution, because if you say position A in time, this thing doesn't have these features, and in a million years after random mutation, it accidentally develops a really hyper specialized features, you have to argue that every step of the way, there was a justification for keeping the almost cooked, almost done oven, right? Pie in the oven. It's almost done. We're getting there. The heart's almost done. The liver's.
Well, these things were beneficial on like a smaller scale and eventually got better and better and better at doing what they do. I don't understand this argument.
Almost done. We're getting there. Just wait another couple of weeks, right? Well, in this case, it's millions of years.
He's trying to pretend that there's like a random jump from like nothing to something super elaborate, but the steps in between make sense to me. I don't know why he doesn't seem to grasp that.
Now, to put it this way, there must be a beginning of a penis under the evolutionary view. Why would an entire population of organisms keep 1/8 of a penis? For some of you,
He's talking as if this is like something that existed that was like an extra appendage that did nothing.
1/3 for millions of years if it provides nothing, and in parallel, a vagina, which develops.
What do you mean nothing? All of these things started as sexual reproduction where you're exchanging the actual gametes, but eventually over time it's a little bit better at doing that, and certain opposite I'm not a scientist, maybe Dr. Gray will explain it better, but certain like parts of the body are better and better at exchanging those, and over time we have what we have now. Like, I don't understand how he's picturing it as if, like, oh, this thing is, like, useless flopping around, and suddenly, like, you what, like, you know, well, I don't understand why it's not, like, sudden like that. There's steps in between. It starts out microscopic, and it gets more and more elaborate over time. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump you. What I meant by grant myself is believing it just exists physically, biologically, without the need to explain there. Oh, I think I kind of see what you're talking about. Are you talking about abiogenesis? Not necessarily. Fall under the same criticism, potentially. JimBob was asking how we went from cell division to sexual reproduction. Useless fluffing. I mean, that's kind of how he describes it. He describes it as like, oh, there's a thing kind of not doing anything, and suddenly, you know, sperm comes out. Like, that's not how that's not what anybody's claiming. So I don't know why he's portraying it like that. He's asking how we went from cell division to sexual reproduction. I am not a biologist, but it's not like evolution doesn't have an answer for that. I wonder if they'll get into it here. I remember looking it up, but I think it might be easier if we let them get to it, since I'm not an expert.
Independently of the penis, and yet its final form is entirely compatible and functional with this other thing. What is the function of a penis or a vagina before it's fully realized in its form and function? From the evolutionary view, you really have to hold in your head that these undeveloped things that don't actually work together yet are developing independent of each other, and then they reach a final crescendo where they finally work together. But it's accidental.
That's not how he's describing it. Isn't how people claim that happened. I don't understand why he's saying that.
Accidental from their view because it's produced by something called random mutation. Random mutation sets off some cascade of a line of informed code. The informed code says, hey, build this, do that. But there's no intentionality. It doesn't say, let's build a penis, let's build a vagina. It just does it. And then natural selection goes, I don't know what's this. Are you guys good at this or not? I'm going to kill you if you're not good at this. And it's accidentally good at this, right? The problem is, to even develop a penis and a vagina over time through the evolutionary view, you have to have something that provides you sexual reproduction to begin with. So if you started a penis at one level of the population and you were capable of reproducing without the penis, you're saying, the evolution proponent is saying that actually happens at the population level, and everybody gets a nub. For no reason, though. There's no reason for the nub, but everyone gets one, right? That's what you have to view. That's what you have
There's no, like, nub. He's acting as if, like, things reproduced asexually and suddenly started growing this, like, penis nub thing. And then eventually, after it became a fully formed wee-wee, then like sexual reproduction started happening. That's not what anybody's claiming. Nobody's claiming that. Sexual reproduction started happening on like the cellular I can't even talk. I can't speak. Microscopic level first, before it even started specializing into different organs that started being more efficient at it over time. Simply being on like the micro scale, we already had sexual reproduction, and there's obvious benefits to sexually producing, is because you add the you have like two sets of genes. When you're producing asexually, and you know how I don't know if anybody's seen any sci-fi or anything, but every time that you have clones and you're cloning, eventually they become they go bad. Like the genes go bad because there's too many um like errors when DNA is being written. So, and if you only have one set of DNA and you're basically cloning yourself, you go into it doesn't work out well. You start getting like tumors and mutations that are like negative, and there's no way to like have another set that like chooses a better one, and there's no way to like reverse when you have two sets of DNA. It I'll let them explain, maybe they'll get into it better, but that's the benefit, is having the two different sets and being able to combine them and say if one set something went wrong there, you can take from the other one. um so that was already a thing on a micro scale. It's not like there's a wee that does nothing and suddenly sexual reproduction happens after you already have all the parts. Like, what is he talking about? That makes no sense whatsoever. I understand why he's confused, because the way he's painting it doesn't make sense. I agree, that doesn't make any sense. That's not. I haven't heard anybody claim or describe it that way. That I don't understand. Functioning the JJ fallacy. This has so many good out of context quotes. Oh no. Luckily, I'm not like a large enough streamer to be clipped yet too much. So we'll see if that happens. Later he says some still have a small one. JimBob. Recombination is the word you're looking for, I think. I'm not sure what that means. JimBob is very comical. Alright. Let's see if they get into it. I'm sure that Dr. Greger can explain it way better, since I'm not a doctor of any kind. Although I do find it a little cringe when people like use their like credentials, as in like doctor, in front of their name. Like, I understand that people like earn it and it's fine, but it's a little like I don't know. Like, if you're like online and you use that in your name, it's a little cringe, but that's just me.
Have to say under this evolutionary view. Evolution is conveyed to people at a very low resolution storyline. Now, I'll give my opponent credit. He did not give us this story at such a vague level. He's more like in it. He's more in the biology of it. But when you tell the story at a grand scale, imagine it's like a circle, right? I draw a circle with chalk on the chalkboard. When you stand 30 feet away from the circle, it looks like it's a complete circle. Right? But as I get closer and I want to press evolution with some questions at the granular level, I walk closer to the chalkboard, and lo and behold, the circle is actually made of dashes and dots, and it's not actually connected the way I thought it was from far away. Now I examine it, I start asking some hard questions about this, and the only thing the evolution proponent usually says is, well, listen, can you guys move back 30 feet and then it'll make more sense? Can you just move back 30 feet and look at it from a...
I wonder if you ask JimBob to point out at the exact spot where like the neck starts on the body, like head, neck, shoulders, or whatever. Like, where does the neck start? Where's like the exact cell that stops being a head cell and starts being a neck cell? Like, that's kind of what he's describing here. Is like he's saying, well, you can't draw like an exact line when one thing becomes another thing, therefore it doesn't happen. Like, okay, you can't draw an exact line where like a human head starts becoming the human neck. Like, where's the exact line? Yet we have a neck and we have a head. They're different things, but at some point it becomes different, but you can't pinpoint at like this is the exact cell right here. This is the cell that is now part of the neck, and this one over here, that was part of the head. That's not possible. So I don't know what that's. I guess humans don't have necks. No, not JimBob. Oh my goodness. One question he might ask is, which came first, genitals or libido? We can believe that they just perfectly and proportionally developed in tandem, but no such thing has ever been observed to be no chicken under the egg. That is the question.
From a broader lens, and then I don't have to talk about these granular explanations of how you get populations, how you get eyeballs, how you get livers, how you get hearts, how you get all these working parts from a process that you're claiming is random mutations. And out of, you'll probably know more than me on this for sure, but out of the types of mutations, the ones that you're relying on to be beneficial are the least consistent in their occurrence. And the more consistent are ones that are deleterious and they don't do anything. And so it actually increases a problem mathematically for you. Now, based on his opener, I don't think Greg is used to daily defense of the grand scale narrative of evolution. He's used to defending, well, let me look at this biology. Let me look at this organism. Let's look at the fly and what it does. Let's see if something changes with the fly and it's able to like respond to things. I grant all of
What, like an experiment? JimBob, in like every other debate, he's crying and crying about how things aren't an experiment and you can't do experiment, and oh no, I need an experiment and this is everything.
that.
And when somebody comes in here and describes an experiment, he's like, oh, that's not good enough. All right. Unlike chicken or egg, one can theoretically exist without the other, but would be superfluous and would be demanding to be selected out for lack of advantage without the other. I like the chicken better. You can eat the chicken, and it's more food than egg. You can still eat the egg, but chicken sounds good. I like fried chicken.
That's the thing. But
fried chicken or boiled egg. Fried chicken, obviously. So chicken wins.
The thing is, things happening at a part in the body at the population level within a population, within a species, within a clade, it doesn't justify the.
Imagine if chicken just like evolved to already be like fried chicken, like if fried chicken grew on trees. That'd be so cool.
Notion that
you wouldn't actually have to like kill any chickens. You could just have like something that tasted exactly like fried chicken, and no chickens had to die for it. That would be nice.
If that happens, it follows that a fly eventually will break off and not be a fly anymore. Like that's the part that is not sold to me, and that's the part I'm really interested in dissecting tonight.
You got it. With that, we're going to jump into the open dialogue. I had not mentioned, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And as I mentioned, DebateCon 7, Modern Day Debate's official conference is happening in Houston, Texas, Saturday, January 31st. You don't want to miss it. Grab your tickets. If you are like, James, I'm in Australia, I can't make it, it's just too far. If you see the card at the bottom right of your screen.
Didn't he just advertise it?
Right now, you can watch all of it live. It's a perk for our final word. Get over to open dialogue.
Sure, if you wouldn't mind. So I guess my question kind of with what you were just talking about, I mean, when do you know a transition has happened?
Well, that's what I'm questioning. If you say like, I take it you hold that there was a time when what we call humans today as a species, as a class, actually didn't exist, and there was a moment where it did exist.
Yeah.
That's it. JimBob doesn't believe that humans have necks because it never starts. So, I mean, it doesn't just pop into existence. You don't just suddenly get a neck. It's got to come from somewhere. It's got to start somewhere, JimBob. At some point, the neck has to start somewhere. Doesn't just
okay. But like let's think about how would you measure that transition that's happening over time?
I wouldn't, because I wouldn't assume that it does. That's for you to defend. That's why I'm asking, like, if you hold that there's such a thing as a clade, and that under the clade there's all these subsets of categories, including human, let's say, it's on the person making the affirmative that clades exist, that to tell me when does a clade exist, and from what base does a clade exist. The same for a human. So if you believe that a human arose, they use all these like sort of poetic words that I don't believe are strict biological terms. If you hold that a human being, the class of human beings, arose from something that wasn't a human being, then there has to be a defining standard for that. And actually, in my opening, I'm actually asking you the same question. How would you determine when and how, by what methodology would you say, here it is, this was the moment humans came on the scene? Like, what's the criterion? I've looked everywhere for the criterion. You know what I get, Greg? I get that it's just arbitrarily defined. They actually don't have a biological standard. They don't have a categorical standard. They don't have a set of attributes, and they don't have a way of knowing at what point that happened. And yet they say, how many thousands of years ago, this is when humans, quote, came on the scene. Well, if I'm interested in evolution, I want to know if it's true. When someone says that, the first thing I'm going to ask is very simple. Like my own kid would ask, how do you know that? Like, what's the standard? Is that a fair question? What's the standard? What's the criteria for determining, and the methodology for determining humans came on the scene?
Yeah, that's taxonomy and phylogenetics, and that's like a whole field of science that people debate constantly, right? That is what the debate, the entire conference is on, like if something's a lizard mammal or mammal lizard, and they'll talk about this stuff, and that's kind of like the debate. But like, let's just say that we went back in time to when like dinosaurs were extinct, went extinct 100 million years ago.
I wouldn't grant that either. I would ask the same question: how would you determine
What?
that there was a universal class called dinosaurs that you're granting yourself? Obviously, when you say the term dinosaurs went extinct, even if I granted you the timeline, when you say that, aren't you saying there's an objective thing categorically called dinosaurs?
What? What? Now dinosaurs don't exist? I mean, people dig up their bones. I know JimBob is like triggered by fossils for some reason, but people dig up quite a bit of like dinosaur fossils that we can pretty much categorically say that yes, these things existed. There's different kinds during a certain time that have some similarities that we refer to generally as the dinosaurs. There's different types of dinosaurs, but I think everybody kind of knows what we're talking about when we mean the dinosaurs. So what do you mean? Is he serious, or is this like a troll? Like I really want to know. Like, is JimBob's whole spiel is just rage baiting the whole time, or does he really not understand what we mean when we say dinosaurs? Hello, few. Q&A section where JimBob was trying to bait Dr. Gray was hard to watch. We're very far from that, but I hope we get there before it gets too late. I think like all of JimBob's debates are hard to watch. He can be really unbearable. Don't watch much further than this because I've seen JimNub. Oh no, not JimNub. I actually like the JimNub better than a lot of in a lot of comments I see people calling him like Rimjob, but I like JimNub better. It's a little less like graphic, but gets the point across to something that he himself has brought up. I like that better. Dinosaurs are alive. Never seen a dinosaur except for birds. So technically I own a dinosaur. Or the dinosaur owns me. Depends on how you look at it. Chickens are today's dinosaurs, yeah. JimBob is getting the ontology of taxonomy in Genesis 1. God establishes multiple separate common ancestors. In evolution, there is only one life of one descent, and it just changes shape. Chicken sore. Jim Kebab. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, under the evolutionary view, isn't it true that there's no such thing actually as an objective species thing called a dinosaur? That's arbitrary.
I mean, it is
Yeah, there's lots of different kinds of dinosaurs.
arbitrary in the fact that it's like dozens of, a dozen and a mile are kind of like an arbitrary distinction, but walking a dozen feet and walking a mile is kind of the same mechanism, and that's what it is. And so we kind of like post hoc go back and say, oh, there's actually like a species here. Yeah.
I would say post hoc isn't really science. First of all, that's one problem I have with evolution. Post hoc rationalization is actually fallacious thinking, and so that's why I ask, well, if you say a story about the past and you use categories for the sake of workability to tell the story, that doesn't tell me that the categories have any realness to them. And so that's why I argue evolution ultimately reduces to, in philosophy, what's called nominalism, which is like all you really have are independent units called creatures, and your taxonomy is actually not grounded in anything objective. And yet I'm supposed to believe in this ever-changing flux fluid gradient of all animals where it's one thing, the nature of humanity, the nature of a
Oops, sorry.
all you really have are independent. And that's a fair question, because if the biological claim is this is an animal, this is a group of animals, be more specific maybe than dinosaurs, like something very specific, let's say a Pakicetus. I'm sure you're aware of that Pakicetus, wolf-like. Sure. It's a wolf-like creature, right?
Okay.
The whale, in 15 million years, we're told that random mutation that's happening in the Pakicetus land wolf-like animal, the succession of random mutation and generational succession eventually produces in 15 million years the whale. And I asked someone I previously debated, Greg, I said, is the whale a Pakicetus? Is the whale the category of the Pakicetus? The wolf?
That's not.
Well, but the thing is, where do you draw the line and say, no, it actually comes, the ancestor of the whale is the wolf, this wolf-like thing, not the wolf, I'm saying, but they say it's a wolf-like creature. But it's in the same category as that wolf-like creature. And so this is the problem. You start with a universal thing called a wolf-like creature on land. You end in 15 million years with a whale. And in between, you try to find confirming fossils that sort of interpolate the animation between this thing and this thing. Now,
He's really obsessed with this fossil thing, but it's not like looking at bones and seeing like, oh, this one's kind of similar to that one, which yeah, that also helps, but it's also like DNA and things like that. So and there's other context clues as well. So it's not like one thing. I don't know why he keeps like he's like so focused on this being like, oh well, it's only fossils.
oh, I don't even grant you that the fossils actually demonstrate change, because change is an event and fossils are static. But the question is, how many different species, and how do you determine this change from the Pakicetus to the whale? How many different species are you talking about if you admit that the whale is not the Pakicetus?
I mean, 99.9% of all species that have ever existed have gone extinct. So, I mean, would you, and that's kind of like the problem, is that all of those branches of, and we could theoretically line up all of those species, one after another, and it would be a smooth transition, and you'd see that, but all of those have gone extinct, and that's why we say everything that's alive today is as evolved as everything else. So, I mean, would you agree that like the majority of organisms that have ever existed are extinct?
I wouldn't know if that's the case. How would you know that's the case?
Well, we can tell. We can tell because
how can you know that the majority of things that have ever existed went extinct, as opposed to, from your evolutionary view, changed form?
Because we
What do you mean what?
can look through fossil evidence that they exist, and we can see that like they're not here anymore.
Wait a second. Fossils, by the way, fossils are very rare as they are,
So
right?
like North American lions, the giant ground sloth,
No,
all that kind of stuff. I mean,
you're pointing to certain things, fossils,
That
but fossils themselves are snapshots of animals, and the assumption is that there's a huge population of those animals, right? Okay. First of all, that alone hasn't been established. But second of all, even if I granted there's a population of the animal you found that you're declaring is extinct, I'm not sure how you come to the knowledge that every animal that ever existed, most of them are extinct. How did you come to, like, I'm asking for the methodology specifically, how you know that?
Yeah, I mean, we know through like different types of the DNA evidence. I would say we'd have like the phylogenetic trees that are like that aren't like lining up, and we know that like through, again, fossils and that kind of thing, that there's just, we don't have all the species that have ever existed aren't here to make that case.
I know, but they're not here. You're inventing that they did exist. You have to basically invent a bunch of species that you actually have no evidence ever existed and say that they went extinct. How would you know if you're inventing a new species that went extinct or not?
I mean, we can tell lots of different ways. Like, so fossil evidence would be one, but then also genetics as well. I mean, you could tell and put those pieces together.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying, I want you to get the question here is like, if you found some things and you were like, this is probably a population and we don't see it today, so it's probably extinct, right? I grant that. Like, you find something, it looks like some other thing, and you don't see it around today. There's some things that we even have footage of from maybe within the century that no longer exist. And we say that once existed, it doesn't exist. That's not what I'm asking. I'm not asking about the fossils you have access to. I'm saying that you're making an assumption that there's a bunch of animals that you don't even know their names or what they look like, and you're just creating it in a narrative that they did exist and then they died. But I'm not sure, you're not pointing to them. You only have access to what you've uncovered in the ground, right?
I would say the DNA is probably stronger evidence than just what we found in the ground. I would argue that. I mean, because there's
What he's highlighting is, if it was true, life is a spectrum and biodiversity is technically fundamentally untrue or misleading. JimBob, can you see a dinosaur in a microscope? Can you shake dinosaur's hand and carpool with dinosaur? Citing the phylogenetic trait to prove evolution is circular reasoning. Well, I don't know if anyone's citing like any one specific thing to prove evolution. I think it's a combination of things and studies.
there's lots of, we share 50% of our DNA with a banana, for example. Like, there's lots of different molecular processes that had to evolve, and there's lots of steps along there. I mean, that's, the DNA, like, that we see changes over time. Like, would you agree with that? If we took like a population of bacteria or something, and we started doing our own evolution experiments to see if these things change, to see if we can create a new kind, like you were talking about, I mean, how would we monitor the bacteria to see if it's transitioning to a new kind, like you were saying?
Well, the thing is, I grant that something today, like dogs or bacteria, flies, mosquitoes, I'm granting you that it's an experiment to introduce something to an individual or a population and see how it responds. And if it responds in a way where it no longer can reproduce with its previous kind, and you guys say, voila, we have a new species, like colloquially, I could even grant that, but that's actually not what's in question, Greg. What's in question is the assumption of evolution isn't whether or not there are variations of a type of animal that you have a universal category. For instance, you agree a mosquito is not a cow, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So there are a bunch of things that you would say those aren't mosquitoes. If a mosquito is introduced to DDT or something else, and it produces some sort of mutation that's disadvantageous or advantageous, it's not a mosquito anymore. You understand? So I grant that if that happens, you still call it a mosquito. What I'm pointing to is a much bigger thing that needs to be defended under evolution is that the assumption that you have to make is there was a time where an entire category of things no longer what was that category anymore. Like it just branched off and it's no longer that thing. But every
He keeps coming back to this whole, like, people can't possibly have necks because where does a neck start?
example that you're pointing to for an experiment is an example of a bacteria being altered in such a way, and it's still a bacteria. A mosquito is altered in a certain way; it's still a mosquito.
How is it?
That's so he has an issue with calling it the same. Okay, well, eventually, if you have enough of those things, and they'll get a name. Like if you want to name it sooner, you can name it sooner. Like this is just a matter of what we call things. Like okay, so what? I'm feeling. I'm having trouble seeing his point of view here. I really am. Dr. Gregman. Is JimBob attempting to use the God of the Gaps argument on him? Dr. Greg mentioned the phylogenetic tree. Oh, okay. That's what I'm getting for the God of the Gaps. God of the Gaps presupposes that there are things we have proven that we have proved can exist or must exist without God. He's arguing it's all ad hoc and post. Yeah. I don't know. He's like, well, we call this the same thing, so therefore, like, so what? I mean, if it makes you happy, JimBob, we can call it something else right away. Like, sure, there's a process for when we name things, different things. Like, okay, so
It's altered though. Like how are we altering it?
Well, if you introduce something genetically and it creates some sort of a mutation, a lot of times the experiments are causing some sort of harm to the animal, the population, or the individual, and you're testing to see whether or not it reacts to it and maybe builds a defense in reaction to the thing that you're introducing. So that's like adaptation. The question there is whether or not the animals, the organisms, had the information built into their system to respond that way or not.
Yeah.
That's fascinating to me. However, that's not the question. The question is, the long view of evolution is that the thing itself, the category itself, produces an entirely new thing that's not that thing.
Exactly. That's my question, though. So if we're monitoring this bacteria, so it seems like we're in agreement that DNA exists. We agree that DNA can like accrue mutations over time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Inside a population, you're already given though, but you
not
see
necessarily. I mean, you can have a genetic bottleneck event that is just like one organism. Like
let me ask it this way.
Like the endosymbiotic event that created the mitochondria organelle. Like we don't know any other time that's ever happened in nature. Not to say that it isn't, because 99.9% of microbiology hasn't been cultured or sequenced, and so we don't actually know. It could be out there, but from our understanding, that's what it is. So you're having an extreme bottleneck event, and you have to basically overcome that. But my point is like, if we are monitoring this bacteria, we're doing an experiment right now, and we are monitoring this bacteria, and we are trying to find what you're talking about. We're trying to find when bacteria goes into this second transition.
Oh, wait, hold on. Transition to some other form of a bacteria, right?
Whatever you think bacteria could transition to.
Well, no, because evolution says you actually have to claim this is a category difference. Like there's a category of kinds, like species, like dogs, right? You say, look, do you deny that like all of these dogs are derivative of this wolf-like thing? Look at all the different kinds of dogs we have. And I go, yeah, there's different kinds of dogs. And the only reason we can say there's different kinds of dogs is because we have a larger category called the canine category. The question I'm not asking you, Greg, I already concede and agree with you that once you have a category of things, you can have variation of that category of things. We call those species. I'm not talking about whether or not there's different species of animals inside a category. What's in question is the category. So let me ask it this way. When you do your microbiology work, right, and you see that there's this phenomenon of change within a bacteria. Is that what you mostly study, like bacteria?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeast, algae.
Yeast, okay. When you look at yeast, would you agree that yeast and bacteria is a part of the whole of biology, a part of the whole of biology? Okay. And when you look at bacteria and study it and see its change, to you, it's reasonable to look at the part of the whole of biology, look at that part and say, these changes happen at this part level. It's reasonable to say that it happens at the whole level, right?
If you think that it happens at the part level, it's reasonable to happen at the whole level.
Yeah. Like for instance, if you see changes in humans at the individual level, right? In an individual, for instance, let me be more clear. Like when a child is conceived and the form of the fetus begins, you look at that, right? Let's imagine it's on the screen, and you see change in form from conception to birth, right? Almost.
But that's the same organism. That we're talking about different organisms having different organisms that are similar that have like that their relatives start becoming a little bit different, and eventually they become so different that they can no longer reproduce with the other kinds of organisms, which is when it becomes like a different kind of like a different species. He's describing like a single organism versus like many reproducing with. This is a completely different thing.
Micro shot of what you imagine evolution is, almost like
Sure,
this change.
Embryology,
Is it reasonable from your perspective to look at that process from conception to birth with a child, the morphology that happens in the 9 months? From your position, is it reasonable to look at that and say, well, that must happen to the universal category of the human?
What?
Except for if there was like some type of mutation or something that would stop that process or something like that, you know, and then those humans would be more fit for whatever reason or something like that. But I mean, again, those things can be selected for. So like the events in like adaptability, just the ability to adapt and do adaptations can be selected for. So we see this a lot in insects where we'll have like brother and sister flies or whatever, and one fly will have like 2 or 3 times the size of the genome than the other. And it's like, well, why is that happening? It's like, well, it's because the environment changes so much that they need, it's called phenotypic elasticity. They need some way of like, you know, creating some change.
I understand. That question is a matter of whether or not animals, organisms at that level have it built into them to be reactive to the external world. That's interesting. But my question was more specific to when you look at the changes that you call evolution at the micro level. When you look at the changes, you call it evolution at the micro level in bacteria. Are you saying that it's reasonable to say what's true of the changes of the part called bacteria that I see? It's reasonable to say it's true of the wholeness of all biology. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe that it's possible, but not that change wouldn't be true for all of them, right? It would be like
not the same change. Sorry. I want to be clear here. I want you to be able to answer questions. I'm not being as clear as I can be. You see any change inside the bacteria at the part level, right? Because you agreed bacteria, when you look at bacteria, you're looking at a part of the wholeness of...
Is he trying to compare like, oh, bacteria is like a part of the whole organism and like a fetus is like a part of a person? That's not... That doesn't make sense. One is like something that's an organism that is maturing, that is becoming like that same organism, but like a mature version of it, not like a part becoming a whole. It's not like a part of the whole thing, and like eventually that's not the same thing as like a bacteria versus different kinds of things like, I don't know, bananas or monkeys or whatever. That's not... A fetus is not to a person as bacteria is to a monkey or whatever. That doesn't work. It logically does not make sense. JimBob's regurgitating we heard from a JDR YouTube video to a Finn doctor. Fun party question. If life just takes different shapes, any species have no strict ontology. I'm not saying that word out loud. I don't know how YouTube can deal with that. I don't know if that's not exactly what anybody's saying. We're just saying that a head is different from a neck, but just because there's no like clear line when one becomes another, it doesn't mean that these things aren't different. Color free. I should join the stream. Yeah, the way I'm streaming right now doesn't do invites, but if there's enough interest in panels, I don't mind doing like a panel type thing like once a week or something, but there has to be enough interest. And I would have to use different software to start it and everything, but I don't mind doing that if there's enough interest. So if anybody is interested in like panel type streams, drop something in the Discord. And hopefully that link still works because I've been changing stuff around. But the Discord has, it doesn't really matter which room, if it's in general or ideas or whatever. If you're interested in doing panels, let me know like which day of the week works better for you as far as like evening time. And maybe we can get something together and start doing those because I would like to panels. I think those would be fun. But this is not one of those. Wait till his tumor versus dog question. Oh, is that going to be a thing?
Of biological world,
sure. You're looking at a strain. Yeah, you're looking at a strain of a...
Is it reasonable to say, because I see...
And yeah, it is very fuzzy. I think I missed the fuzzy one. The the mic is too fluffy. I noticed that as well. It almost looks like he's got like a fluffy little animal on it, like a little rabbit or something.
Changes, these type of changes at the bacterial level, the part level, is it reasonable for you to assume this must necessarily changes, not this type of change, any changes must exist at the whole level?
I mean, bacteria is very hard because they can literally like take up environmental DNA and they can just like kind of be like what it is. So this is why we use molecular clocks in order to kind of like understand that these things happen. This is why we use 16S ribosomal sequencing to understand like this is like a big step and not just,
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand. I'm just trying to get the reasoning. If you agree with the statement, what's true of the part is likely to be true of the whole. So what's true about
Not
changes
necessarily.
about the part of the small molecular level? Because people, I don't know if you make this argument, but people I debate with, they often say, look, JimBob, do you agree microbiology or microevolution happens? I get really rigorous. What do you mean by that? Tell me what's happening. Someone like you, Dr. Greg, could actually tell me what you mean by microevolution. It sounds like by your opener, what you mean by microevolution is you introduce things, you manipulate bacteria, yeast, and these things, and you watch to see how they adapt to certain situations, right?
Mhm.
And they change in a sense that they're adaptable, but they don't change and become not bacteria, right? They just remain bacteria, but they get awesome at something, or they don't get awesome. A lot of times they die, right? A lot of these changes that they call evolutionary changes are actually kind of kill off the thing. But either way, in either direction, isn't that?
I think the issue is time scale. So working with what we have and the time scales that we have, we basically have to work with organisms that reproduce quickly enough for us to be able to watch them and see the changes. For it to become like such a drastically different thing, it would take so many years that even the fastest reproducing organisms aren't reproducing fast enough for us to be able to like observe directly something like that. So like just because we're working with this like time issue, the time scale problem, doesn't mean that like the theory is bad. I think all of the other pieces of it and evidence seem to combine for it to make sense. At least it makes out of all of the explanations, it seems to make the most sense other than we all of the animals got on a boat and before that they were magically created and then they all got on a boat and two of each and now we're all back on the dry land. Like of all the explanations, this one seems to make the most sense just because we can't literally like see it on time scales because we don't live long enough to experience something like that. Doesn't mean that like disproves it or something. So I don't know.
What you're calling microevolution.
Yeah, I mean, there's just evolution. I don't agree with like micro and macro
Okay.
evolution. Like, I don't
Okay.
think that exists. But
Okay.
but I mean, let's say that there was a change. Like, we were actually observing in that bacterial population. We're seeing that transition into not bacteria. I mean, your expected
Well,
results.
hold
Like,
on, hold on,
let's
hold
say
on.
that we were seeing it.
Hold on,
What
let's
would
break it.
what would you
Hold on.
expect to
No,
see
this
be
is-
the case?
This is good because this is a part of the problem with nominalism in evolution, which is this. You just said if there was a bacteria and we started manipulating it, and then we saw that it was becoming not bacteria, that's what's in question. How would you know that the manipulation of current bacteria was becoming not bacteria? How would you know that that was the case?
DNA evidence.
What do you mean? How would you know from DNA that the generality, the universal called bacteria, that's a universal category, right? Bacteria is not anything that's not, right? There's a bunch of things you accept aren't bacteria, right?
Yeah, I mean, we see this, like, we see genetic evidence. So, like, the mitochondrial genome is completely different than the nuclear genome of a yeast, for example.
Okay.
And even in a plant, you actually have three different types of genomes. You have the chloroplast, you have the mitochondria.
Was it the mitochondria that used to be like its own organism that eventually became part of our cells, or is that something else? It's been such a long time since I took like high school biology. Catch up here. Did anyone take the tumor for a walk? It depends when it becomes a dog. Basically, a long process that's been happening for millions of years. There isn't just animal species popping. I don't know. Yeah, like we don't live long enough to observe it directly, but that doesn't we don't live long enough to observe a lot of like astronomy type things directly either, but we can infer certain things based on the things that we do see. The magic zoo boat makes less sense to you. At one point in my life, I used to kind of believe that. Oh no.
And the nuclear genome. And then we actually see it's a really interesting.
I think religion in general, even Christianity, is fine as long as it's taken more of like as like metaphors and things like that, and not necessarily as like straight up fact. Because I mean, I find something like that more difficult to prove literally happening rather than like if you just took like some of the teachings and were like, oh well, this is kind of how it's a good idea to live doing this kind of stuff and not this kind of stuff, rather than like this flood literally happened and all the animals marched on a boat. Like, although floods have happened all over the world, doesn't the boat with the animals part is the part that was very confusing to me. It's like when they asked why monkeys don't start evolving to Homo sapiens. I would say that attributing what we do see to a process you don't see is still question begging. Well, we'll let
Some
them
plants
get into
actually
it.
don't have a endosymbiotic event with the cyanobacteria. They actually have an endosymbiotic event with another red algae. So it's completely different. It's not like a stepwise, like in order to get to a plant, you need to have these steps.
Okay.
It can be a lot of different ways.
Okay, I understand. So, so you're saying that if you did stuff to bacteria in the lab, introduce something to bacteria, and you watched it change, and you were like, "Is this even still bacteria?" You're saying you would study the DNA before, as it was, and you would study the DNA after, and you're going to determine whether or not it's a new thing altogether.
Exactly. Yeah. So like you would see the ability for the separate two different genomes, and then you would see it come together. Like for example, the chloroplast, because of the endosymbiotic event that's actually happened, there's actually been a massive genome minimizing event where you can actually trace the old cyanobacteria, like free living, the cyanobacteria genes actually got shuttled from the chloroplast genome to the nuclear genome. So there's a huge minimizing event we can trace back through genetics and look at it.
Here's the problem though. You probably know of this. Okay. Are you aware of CTVT?
No, I don't know what you mean.
Okay. So there's a cancer in a dog and it grows, and you said, well, we'll look at the bacteria and see if the DNA changes. The problem with this is that if we swap the bacteria with cancer,
is this the dog tumor thing?
In this case, when they remove the cancer from the dog and they test it, the full DNA of the cancer is dog. Now, I want to ask you a question. Is that, from your view, an example of a dog evolving into another dog, but it's actually just a clump of cancer? Because
I'm gonna have to look at that and see. And the fact that it's like it's creating like a genome shuffling event, and it's creating like some. Okay, I mean that's happened with viruses. Yeah, they do
so
have
it's like
lateral gene transfer.
Horizontal. But based on your standard, if you say, well, if I look at
I'm confused exactly as to what he's describing here, because like cancer in general is already like our cells that are just growing out of control. Like they're overgrowing. Like there's too much, and they don't stop reproducing, and they have trouble dying too, I think, or something like that. But as far as like being another dog, the other option here is the really creepy tumors that are like that have like teeth and hair sometimes and things like that. I forgot what those are called. But those sometimes are like their own sort of organisms too. So there's some weirdness going on, but I don't know if you call that like a dog. And I'm confused as to what that's supposed to prove.
Bacteria and introduce something and manipulate it, and I go, well, how would you know? Because what I'm interested in is in whether or not universal categories of organisms can adapt and react to external stimuli. I agree that happens. I'm asking a long, deep time question about the changes of the categories themselves, not the things in the category, right? So in this example of bacteria, a category itself, when I ask you, well, how would you, if you're going to try to prove that the bacteria itself evolves and becomes not a bacteria, and you say, well, we would look at the DNA. The reason I brought up the dog cancer is, if I grab that clump of cancer that was identical to dog DNA and I brought it to the vet, would it make sense to ask my vet to help look at my dog? Like, would it make sense to say, hey, can you check out my dog?
No, I mean, a DNA, like pieces of DNA is not an organism.
I understand, but you said you would check the DNA to determine whether it became a new category of an organism. But I'm giving a counterexample of how if cancer can adopt laterally the DNA, and the DNA, its DNA is literally dog DNA. Like that's the DNA that's there. We wouldn't say.
Yeah, cancer isn't like a separate like organism. It's not like another dog in there. That's still part of the dog. That's not like a new dog inside the other dog. I don't know what he's talking about. I am so confused. If I say the moon looks this way purely because of aging and a godless universe, you've assumed what... Yeah, no, I see what you mean, but I'm not seeing how that's what they're doing with evolution. Yeah, it's way more figurative and allegorical than I always read it as. I was driving, I was listening to the first time, and I had to pull over to process what he was saying. I'm having trouble too. I don't understand. Or still start attacking, or the parts of you like autumn. Yeah, that too. CTVT is a canine cancer that came from a dog about 10,000 years ago. It's considered a different species now because it has its own genome. Oh, okay, that's interesting. It's a transmissible cancer. That's unusual. I didn't know that you could have cancers that are like their own thing. I thought it was that cancers were always basically like your own cells that overgrew. But I guess I don't know enough about cancer. I've never really researched it in detail, so that's very possible. I could be very wrong. If I say this population got this way by mutating in a godless universe, I've still assumed what I have yet to prove. Well, I don't know if he is necessarily saying, like, there is no God, but, like, I don't know if he's adding that to it. I think he's just looking at stuff and is saying, like, things appear to have changed over time in this sort of pattern, but I don't know if he's saying, like, therefore no God, or I don't, like, that last part isn't being added on there, so. Transmissible cancers are rare, but there are a few of them. Tasmania and Devil have one too. Learn something new every day. Thank you for sharing, y'all. I did not know.
Hey, that's a dog, right?
I mean, I guess I would look more into this example, but cancers are like 20% of them are heritable, like they're from genetics, and then 80% of them are from some type of like external source, or that's something like that. So it's not necessarily like, it can be your DNA that creates that cancer.
I understand, but that's not what's in question. The question is, because I look at that, I don't actually come to the conclusion. I had someone argue with me that that is a dog. They were literally telling me the clump of cancer is a dog, actually. Like, and so I'm saying, well, no, that's cancer growing on cells, and the cells are the dog. And the cancer takes on the cells of the dog. But the reason I bring that up is I'm giving a counter.
It could be like something that was trying to be a dog and failed. Because, like, if you have an organism that has different cells in it, and cells, or say, rather, I think a better example would be like if you have something that's like a zygote, where you have say you have like sexual reproduction that's happening, and you have the two gametes coming together to create, I think it starts as a zygote, right? Anyway, and it starts growing, and something goes wrong, and it gets completely fucked up. Like it's like a mutant going, or like it's like completely messed up, like nothing what it's supposed to be. You would say, like, okay, there was like some kind of mutation thing happened, and something went wrong, and maybe it was supposed to be a dog, but you don't really call it a dog because it never got to the point of becoming one. Like, maybe it was trying to be one, but like in the process it failed. So I don't know if this tumor was something like that, like it was trying to grow and then got kind of fucked up and never got to becoming a dog. So, like, sure, you wouldn't like take it to a vet, call it a dog, but you also don't really take, like, I'm getting into the whole like fetus thing, because that inevitably leads to like people like having opinions about abortion, but like you don't like take a zygote to the doctor and say, like, here's the baby, because especially if it like got all messed up, like if it started growing and it mutated into like a clump of like like if it didn't go in the right direction, and it's like a mutated weird zygote that isn't, like, it's not progressing to be like a human being, you wouldn't say, like, oh, here's a person, like you wouldn't say, oh, here's a dog. Like, yeah, that makes sense. I don't know. but it could still have like a lot of human cells in it, or a lot of dog cells in this case, but you wouldn't like call it the end result. So I think we can all agree typically evolutionists tend to be atheistic. Yeah, but I don't hear like claiming like therefore God doesn't exist or whatever. Like whether God exists or not doesn't really have a lot to do with like there's plenty of people who are Christian that also believe in evolution. They don't necessarily like cancel each other out. The tumors that have hair and teeth are teratomas. Oh, thank you. They have it because it starts in your reproductive cells, and I just learned that they can also have remnants of lungs and brain. Ugh. Yeah. How did the mutant go again? I'm not doing it again. But teratomas, thank you.
Example of why
Those are so creepy. I've seen some photos. Ugh. Freaky.
DNA, when I asked you, how would you know bacteria changes from
But
bacteria?
yeah, like you wouldn't call a teratoma a human being. Like you wouldn't go like, here's my little sister, you know, at the doctor or whatever.
Class of animal, of organism, to not that. You said, look at DNA, but I said, well, no, if it's true that there's a DNA lateral jump that happens, you might not come to the conclusion that you're going to use DNA to determine what the new category of animal is. What would you look at? Like, well, like for instance, let's play this out. You start messing with bacteria. You agree bacteria is its own specific class of organism. It's not a tree. It's not this. It's not that. It's bacteria. You manipulate it, and you're trying to get it to become something that it's not. You're trying to get it to jump from bacteria class to something totally different altogether, right? How when you say, well, I asked, how would you know that happened? You said, look at the DNA, but how would you know the owner, the categorical owner, let's say, of that DNA? How would you know what to assign that DNA to? You know what I mean? Like the DNA of what? What is it the DNA of?
We could sequence the DNA of what it is, and then we could align it with other organisms that exist in the world, and then see where it is. So you could see like some type of megalovirus endosymbiotic event which created the nucleus, for example. You would sequence the megalovirus. You'd sequence the bacteria separately, and then you would sequence them both together, and then you would see them in a new culture. This is like what Koch's postulates would be. So you would have to establish Koch's postulates and another bacteria, grow them separately, and then now they are like different. You would be able to check like the 16S ribosomal sequencing. They would likely be different, and that's how you could tell. And you could through like usually in biology you have to have like multiple lines of evidence. So DNA would be one, microscopy would be another one that you'd have to show, maybe probably some X-ray crystallography to show that this thing actually does exist. So
doesn't a virus need an existing organism as a host?
Yes.
Okay, so a virus do you take the position the virus is alive or not alive?
No, they're not considered living. No, I mean I was talking about megaloviruses because that's our hypothesis for where the nucleus came from.
Okay, actually, let's talk about where things come from. Do you hold that a process called random mutation produced hyper specialized things like eyeballs, liver?
And I know this is something that happens in probably every debate, but does the other person not ever get to ask any questions? Because literally every single debate, it's JimBob interrogating the other person. Like there's no, I don't know, maybe they'll get to it later, but it's every time it's like this. I find that annoying. I find it better and more productive to have like a conversation where people are like talking to each other instead of like one person interrogating the other person. I find that icky.
Livers, hearts, brains.
Random mutations, but then natural selection. Like that's how they actually like.
I think he was expecting like a gotcha on the last question, but when Dr. Greg here actually had a pretty decent answer, he had to move on to like just barraging him with next question until eventually he's hoping to get him to like not know or something. Whatever the goal here is. Hyper specialized, very clear and rigorous language. Definitely not a loaded term either.
Got
selected. I get it.
So in the same thing where we can talk about like where the virus going in, the megalovirus going in, like we can, there would be some that took up two of the nuclei, probably maybe there'd be some that didn't take it at all. Maybe there would be some that took some of the megalovirus's genome through like little pieces and tried to incorporate it if it was a naturally competent strain of bacteria. So we'd be able to see if that actually worked, and then we could see through sequencing like what actually works.
Okay, the question was, do you just yes or no? Do you believe that random mutation? I understand you think random mutation produces a sort of pathway to produce appendages and mechanisms over time, and then ultimately what's deciding is the environment, natural selection. Is it suitable or not? What I'm asking is the first stage. I'm not asking about how it's selected for. I'm asking, do you believe that the random mutation is the mechanism inside an organism that already exists, has some type of body, that the random mutation process actually starts off the pathway from A, not having a liver, to B, fully functioning toxic filter? Do you believe random mutation produces the liver?
Yeah.
Okay, so from your perspective, given that you study it at the granular level, could you explain to me how an organism or a population of organisms that doesn't have a liver, how random mutation happening inside of these organisms at the population level or individual level produces a hyper specialized functioning thing that has a task?
Hyper specialized again. He does seem to like that word a lot. Now that you've pointed it out, I just keep noticing it.
To it, like the liver. How does it produce the liver?
Do you know what like the function of the liver is?
I know the basic function. I know it does a lot of things, but the main function would be processing toxins and facilitating the removal of those toxins from the body.
Exactly. Yeah. So basically, it would be similar to the example that I brought up with the flies. So basically, you'd start off with some population that actually was able to have maybe like a heat shock protein or some other protein that was used and had some mutations in it and was actually able to bind to a toxin that they were exposed to in the circulating bloodstream or whatever it is. And then basically those that protein would be created inside of some type of specialized cell, and then those specialized cells, then if they were exposed to more of the toxin, you would have the evolution of does creating more of these different types of specialized cells increase the fitness of that organism, and if it did, then you'd increase the amount of production of that protein or making more specialized cells, and that would be kind of like the pathway that is being tested, and then eventually then you'd have some type of like specialization of the cells being encompassed in some type of organ or something like that, where now they're clumping together and now they're being used, and you're seeing more of a fitness advantage as you create more and more of these cells. And I mean, you see this a lot. Chordata is what created the liver, and we've actually seen this in like some proto-livers in fish.
I find this explanation satisfactory. That's kind of similar to what I was saying before about like when he's saying like, oh well, there's just like a nub for the penis organ. Well, appendage, whatever it is he calls it. I think he says appendage. There's like a nub, but no, it starts at the cellular level. I can't say cellular. You know what? I'm gonna give up. I'm not even gonna try saying it. For some reason, I can't say it. But it starts at that like micro level, and then it builds up to eventually something that is bigger and bigger and bigger and more specialized. It's not like you get like a big useless thing that's sticking out. It's slowly builds up to be something that is more and more like, I've already gone over it. I'm not going to repeat it myself, but that's very, very similar explanation here with the whole like, oh, it starts on like, what did he say? The protein binding to stuff. And then there's more of those cells, and then those cells clump together, become an organ, etc. I don't see an issue with that.
For example, so like some of these are actually still living.
Okay, but the thing is, when I asked you how do you go from not liver to liver, it sounded like you granted yourself a rudimentary proto-liver, because what we're talking—
No, he didn't. What are you talking about? He started with there literally is some mutation that started making cells that like performed this like filtering function, and those were more beneficial, and eventually like more of those organisms survived, and eventually some of them started clumping together. Like I'm not seeing where he granted himself a proto anything when he explained how that sort of thing would work. This whole like, oh, you're granting yourself is getting kind of annoying too.
Talking about is the function of any type of cellular structure that can identify something called a toxin, as it's informed somehow to identify a toxin to begin with, right?
It's the ability to bind to that toxin. That would be the ability. It wouldn't be a proto-liver at all. It would be the ability to create and make a specific enzyme that was able to degrade the toxin.
Okay,
but
let's pretend, for the sake of analogies, to make it simpler, that we're talking about Ford, their manufacturing company, and there is a conveyor, like a assembly line.
Okay.
Could you tell us how you actually what's happening, right? Because you're saying it sounded like you said, well, there's a cell and there's some biology there already that attaches itself to the toxin, what you call a toxin, some foreign thing in the body, right? Essentially, any foreign thing
that needs to be filtered out. Yeah, the function that you agreed to. Yeah.
Right. But the function, would you agree, before you even get the liver, you have metabolism, catabolic and anabolic?
Yeah, I would say that there would have to be some type of living organism. Yeah.
Okay, so would you agree that under the evolutionary view, that random mutation would also have to produce what you call metabolism, catabolic and anabolic?
Sure.
Okay, so anabolic, correct me if I'm wrong, is more building, catabolic is breaking down?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a task, right?
That's evolved for, yeah.
Okay, there was a time, just like the question about the liver, there was a time where the organism didn't have the task of doing that, and it needed to evolve that task the way you think we evolved the liver or the eyes or anything else that has a task for the body. So how does random mutation, from your view, produce metabolic tasks? How does the random mutation process produce that?
I'm not. Does he just not like hear what this guy was saying? I don't know. Honestly, like, I don't know that much about this, and I found that explanation to be very, like, beginner friendly with the different cells and the binding to the toxin and the grouping together. I'm not understanding how that's, like, a confusing thing. Like, that was very, like, layman friendly. So, what
Well, you basically have the production of those proteins costs money metabolically. Like right in the Ford example, you would have to dedicate some type of workers on that conveyor line actually searching and trying their flathead screwdrivers in order to deal with this new screw that we've never encountered. Let's say it's a Torx wrench or something, and you're like, this Torx screw, like we don't have a Torx wrench, but maybe some of us have different types of flatheads that could actually go in there and actually do some work on that Torx screw. So that would be the thing that would evolve.
Okay,
it is taxing. It is like metabolically, it does cost money, in order to make a protein. So it's actually like it's not advantageous in order to just have like tons of different flathead screwdrivers. For example.
I understand, but it sounds like you're saying in order for an organism to produce the worker scenario, the factory scenario, where you're breaking things down, catabolic, and also building things up, anabolic, that you need a proto-metabolic system to even do that part. Because wouldn't it take calories? I use the word calories. You use the word money. I kind of like that one better. It uses money. It's taxing to build a metabolic system, right?
Yeah.
So then now you have a necessary proto-metabolic system. Now let's get out of the micro for a second, because
you're right. If this in the early stages of the liver evolution, if you have this organism that would go into a new environment that doesn't have that toxin, there's nothing to say that proto liver would somehow, or the toxin that takes out the other toxin, the antitoxin. There's no reason for that toxin to be made. So then therefore it basically accrues mutations and then it turns off, just like our vitamin C and our in a human.
Okay, yeah, so it sounds like there's always, when I ask these questions, it sounds like there's always a necessary ad hoc pre-assembly line, pre-engineering system that accounts for the thing before the thing.
does he just like toss in random words? There's always this like ad hoc pre-assembly line. I don't know. It just seems like he's like saying random stuff. He has to go back to his talking points about proto-livers, probably because he didn't understand the answer. Let's just pretend. I think he didn't get yeah, it doesn't sound like he got the answer he wanted. It sounds like he's gonna keep pushing him to like get to where he wants to go in different ways. And when every time that Dr. Greg here has like a good like response that works with evolution, JimBob is gonna be like, but what about this? But what about this thing? But what if it's like this? But what? And like he keeps like setting up different scenarios, and when he gets an answer that still works with evolution, he starts like changing it up. But what if it's this? But now what if it's like the liver thing? But what if it's not a liver? What if it's like metabolism? But what if it's that? Like,
thing. It always keeps going back in time. And a lot of people who I debate about evolution, they're like, I'm not debating you on abiogenesis. I'm not actually interested. I think it's related, but even granting you just basic things, like basic essential parts of life, I still don't really get a clear answer on, okay, well, if random mutation must necessarily be the thing that produces hyper-specialized function, then it sounds like you're saying it actually might not be random mutation producing hyper-specialized function.
It's random mutation, but then you're missing like through natural selection, and that's how it is, because it's microbes are even crazier. Like as humans, it's hard to grasp what is actually happening, because it's not just, and we think so singularity, like as a singular organism ourselves. Like as a community of microorganisms, you have millions of different types of, in this example, factories that are creating this thing. So you would have tons of different literally millions of different factories trying to try out different Torx wrenches and stuff like that. And the ones that and the ones that have the right screwdriver or have the right flathead screwdriver in order to deal with this Torx screw. That would be the one that would just create more of one another. Okay, but on top of that, you even have horizontal gene transfer. So you basically have new guys coming into the factory saying, hey, I got a new type of screwdriver here. We can try this one. And we have millions of different factories that are all trying new stuff. So we don't, it's hard for us to imagine, but like evolution doesn't necessarily mean heredity with microbes. It can be horizontally done as well.
Okay, I understand, but it sounds like the way in which you talk about it and is like, there's some sort of functional purpose to all of it, towards something. And as like I use the word towardness. Do you believe that it actually does have functional towardness that it's building? Because when you use the,
I don't understand how. Like, does he imply that like somehow like these things know that this thing is going to be useful? That's literally not what he's describing. He's saying that these things happen, and then because they work in the environment, they happen to survive and reproduce. So the future things are more like them. I'm not understanding how any of that has anything to do with, like, going towards something. Like, uh, I'm so confused. Ad hoc is when you give the causal explanations for body parts and their functions. I don't know if JimBob pushes so hard against evolution. Plenty of theists, especially theistic philosophers and scientists, accept evolution. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier too. There's a lot of Christians that have no issue with evolution whatsoever. It's kind of like when people used to think that, like, the Earth was flat at some point, or there's like a turtle thing going on, and then the sun would revolve around the Earth. But then some people came out and started saying, well, no, it's the Earth that revolves around the sun. And at first, Christianity and other religions all had issues with all this stuff too, but eventually they adapted and explained it away. So this is also something that they could explain away. I don't know why they don't. Like, some people seem like really stuck on it. I don't know why. Especially JimBob. He really, this is like one of his focus areas. I think like maybe like half of the debates I've seen him do have been about evolution. That's all the same points too. I think he might be alluding to intelligent design with the purpose comment. Oh, is that where he was going with that? I guess that could be the case. Wait, are you a globe head? Unfortunately. I don't know. I'm simulation head.
Assembly line. It's using tools. Tools have function. There's a reason there's a tool. There's a reason and purpose for it. From my perspective, and I've talked to a lot of evolution people, and I'm interested in what your perspective is on this, being that you're looking at it really in the intense, hyper magnified level that you do. Do you believe that these mechanisms actually have purposeful function, or is their function also accidental?
So the fitness advantage isn't so the most fit organism at all every time it evolves and wins this evolutionary arms race. It's basically the one that just has just enough. So
I understand.
And that's kind of the thing. It's not necessarily like the best possible one. It's not going to be a Torx. It's not going to be necessarily an organism with a Torx screwdriver. It's going to be one with a flathead screwdriver, that because it can have a dual purpose. Maybe in the biological example, maybe it can work as a heat shock protein. Maybe it can work as an antitoxin, and it has that capability to do with both.
I'm asking you a question before the selection happens.
Damn.
I'm asking you, do you believe, from the biological evolutionary view that you're defending, do you believe the purpose itself? I'm not saying whether it's adequate or not. I'm asking you, is the purpose itself, the function itself, purposeful? Does it have a purpose? Does the biological function of anything you're looking at in biology have an actual purpose, or is the
that, to me, that's like asking, what is the meaning of life? That's like on par. Like, does it have a purpose? Like, what do you mean purpose? Yeah. I don't know. I think if we all knew what the meaning of life was, probably wouldn't be here arguing about it. And Girly Pop is subjecting herself to JimBob. Oh, I understand he doesn't. Yeah.
purpose, its expression, what it's doing, accidental, and it just so happens to be in the environment that it is in, it's advantageous, but it's not purposefully advantageous. It's accidentally purposeful.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think that there is life will want to make other life. That is the goal of it. And I mean, this is actually what Richard Dawkins' selfish gene theory kind of like postulates, that it's actually the main driver is actually the gene, the selfish gene theory, where it's actually the gene using the organism as the driver in order to populate rather than the organism in order to go through.
So in short, do you believe that biology has goals?
To reproduce.
In order to like keep on living, I would say, like in that, but it's not like the bacteria is like, man, I want to evolve into a human in 3.8 billion years. It really is just trying to create and live and survive in this environment and whatever that environment is.
You mean it's just reacting? It's not really trying to do anything. It's not trial and error trying things and evaluating its errors and saying, I got to fix that. You're saying, strictly chemically speaking, chemicals just do things. And from your perspective as an evolutionary biologist, when you study things, they're just doing what they do. They're doing what nature does. So when you use the term like it's trying to survive, it's not like it's not trying to survive. It's reacting. And
no, organisms do try to survive. They don't like try to survive by trying to like make mutations happen within their bodies or whatever. They try to survive by, well, trying not to die. And it just so happens that the ones that are better at it carry on long enough to make more of themselves. And those are more similar to the ones that survived. And if those happen to have mutations, they would be passing those on. So, yeah, there's no... I don't know what he means by this, like, trying... Yeah,
either survives or
he's just really, really reaching here.
not, right?
I mean, it's one in biology, one organism is trying for its life in order to survive, and the other organism is trying to have a lunch. It's like they are trying with everything that they have, and as an organism, in order to do whatever they can, and in order to do it. I do think that they are with everything. It's not just like and guess what? The ability to try would actually be something that would be an evolved trait. So you would have two populations: one that is just more kind of like, oh, I guess we'll try when we want to, versus the other one that's like super try hard. And you would see in that environment what one would win. Maybe if it wasn't like a super like nutrient, if it was like tons of nutrients and it's very easy in order to have that money for metabolism, maybe the tryhards would actually lose because they're trying too hard, kind of thing. And the ones that are taking it easy, they would, maybe they would do better.
Okay, but aren't all of the behaviors from an evolutionary view completely determined by chemistry and just biology? Like, you're using the term try in a poetic sense, but when you say try, that's intentionality. There's no way to use the word try without some level of intention. That's what try means. It's intentional, but
it's absolutely intentional. Yeah, chemotaxis for bacteria movement is very intentional, and you'd see more like the bacteria evolution where you would have ones that aren't as intentional with their chemotaxis and their gradient finding for their chemicals, and you'd see in that environment whether or not they win or not.
Okay, so you're saying strict chemistry has intent.
I mean, in creating of the bonds, or do you mean?
No, like creating of the bonds. Let's say I do a chemistry experiment. I have intent.
What is this? What is this line of questioning? He can't be really like trying to get him to say like that. Therefore, there's God or something because of that. Like that can't be it, can it? This whole line of questioning makes no sense to me. What if God created the conditions so life can be created and start evolving? Why is it acceptable to religious people, this concept? Yeah, so accept this concept. Yeah, I think that a lot of Christians do kind of see it that way, that God sort of like kick-started it. How did life start is what he might be getting at. Oh, okay. I guess that's possible. I don't know, and like it just doesn't seem to... I'm confused.
And will and a mind to do the experiment. But when I put two chemicals together and they react or don't react, they're not intentionally reacting. They're just reacting. There's no intent for one chemical to react to the other. They just do it, right?
But we aren't chemistry. I mean, we are more than that. And that's the thing, is that there's life there. So, there is like some, I think like some intentionality for sure.
Okay, but before there's life, before there's a body and a mind, or let's say, let's talk about vertebrates for a second. If there's a brain, you're saying the process before an animal gets a brain and a spine, the organism at the population level had random mutation. I mean, you can't possibly say it's trying to randomly mutate. It has no control over random mutation, right?
It's
correct.
Trying to survive.
Yeah, I mean, but there would be some DNA polymerases that have more mutations than others. So that, again, that would be another thing that could be selected for.
Okay, but the thing is, you're in a contradiction here, because if all of what you're saying is built on random mutation, and the organism itself has no say or matter in what random mutation happens, and if random mutation happening is the thing that starts the production of these mechanisms down the line, there really is no intention there, because the organism has no say whether or not the random mutation happens.
The organism doesn't intend to evolve. Like, it doesn't intend for its descendants to evolve into something different. The organisms only intend to survive. That's as far as the intention goes, I think.
Where the random mutation happens.
Unless you're talking about like human beings that have a little bit more of like intent type things, and we can intend to like evolve into something else. But I think like the more like basic organisms only intend to survive. Because technically, I think people are starting to, what is it, the transhumanist movement, where people are trying to like artificially evolve.
what trait or mutation or weird thing that happens as a result of the mutation. They don't have any say in the matter there. They don't even have a say in keeping it. That's actually the environment. Your own admission is determining whether they die or not, right? So I'm just not sure where, and you are actually I would say the minority of the people I've talked to in regards to evolution that actually took this position that there's somehow intentionality at the molecular level that has some sort of guidance system, self-evaluative guidance system toward a goal. Nobody I've ever debated, Greg, has taken that position that
not in chemistry, but not in the chemical sense, but as life, there absolutely is, like, an intentionality with chemotaxis, or there's an intentionality with trying to develop antibiotic resistance amongst the superorganism of the microbial community. Like, absolutely.
Okay, but how could you say that what you study and what you posit is that random mutation is what's responsible for whether or not an organism at the population level or individual level reacts to stimuli in a defensive way and it's able to overcome? How could you say that the cause of that is random mutation, but it's intentional? If random mutation happens to an organism and it responds to an invader, it accidentally responded to the invader because the mutation that allowed it to fight it off or whatever, that gave it some weird advantage, was an accident. It was just a happy accident from that perspective.
Yeah, because evolution happens at the population level and natural selection happens at the individual level. So this is I'm not contradicting myself. This is the difference.
No, that's not the contradiction. The contradiction is this: there's intentionality, there's no intentionality. That's the P and not P. If it's the case that random mutation is not intentional, and if it's the case that random mutation is responsible for these changes, then the changes are at the effect of non-intentional chemistry. That's it.
Yeah, they're again, organisms don't intend to evolve. They don't intend for their offspring to be different. They intend to survive and to reproduce, to make more of themselves, to make things that are similar to themselves, to make more of that. And because of their environment, more of them survive with certain traits. I don't understand what's so hard about this. Like, why is this so difficult for him?
You can't have both of them. You can't say, like, random mutation produces these advantageous mechanisms and also say, well, they intentionally want the mechanisms at the same time.
They want to survive. He's not saying that they specifically have some intention to mutate stuff in a certain way to, like, for some, like, end goal evolution. I don't understand what's difficult here for him. Transhumanists are cringe. How do you know something is random when what he's saying, then he asks, how do you know something is random is what he's saying? Then he asks, how do you test for randomness? But uses a small sample size as his example. This is tough to listen to.
was the case.
Sometimes they don't need it. They don't need it. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's, again, this is all things that are tested through evolution in order for these questions to be answered. It happens through evolution, and these things are tested.
And it's not even complete randomness. Like the way that things mutate, it's not completely, like, mathematically random. It's only random as far as, like, there is no, like, end goal in mind in order to produce these things. Like, it's the ones that survive are the ones that survive long enough to carry on, are the ones that keep reproducing. That happens without, like, somebody intending to, like, mutate certain ones. But yeah, the randomness in this case isn't, like, a mathematical, technically, like, completely random. There are, like, tendencies and things like that, but that has nothing to do with, like, what survives and, like, this, like, intention thing. I don't know. Is the trick here just to, like, confuse or something? Because I'm confused. I think it's working. God, that's the answer. I mean, yeah. Why can't JimBobs? Why can't the JimBobs just say, well, okay, evolution seems to make sense, but these mutations aren't random. It's God has a hand in the mutations. God is driving things towards this, like, grand plan by like, selecting and, like, triggering, like, which mutations happen in which environments, and that's how he like, makes the world go towards whatever grand plan he's got going on. Like, why can't that be something that, like, that's a way that I could see Christianity working with evolution. I don't know. It's all part of God's plan. So, all right.
It's not up to the organism. You're right. You know, like whether or not
Even
it harbors
evolution.
the correct, you know, capabilities, but like it is at the end of the day fighting for its life in order to survive, and you know, or not, because that can be, you know,
Well, people thinking, at least people thinking that evolution is how um, organisms are sort of like created. So people just thinking that must be part of God's plan because that's what's happening. If it wasn't part of God's plan, it wouldn't be happening, right?
evolved as
Okay.
well.
So are you saying that you're saying that there's some level of pure random mutation that happens? Let's say here's an organism, it doesn't have a heart or a brain, and it's at the population level. And you're saying that that random mutation produced the start point of a direct path to millions of years later. Sorry, my other hand. Here's millions of years later. This is no heart, no brain. Random mutation happens, and a bunch of successive generations of random mutation eventually produce a very hyper specialized workable system called a brain and a spine. You're saying that. Are you
Okay.
saying that the populations, the successive generations, had some sort of built-in knowledge of the future of having a brain that far
No,
out?
of course not. Like I said, like the evolution is not like a staircase where humans are at the top.
Okay.
Like there are things inside of nature that we do not understand, or like way better that humans can ever do. So like the mantis shrimp eye, for example, has 17 different types of cones, and we have 3. You know, so it's, you know, they have way better eyes than we do.
But
No, it's not accidental at all, because there was a group of, as they were evolving, there were groups of shrimp that could see and couldn't see IR
that's
and
accidental.
UV, and some of them survived, and some
I
of
know.
them didn't.
No. I'm saying the survival isn't accidental.
He doesn't even let him like finish a thought. Like, JimBob, you've already got him like in a place where you're doing nothing but interrogating him. You could at least let him finish his thought. Like you could at least do that. It's not like he's sitting here like rambling on and on and on. Like he seems like he's pretty concise.
I grant that under your view, natural selection, the environment dictates the survival. I'm not saying the survival is accidental. I'm asking about the first step.
Yeah.
The production of an eye, the production of your own brain under this view, is from an accidental process that doesn't have any knowability of the future. In other words,
yeah.
Okay, so it's true, if there's no knowability of the future, groups of organisms don't purposefully guide themselves toward producing a brain.
They don't. Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, because they don't need to.
Okay, so
They
then,
want to.
so then
Outside.
it's true, from your view, if that's true, that it means that your heart was accidentally produced, but you're saying non-accidentally kept.
No, so this is at the very end, the very beginning. Yeah, so there
Yes.
would be some random mutation that created some type of pumping mechanism, some smooth tissue that would do that, and
but it has purpose. But it accidentally produces purpose
through the population and the natural selection of the individual. Yes,
I don't understand what's so difficult about that. This whole like accidental versus non-accidental, like the things that have things that are kind of like that end up surviving, and things that are more and more like that keep surviving. Things that go in a different direction don't survive, so therefore eventually you end up with this thing. I mean, is this really the part that's confusing? I think that I don't know, there are things that I think you probably go into evolution-wise that, like, evolution doesn't have answers for, but this, like, overall how it works is pretty straightforward. So, I don't know, he keeps, like, harping on this thing. This is the same thing for, like, what is it, 20 minutes now? But even evolution, for literalist, if God did the evolution, then it messes up the specialness of man. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Why did it evolve that ability if it didn't need it? Maybe, I don't know either. Yeah, I mean, hello, One Big Pond, welcome. Spinning globe. All the monkeys.
So you're saying evolution holds a view that random processes produce hyper-specialized purpose.
it's not a random process if you're being selected for through
No,
natural
I know
selection.
you keep conflating this. I didn't ask about the survival.
They're coupled. They're coupled. That's how it evolves.
No,
Yeah.
the environment doesn't create the heart.
Yes, it does.
It selects for it because based on what environment you're in, certain things either survive or don't survive the environment. If the environment changes, then other kinds of things might survive in a different environment. So yeah, it does. The environment is what is making the selections, because that is what decides whether, like which kinds of things live or die?
If it
No, it
doesn't
doesn't.
need to, yes, it does. If it
How?
doesn't need that heart, then it's not
No,
selected for.
no,
Yeah.
no, no, no. You're conflating
The
this.
toxin, if the toxin in my example
No.
before, if the toxin wasn't needed, then the toxin isn't produced
How
if it's
could
not needed.
look? No. How could the environment be responsible for the generation of the heart if the environment is the thing that tells the organism that generates a heart whether it's suitable for the environment? The environment. The environment can't. What's the environment? The trees, the water, the external world, right?
If there was some metabolic advantage in order to have more circulating blood or something,
Hold on,
and
Greg.
you need more metabolic activity,
Greg.
then the pumping of more
Greg.
metabolism will happen. But
No, the under the evolutionary view, the internal individual or the population doesn't respond to what it needs by way of getting information from the external world. It randomly, you can't have both of these, okay? You can't say random mutation produces appendage X, then the environment decides, well, is that suitable or not? You might die, you might not. Oh, it turns out it does something. That's cool.
What is his obsession with producing appendages? Before you even get to like appendage level, it's already like on the micro scale within the body, there are already like precursors to some function that gets basically accidentally created, and with time the environment selects for things that have like whatever that thing is to grow like bigger and bigger and bigger, where eventually at some point down the line, sure, you get an appendage that's already having this function or organ or whatever it is. He keeps like painting this picture of, oh, you get this appendage that doesn't do anything, and then suddenly poof, it functions. That's not what anybody's saying. Like, why does he keep painting this like weird scenario that nobody's claiming? I don't understand.
You get to live for a little longer. I understand that. But now you're switching it and you're saying the environment actually
Funny he says I understand that when he doesn't.
plays a part in the generation of the thing. No, from your view, the environment plays a part in either executing the organism because it doesn't have good features, it doesn't have survivability, or it doesn't. But it doesn't produce the thing. Random mutation,
Sure.
look, here's an organism.
So?
Random mutation happens and it produces some sort of effect. The effect is advantageous, right, to the environment. The environment didn't produce that appendage. The environment decided, without a mind, decided whether the appendage is suitable for the environment. The environment didn't make the
So, why is he saying that like that's a gotcha? What's the gotcha?
appendage, didn't make the mechanism. The natural selective process determines whether or not the appendage that's created through natural selection is advantageous or not. So again, if you hold the view that random mutation produces a heart, there actually is no purpose in producing the heart. It just does produce the heart, and it does a thing, and it accidentally does an awesome thing, but it's accidental. It's from random mutation.
no,
The
it's
environment
evolutionary advantageous in order to have that, and it increases the fitness. Yeah, it's not
it can't be an
accidental.
advantage if it doesn't exist. It needs to
Yeah,
exist
it can.
first.
Absolutely, it can. Because there could be some type of null mutation that nullifies it, just like the pseudogene for vitamin C. Just because we have the gene to make vitamin C doesn't mean that that's going to be, constantly there. There would be, in this example, some organisms that don't have a functioning heart, and if they had an increased fitness in this environment, then they would take over the population. Absolutely.
No, I'm not talking about what dictates whether or not they win in the survival game. That you keep conflating the two. I'm trying to get
evolution is. That is what.
No, evolution is too.
The freaking goal of trying to say you keep conflating the two, when he is the one conflating everything that doesn't even go. This is so annoying. This is so incredibly annoying. Like, why did I do this to myself? How does a microbe become a human? Says JimBob. Yeah, I mean, this whole thing of like, oh, well, the environment doesn't decide, but how does the environment decide if the environment only decides which one lives and which one dies, but it doesn't have this like goal in mind? Like, okay, so like none of I don't know if like JimBob is legitimately confused about this, or if this is supposed to be like a trick just to confuse the other person and give up or whatever. Have you seen Planet Pearson versus JimBob? I don't remember. I've seen Planet Pearson in a few debates. I don't remember if I've seen specifically that one. If I have, it's been a while.
Part from your view. First, an organism experiences random mutation and produces X feature. Yes. First, then the environment goes
In a
hey,
population, again, you're in a population. It's
what is a population made of?
Yeah, but it's really important because there are organisms in that population that are accruing those mutations and trying this stuff out.
No,
Like in the example of the factory, there are different ones with different types of screws and different types of screwdrivers constantly trying out different stuff. And some of them aren't even trying out the conveyor belt at all.
I'll do it at the population level. Okay, there's a random mutation that happens at the population level. Somehow, hold on, let me just set it up for you. At the population level of a given animal, they're a population. They already exist. They already reproduce. At the population level, all the individuals in that, or let's say a huge cluster of those individuals, all experience the same random mutation. Okay.
Well, that's the thing. It's not the whole population that gets the same random mutation. At first, when it happens, it's like one or a few organisms that have this, and then over time, they are the ones that reproduce more so than the other ones. And so eventually you do have this population where like that mutation has established itself as something beneficial, and therefore more of that population has. It's not like snap, a population gets this random mutation all at once randomly. That's not what anybody's claiming. Why does he keep like painting this picture of how things work in a way that nobody's claiming that things work like that, and in a way that things obviously don't make sense because nobody's claiming that? Dr. Rick continuously catches his bad faith arguments. Yeah, I am pretty happy about that because I know a lot of times when like JimBob goes into this like interrogation mode, people can't usually like keep up, and at some point they like kind of stumble over the words. And I'm really glad that he like so far has had an answer for everything, and I think that must be driving JimBob crazy because usually that kind of thing works on people. JimBob didn't expect him to be able to follow what he's actually saying. Yeah, that's kind of what this looks like, because now it looks like he's getting frustrated, and then he's constantly like, well, how about this? So this is how it works, and like nobody claimed that.
Is that what you're saying? Random mutation happens at the
That's by definition not a random mutation, and that wouldn't be good that wouldn't be good diversity.
Okay.
That wouldn't be a good diversity. So that wouldn't be necessarily what you would want.
So then,
that would be a genetic bottleneck effect, and that would be bad.
Then this is good. This is actually worse for evolution, because if there's a population and they don't have a heart, right? But a random mutation happens somewhere in that population that starts the pathway toward producing a heart. Do you agree that happens? That had to have happened in evolution, right? A population exists, doesn't have a heart. A random mutation happens that begins a process. It doesn't make a heart.
Like some type of cell that would like do like one cell or a couple of them that would do some type of pumping action. Sure.
Yes. Okay. You're saying if that happens at the individual level, right? You're saying no, it happens at the population level. So I'm trying to understand this in a chronological sense. If there's a population that doesn't have a heart, and there's a genetic mutation that introduces the very fundamental aspect of what a heart pump is, right? The very, very basic, whatever that is, a proto something, right? Sure. Is that you're saying that happens at the individual one kiddo that was born, some mutation happened and they have that? Or are you saying that particular thing must happen at a larger scale for it to continue?
Yeah, you would have different types of DNA polymerase errors. You'd have genome recombination events. You'd have double-stranded breaks that would happen inside the genome that would have insertion or deletions and randomizing events of recombination events. So it's not just like a DNA polymerase error. You have like a ton of different ways in order to introduce mutations as a population. And this is why genetic diversity is so important at the population level, and why it's so bad to go through bottlenecks, because you basically can be taken out by like a single organism, like or let's say an abiotic event like increased heat or something. So now they have to somehow increase their metabolic capability, and they're not able to because they don't have a heart or something. You know what I mean? When they get out.
It's a very simple question. There's a population. None of them have a heart. And when there's the first ever in history in this population, first ever genetic mutation that opens the little doorway that in a million years will produce a heart in the future, okay? Where does that happen, at what scale? I'm asking.
Like I said, like in the opener, it would basically be at basically you would have some type of cell, some type of protein that would be able to, do that pumping action. And maybe it's like some other function. Maybe it's like a, wing or something, or I have no idea what it would be, or something like that. Yeah. Evolution. Yeah. We could have like some type of like inversion that happens that creates something. And basically the idea would be at the population level, the ones that created that pumping action. And if that was evolutionarily fit,
no, hold on a second.
That would be what it is.
Okay. But hold on. Let's shrink it down for the sake of vision, for the sake of conception of it. Okay. There's 100 population, 100 unit population. Now let's pretend that actually represents like a million, okay? Just for the sake of argument. I'm actually granting a million something. But just to conceptualize it, let's reduce it to 100 just for the fraction.
Okay.
There's 100 things, and they don't have a heart. And you're saying the random mutation happens to kick off this starting point of creating what we call the heart today, super functional thing. The process of creating that over time starts with one mutation that happens either in one or a couple of the individuals of the 100, right?
Yeah, that could be a DNA polymerase error, it could be a genome recombination
Okay.
event. It's not necessarily a single nucleotide polymorphism.
Okay.
It would be,
How would you?
a couple of-
Okay, but the thing is, how would an individual or a couple of individuals with this mutation know whether there was any level of beneficiality or not, right? Because you would.
They don't know there's a beneficial thing that will be. They don't know that this thing is beneficial to them until they already have it and they are trying to survive, and they find out that, by the way, it looks like they are surviving better than their like cousins or whatever that didn't happen to get this mutation or whatever. It's not like they are intending to be born that way. They just happen to survive better. What is the confusion, JimNub? I don't understand the confusion. I don't. What is so difficult about this particular concept? Oh my goodness. They would just continue, yeah, because they would survive better, so they would continue to pass this thing on better, and over time, this kind of thing would develop into something, a heart or whatever it is that is the end goal for him here. But they don't know that there's some end goal in mind. They just survive. That's all they do. Just survive. That's all they gotta do, is they gotta survive and they gotta reproduce. 2 things.
Admit, if this happened in an instance in a population, that little mutation wouldn't actually tell you or the organism whether it's advantageous. It would just be totally what's the word?
They would find out by surviving. That's how they would find out if it's advantageous. Not that they would be like thinking about it.
Where it's like neither here nor there, I forgot the
Null?
word. Not
Silent?
null. No,
Silent mutation?
this is gonna kill me not knowing this word. But anyway, it's
called the silent state.
negligible.
That's what it is.
Negligible.
Okay.
Negligible. So if it's negligible at that first thing, you have to say in your head, going back in time, a narrative where it says no. Well, the thing is, the couple of individuals in that population who had the same genetic mutation that would eventually be the heart, the reason they kept it was advantageous. But at that point, it would be totally negligible. They wouldn't know whether it was advantageous or not.
It would be advantageous at that stage, even at that's first step.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
This means that a penis growing, from the evolutionary view, has to have an advantage every step of the way.
No, you don't need to have a phallus at all. In some, like for example, grouper fish, for example, they spread their eggs on a rock.
Do we need
they ejected their sperm onto
no,
that rock. So
no,
it's
stop,
actually
stop.
What do you mean stop? That is so freaking annoying. You ask him a question, he answers the question well, and you lose your shit. Like, what is going on? Let him freaking talk. You're already interrogating him. He's letting you do that. Let him at least finish answering if you're going to be interrogating him the whole time. This is so incredibly annoying.
Stop. I didn't say, are there other things that don't have penises?
I don't think I'd ever be able to debate JimBob. Like, even if I had, like, debate experience under my belt, I don't think I would ever be able to debate JimBob just because he's that obnoxious. Like, it's complete bad faith to constantly be, like, interrogating somebody like that in this, like, annoying way. Like, I don't know how people do it. I don't think I could. I would be too annoyed.
Yeah.
You and I have a penis, right? You have a penis?
Okay.
Okay. Wait, do you? You said okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Why do you care?
Well, because I want to make sure we know what we're talking about.
Okay.
If you have a penis and I have a penis and we come from an animal that doesn't, right? We can't have sex.
Wait, so you have to have one to know what you're talking about? That's like, weren't these the people that screeched about, that, what was it? Somebody, what was her name? The one that was in Congress that couldn't answer, like, what a woman is or something. Because she wasn't a biologist. That was a little bit different, but like there's a lot of leftists when you encounter them and you're like, well, what is a woman? And if it's like a man or something, they're like, well, I don't know, I'm not one. If they're one, they know, or like I am, like, if they are a woman, they'll know or something. That's kind of what this reminds me of. I don't know, why do you care? That was perfect. I know, right? It's like like if you're not, like, if you don't have the male parts that you can't talk about, or you don't know what it does, or what's the I'm not understanding where he was going with that at all.
Without a penis, right? That's what we know about humans. From the evolutionary view, there has to be a moment in time where some ancestor of ours started the process of growing a penis, right?
Yeah,
now, if you're
sex pilus, it's been happening for like in animals for a long time. It's the ability to specifically choose where your sperm is going to go. So it happens in a lot of different organisms, not just like mammals.
I didn't ask if it happens. It has to, if evolution is true, it had to have not happened first, and then it starts happening.
No, you can have things evolve together.
Eternal penis?
That happens. No, this happens all the time with like flowers and proboscises in butterflies, for example. As like the nectar gets lower and lower and closer to where the flower needs in order for reproduction to happen, the proboscis gets lower too. So it happens. They evolve together at the same time.
So according to your view, the beginning of penis and vagina sex starts with not needing penis and vagina sex, totally reproducing in-house, totally fine. You got it going on in-house factory, right? And from your view, random mutation kicks off, and accidentally through random mutation starts a dimple in what wouldn't even be a female at that point. Maybe it would be a dimple that would eventually be the vagina, and a nub that would eventually be the penis. And you're saying random mutation actually started that process, and the organisms at the population level kept their nub and kept their dimple for millions of years toward functionality, right? But even though, watch this, even though whatever the female is developing, independent of the thing that already gives them reproduction, and the male who's growing a penis, even though they already have this other thing you said that acts as the penis, they grow these things independently, unrelated.
It's not independently. They are interacting, and those are the ones that are reproducing the best with each other. Because whatever these precursors to the final result are beneficial in directing the gametes to connect, well, the smaller one to enter the larger one. That's what does he mean by like this is like a totally independent thing that has nothing to do with each other, and it just so happens that they have like this goal in mind. Like this is throughout this whole debate, he constantly paints these ridiculous pictures that have nothing to do with reality, that have nothing to do with anything that anybody's claiming. And of course they sound ridiculous because nobody's claiming that. Constantly. Dr. Greg did a really good job at sticking to the points being made and not taking JimBob's bait. I agree. I don't think I would have been I don't think I could have done a better job, and not just because I don't know as much about evolution as of course he does, but just in general, like even just with overall like rhetoric and everything. He did a really good job. I'll forgive him for the Bernie poster in the background. Especially in the Q&A, JimBob was swinging for Hail Mary derail. It looks like we're about we're almost halfway there, so I do wonder if we'll get to what you're talking about. I'm kind of curious now as to what's that like, but you can tell like he's getting like increasingly more and more and more agitated as the debate wears on. But that's kind of all debates for him. It's obvious bacteria really wanted to have sex, so some evolved penises and others vaginas. He's asking if reproductive organs evolve at the same time or not. Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's insisting that they don't for some reason. I don't know why.
To each other, and voila, at the end of the baking period called evolution, this thing happens to work perfectly with this thing.
This happens all the time in nature. So this happens like, for example, with like mongoose and rattlesnake venom, right? So as the rattlesnake venom gets stronger and stronger, the mongoose and their antitoxins will actually increase as well. So they go back and forth, back and forth. Yeah. So like
wait. How is that? Wait a second. How is that analogous? The ability for the mongoose to develop some resistance to rattlesnake venom. How is that analogous to two different organisms of the same species that already have the capability of having sex, independently growing a nub that'll eventually be a dick and a dimple that'll eventually be an internal vagina, even though you just said, well, they probably had the ability to have sex already without them. They just do both.
Well, the whole point is that this is a better way of doing it. So clearly, before the ones that already had a perfectly good way of doing it, clearly that way was not as good as this way, so not as many of those reproduced as the ones that were like this, that were going closer to this direction with the whole nubs thing. Like, obviously, like, I'm baffled. What came first, the VP or the bowls? What? Hello.
Until the penis is done, right? That's what you have to believe, is that the penis, independent of the vagina, in a species.
JimBob is growing more and more obsessed with this whole like PP nubs going on. Sorry, Jim Nub.
Species that are already having sex because they have to be able to have sex to be able to live long enough to grow a penis, right? Millions of years, reproduction without the penis. Millions of years of reproduction without the penis or the vagina has to be the case under this view. Now, if that's the case, how what do you mean? No.
Okay, but say there's a population and some of them are reproducing without the nubs or the indentations or whatever he's calling them. And some of them started to some of them had this mutation where they are reproducing with the nubs, but it's a better way of doing it. They have success more of the time to reproduce. The other ones don't have as much success reproducing. So when there's an environment, and in this environment there is a limited number of resources, so the ones that are reproducing more and more and more, there is more of them, and there's not as many of the ones that don't reproduce as much. So over time, there's more of these than of those. I'm confused as to why, like, over time, more of those without the nubs, they die before reproducing because it's not as successful as the ones that have the nubs, Jim nubs.
No, sexual production, like this, like sexual reproduction and the ability to choose a mate would be something that would be chosen under this model, right? It wouldn't be like
I don't think you heard what I said. I don't think you understood what I said. Here's what
I don't think JimBob understood what JimBob said. Sorry, Jim Nub. I have no idea how you can sit here listening to JimBob discuss shit. It's not easy. Needs one more guitar in the background. Feels incomplete. And there's quite a few. Is that like a banjo or something? I can't tell. But that is quite a collection.
The future of a man would be. Here's the future of a female. You're saying that, yes, under the evolutionary view, this population of species, whatever it is, has to be alive and reproduce during the time period that's required to evolutionarily grow a fully formed functioning penis. So the thing is, the organism has to be able to reproduce on its own, totally fine, survive totally on its own.
But that's the thing, it's not totally fine. Reproduction isn't always successful. So the ones that happen to form the nubs do it better.
Fine. And on the shelf, they're developing a penis and a vagina, but it doesn't do anything yet.
So
it doesn't do it.
What shelf? What?
It would be like 7 million years ago or something, when we were more like, we are apes as humans, but maybe like we have different, stages of our hip placement or something like that. The ability to have a phallus it gives some type of evolutionary advantage, so that the uterus could be the uterus would be farther back, so then it could be larger and gave some type of fitness advantage, and that's actually a big problem with the Homo sapiens in general, is because of like our hip placement, and that's where like the brain kind of like it's a huge limiting fact. So I would probably say that the phallus length, which is abnormally large for our humans, for mammals, for our size, is basically the problem that probably was contingent on the ability for humans to have lower death rate during childbirth. That's what I would assume.
Yeah, that's a big assumption. It's basically a story. Really, the question is, it's really simple. If there's a population that can already reproduce without the penis in the vagina, it has to necessarily be the case that they...
But they don't... It's not like reproduction isn't guaranteed. He's acting like reproduction is guaranteed no matter what. But no, it's not. It has to be successful. And having the appendages happen to be more successful. Therefore, we have bigger appendages. Well, not me, but maybe not Jim Nubs, but some of us have bigger appendages.
Keep reproducing without the penis in the vagina, and eventually the penis and the vagina are done cooking, so to speak, and they get to be put on the target shelves and finally used. Now, the other alternative...
That's not how that works. What do you mean done cooking, finally used? He keeps painting this picture of like you grow this nub that doesn't do anything, and eventually when it's like fully formed and ready to function, then it starts functioning. That's not what anybody's saying. People are saying you have this nubs and it's already being used, and eventually it functions better and better and better, and it's not like it's a useless thing and then finally you use it. It gets used the whole time. That's why it continues to evolve. I don't... Is he really that dumb, or is he just pretending? Because I'm starting to wonder if this is legitimately like on purpose rage bait to like purposely misunderstand. Why not career path? Just a rhetorician. His voice is annoying. He's one of the better ones. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I don't think I could debate JimBob. It's too like he's too like constantly interrogating and like purposely misunderstanding, or he just doesn't get it. I don't know. Could be an attitude thing if he could tone down the arrogance and be a humble servant of God. Yeah. I don't see that happening anytime soon with the direction that he's been evolving. I know that's not really a proper use of a term, but maybe he'll appreciate that. It's gotta be rage bait. I hope so for Jim Nub's sake.
Alternative.
It's not how it works. That's not what I'm saying.
No. Here's the alternative. No, let me tell you the alternative. The alternative is every step of the way for the penis and the vagina is useful and sufficient for reproduction. Every step of the way.
I would think so. Yeah, I mean, necessarily so, right? Between us and where mammals were 100 million years ago, obviously, on every step of the way, the phallus length was, absolutely, enough for the fallopian
Here's the thing.
tubes.
Fine, let's go with that. Why would it be an advantage for the female who ultimately their goal is to reproduce? Why would it be an advantage to dig a hole deeper?
Like I said, it would be something to do with like hip placement or something like that in order to actually open up the
A lot to do with like selection too. Didn't is it ducks that evolved a certain way of like because of the SA that happens with ducks? I think it's ducks, right? They evolved a certain way where like even if they get SA'd, they can choose to be pregnant or not. Like they can close off the paths to their gametes, like to the eggs inside, so they don't get fertilized. So that could also be a thing. Like if like the female selection. So if it's kind of like available for kind of anyone to come and essay the organism, I suppose, then there's not so much selection happening. But for the female to like select the fittest male, she would want to like it would make sense for the ones that are more selective for it to be like more difficult to get to it. So it would be something that like they would have to it would have to basically be further away so that only the ones with the nubs would be able to even get to where they choose to let them reproduce with you, because that's kind of what's missing from this conversation is the aspect of sexual selection of the organisms choosing which other organism they mate with, because that does also matter quite a bit. And which other organisms are perceived as having like the better genes, because that's what the goal is to mate and to reproduce, and for your children to also be able to reproduce. Therefore, you want to pick the other organism that you think is going to have like the best genes for your genes to survive alongside theirs. I literally thought of the same thing the first time hearing it. I don't believe he doesn't know about that. Yeah, I mean, I really hope that this is just rage bait, because otherwise he just doesn't look very smart here. And even like, I'm not saying I'm an expert on this. This is like basic stuff. There's lots more about evolution and biology that I don't know. I'm sure Dr. Greg knows a lot more here, but there's so much stuff I don't know. But this is like the very basic stuff that logically does work. So I don't know.
Canal in order to birth humans, which are it's hard, and we have like a really hard rate in order to be born. Because our head development, our heads are too large, and that's why we actually are born like developmentally very early because of that.
Okay, but the thing is, now you got a bigger problem, which is there had to be a time where the placenta and the whole thing of birthing for humans actually wasn't the way things were happening.
Yeah, mammalian placental like evolution is like well documented, and there's lots of different types. Absolutely.
Wait, hold on a second. You just said that. There's a lot of things out there. What I'm saying is
different types of like birthing.
No, you have to tell me now, right?
Let him finish a freaking sentence. Jesus Christ, this.
First of all, we have the sexual problem of like two forms of sex, right? Whereas if you go back far enough, you're going to eventually converge to something that's hermaphroditic, right? And asexual, right?
What?
Asexual, right?
I mean, 700 million years ago, like with the creation of eukaryotes, and then we're talking
creation.
About, Yeah.
What do you mean a creation?
They were like intelligently designed by evolution.
No. Hold on a second. Hold on. I know. I'm just getting you on the word. It's
3.8 billion years ago is our oldest fossilized, evidence of cyanobacteria. So there's, 3.8 billion years ago to 700 million years ago. Okay. That's when eukaryotes started evolving.
Right. They just came on the scene, like arbitrarily.
Evolved, yeah.
They just showed up, but we don't have a justification.
Evolved.
Well, what do you mean? They means they already existed. So isn't there a point where something needs to exist in order to evolve?
I mean, there was life, there was bacteria.
There was life.
There was, and then some of them had like a megalovirus endosymbiotic event, and then that's what happened, yeah.
Wait, that's what happened?
We haven't seen a eukaryote without a nucleus, so yeah.
Okay, so the first organisms could reproduce asexually, and random mutation said, listen, even though, like you said, you're using less money, less calories, it's actually advantageous, would you agree, to reproduce internally, right, in-house?
I mean, that's the problem, is that you create less mutations. So that kind of is...
Wait. Hold on. This is circular now. Okay, I just want one word answer for this part, if you don't mind. Is it an advantage to reproduce asexually in-house?
No.
Risk is down, right? You don't have to fight for a mate. You basically, everything's happening in-house, right? So
You have, I think I mentioned this earlier, but the whole point is that you have two different sets of the genome from two different organisms, and that ensures that if something is wrong with one of them, that they can take from the other one, and it's more likely to survive. Like the whole cloning thing in the beginning, if you have one organism, it's the same genome, and you only make copies of the same thing over and over again, where you're bound to make errors copying the genome, and eventually it's more likely that those things don't survive very well. Like everybody knows in all the sci-fi, the clones, you can only clone so far down the line. Eventually you can't keep cloning. You need the source genome or whatever. There is truth to that.
Isn't
that an advantage? Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because you'd be creating a genome minimizing event. That's exactly the bottleneck effect, where now if you have a population of bacteria, and all they did was asexual reproduction, then the environment or a predator or something else is going to select for whether or not that's advantageous. And sometimes that's not, right?
Hold on a second.
You need to introduce some type of genetic mutations, and through horizontal gene transfer.
It has to be the case that what an animal or a population is doing, in this case asexual reproduction, it has to be the case from your view that the reason it's doing it is that it is an advantage.
In some,
I mean, maybe to a certain point, or it's more advantageous than whatever it was doing before, or it just wasn't doing anything else before, and this was the first thing that it tried. I don't know that necessarily means that it's the best thing to already do. Plus, even if that was the case, environments do change. Either, well, in general, our planet has gone through many catastrophes where the environment's changed very drastically, very quickly, and in some cases slower. In some cases slower, in some cases very fast, and in other cases the organisms or whatever, they tried to migrate to different areas, and as they spread out, then they had to encounter different environments too. So it's not once you evolve some kind of way to deal with the current environment that you can be stuck in that environment forever, and that environment's never going to change. That's pretty unlikely. Please point to where he does look smart. It's a good question. Or I guess not a question, but I don't know if I can fulfill that. I can't speak. I'm really having trouble speaking today. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I don't know if I can you know what? I give up. No, I will say it slowly. Fulfill. That should not be that hard to say. I don't know what's wrong with me. That request. I feel like JimBob now, not making sense and having trouble. The crazy thing is everything he's saying makes sense to him in his head. I changed my mind. I don't think it's raised bait. Oh no. Wouldn't it make Israel easier to not have to reproduce asexually? Yeah. Wait, if sexual reproduction removes harmful mutations and provides more opportunities for beneficial mutations, then it might increase survivability. Yeah. Heliocentrics love hypotheticals, theories, and hypotheses to make any model work. Yeah, I mean, I do wonder if this isn't rage bait, then ouch.
In some cases, yeah.
Okay,
But if
okay.
you had a population that only did asexual reproduction, that would be tested within the environment.
Okay, hold on. If it's mostly the case that asexual reproduction was an advantage, you're inserting an arbitrary time where it's no longer an advantage. So what is that time where it's suddenly no longer an advantage?
When it's selected for. So within that's yeah, and it could, who knows how long that could have been.
Okay,
yeah,
hold on.
It's the ability for that ability to be selected for within the environment.
Now you're changing the cause again, and this is something I always watch out for with people defending evolution, which is this. Random mutation happens, and it produces things, either advantageous or not. Now, that whole thing's in question, but I'm just going to grant it for the hypothetical. Random mutation happens, and it produces this ability, traits, ability, appendages, features.
He's obsessed with appendages.
The environment dictates whether or not it's truly an advantage. They're going to be the deciding factor. They're the judge. No mind, but they're the judge. They're going to go, no, didn't work in this environment. Okay, I understand that. But the problem is, when I
Do you? Because so far, everything you've said points to you don't.
asked you, isn't it an advantage up to the point where it's not, that in-house reproduction, asexual, is an advantage? You say, yes, it's an advantage, until it's not. I go, well, how would you know it's not? And you said, natural selection, the environment decides if it's not. But here's where you're in trouble, is because if it's an advantage up to that point, and suddenly the environment says it's not, that's when you say in your narrative, things die off, because they're not doing something that's compatible with the environment. But now you're changing it. Now you're saying the environment whispers to the organism and says, guys, you need to pick up the pace. It's not doing well for you. This is how things die. And they go, suit up, lads. Let's create a random mutation that splits our sexual.
No. What is he talking about? Nobody is whispering to anybody. It just so happens that the ones that do mutate in specific ways survive better. I think I've repeated myself too much already with, like, exactly how this thing is supposed to work over and over again. And for some reason, he's not... He's really stuck on this, like, environment, like, whispering or, like, requesting thing. That's not what anybody's claiming. You know what? Maybe this isn't rage bait, because to get it so wrong over and over and over again that's a big commitment. Are you aware that JimBob denies the existence of gravity in space? He also doesn't believe we landed with I knew the moon thing because I accidentally got sent from when another stream ended. Somebody redirected everybody to JimBob's stream, and he was talking about how the moon landing was fake. But I didn't know about him denying the existence of gravity in space. That's news to me. But I suppose I'm not that surprised after hearing him talk here. What's even crazier is we're the dumb ones from his point of view. Him and his chat talk about how nobody is smart enough to follow their arguments. Oh no. Oh, that's so sad. Oh. That is sad. He thinks space is fake. It sounds like it. He was raised liberal in California. I don't really know anything about his background. I'd be more sympathetic if it was Jim, but this is just a grift for him. It could be. I mean, you have to be really... I don't know. He seems like he's either, really dedicated to the bit or, really doesn't understand. I'm starting, it's either extremely dedicated or really, really doesn't get it. And I'm kind of... I thought maybe, dedicated to the bit at first, but it's halfway through and he still seems like... I don't know. I'm starting to think maybe he really doesn't get it. I think that might be the case. We know about the ones that didn't get the mutations that allowed them to survive when the environment changed. We call those extinct. Yeah. Astrophysics is fascinating. He believes nothing's based on government front for money, which is a conspiracy theory on such a level that you have to question his basic reasoning. That whole group of guys, honestly. I'm surprised. I didn't think he, literally didn't believe in gravity and space in general. I can understand, like, there's a lot of people that have questions about the moon landing because there's some weird things about it. Like, it's more likely that that did happen, but there is weirdness enough for it to be sort of questioned, and I kind of get that, but to even question, like, space in general and gravity, I mean, gravity of all things, I mean, that with gravity of all I don't even know what to do with that. I don't know what to do with that. I I'm baffled.
No, that's
process
what
into two.
that's the genetic diversity, what I was talking about, why it's so important, and why if you had a population that only asexual reproduced, you wouldn't have that diversity. So that's the whole point. You need that genetic diversity in the population in order to do this.
No, dude, look.
What do you mean, no, dude?
There has to be a reason you then splinter off into genetic diversity. If you're saying the reason is they ran up into a wall called the external world, the thing that's judging whether they're doing it or not, right? They either get killed or not, right? That's your whole paradigm is the animals we see today exist because they survived, because random mutation produced things that were constantly advantageous to the world.
No, they produced all kinds of things, and the ones that happened to be advantageous to the environment survived. It's not like they only produced the, like, good things for the environment. All kinds of things were produced. Those other ones just didn't make it.
And the ones that died were at the effect of not climbing the ranks, and they got killed off by the environment. Now you're doing a contradiction, because now you're saying the reason we split from asexual to two parts, right? What would you call that properly? Just
eukaryotic evolution?
No, just the distinction between female, male, and asexual, like the category.
Dimorphic.
Sexual reproduction?
Yeah, like the reproduction between two versus just one, asexual.
Yeah,
so anyway.
Sexual reproduction, yeah.
Okay, so there's asexual, and I go, what gives the split? If things are going so well doing asexual reproduction.
But they apparently weren't going so well, because if you have only the same copy of your genes going and basically copying itself over and over again, if something goes wrong, you're basically screwed. And if you're all, like, too similar to each other, and there's changes in the environment, the whole you all get wiped out. You don't get survivors that have either mutated or their genes combined in such a way that they selected for, like, the more beneficial to that environment properties. Like, I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot, but it's the same thing. Like, he's stuck on the same thing, and for some reason doesn't get it.
From the evolutionary view, you have to say there's a moment where it split from asexual to something else, and you said, yeah, no, that's what we believe. We believe that it needed to.
It's no. Bacteria did not just do asexual reproduction. There's tons of naturally competent. They take up environmental DNA. They take up lots of different stuff.
We're not talking about bacteria. We're talking about organisms that we're going beyond. I'm granting you way more than bacteria right now. I'm granting you a type of animal that's able to reproduce. Like currently, there's like a lizard that reproduces asexually, yeah. Right. So I'm granting you that there's a type of animal, like whether it's a mammal or a lizard, I don't care. There's a population that reproduces asexually. It reproduces asexually, and it's proven to be advantageous, right? It is. That's why it's doing it. It's able to reproduce. That's advantageous. Producing is better than not producing, right? Reproducing. So, okay, it's an advantage. When I ask you, when is it no longer an advantage? You say when it needs to change, right? But the thing is,
when the environment changes in a way that these things can't survive. What's confusing about that? Does he think the environment is like a static thing that is always exactly the same? And even like the predator thing that he brought up, that's another thing. Like, another organism comes along into its environment and starts eating them. Like, what's the problem with that? I don't understand the confusion. I really don't. The moon landing video has its weird parts, but to jump to believe that space is fake just thinks I'm cool. That's fair, yeah. I think he's using advantageous to mean like apex form, but doesn't acknowledge that it doesn't necessarily have to be the very best, just good enough. Yeah, absolutely. That makes sense. JimBob has stated he is an ex-cop, so nothing he says has validity for me. That explains the whole like interrogation thing. I was kind of wondering with the whole like he's constantly interrogating people. Like, cops do tend to be like entitled to have the right to talk to people like that, so that's not surprising. I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised if that's true. on my phone, every time I open it, it says you have to be subscribed to chat. I have to do it every time. I have to have you on my TV to watch. Oh, must be chat on subscriber mode. Yep, it is on subscriber mode. But this is the third time somebody mentioned that it was a problem, so I think I'm gonna turn that off. It hasn't been a problem before, as far as I know, but let me fix that real quick, because if there's something like wrong with it, not like recognizing when you are or aren't subscribed, I don't want it to. It's not your guys' fault. How do I fix that? Nope. Oh, is this it? Nope. Oh, here we go. I think it's over here. Oh, I can't fix it there. Maybe they're here. Where is it? I know where it is before I start the stream, but now it's not letting me do it. Nope, nope. Comments. Nope, that's not it. That isn't it. That's not it. Oh, okay, I see it. Here we go. There we go. Hopefully that fixes it. I found it. Thanks for letting me know. I wonder why that's an issue. I wonder if it's like a bug with YouTube settings or something, because I've had that on for a long time, for like the past, I don't even know how many streams, and it seems to only be a problem today. A couple years before he started streaming, he was going to the rallies with his kids, and he has a picture of his wife meeting her favorite corn, and COVID hit and started. Oh, okay, that's interesting. I didn't really know any of the like JimBob lore. Even when speaking the truth, I find it hard to trust JimBob. Yeah, I mean, this. If he really like has that much trouble, because this isn't like some complex like microbiology, DNA, like science thing. This is like a very basic, like logical process that is not that hard to understand on like the kind of core general level that it's being explained at. So yeah. Have you? No, he does tend to wear like the shirts like that. Maybe he calls it the dance. Well, he seems like he was doing the interrogation part. I've been so for a while now. The second time it's happened. Oh, okay. Don't mean to send panic to the dance floor. No, I've heard that for a few people today specifically, that it was giving issues. So it's got to be a YouTube thing that's happening in some other streams today. Yeah, that would make sense. It's got to be something like a YouTube bug or something that they were doing. Welcome back, Rick. No, you missed JimBob really struggling here. Honestly, it's been like the same question, I guess, or same problem, or whatever his deal is. It's been like the same thing for the past like for the past like hour. He has been on the same thing, just not getting it, and he keeps like trying to say like, oh well, is the environment like whispering to the organisms. Like I don't even know how to react to this anymore. This is just stupid. This is dumb. This is just dumb. I don't know what else to say. I've tried to kind of like specifically explain, even though like JimBob is not here to like hear me, but maybe he'll see this at some point. I don't know, but I have tried to explain to you, JimBob, but for some reason he keeps saying the same thing. And Dr. Greg here is trying. I'll forgive him for this Bernie thing. He's trying, but for some reason it's not. Something isn't connecting. The nubs and the indentations aren't connecting for JimNub for some reason. I suppose the people who are devout Christians today must have had a degen past that would make sense in that way. I don't know. There are plenty of Christians that don't, but I know that a lot of them do as well. Although it does seem like in the Crucible area specifically, that it seems very common to have like a degen past, and quite recently too. So it sounds like good old James Robert. I don't know who that is. I'm confused. Okay. I think I have a button for that. Wait, is it gonna work? Is it gonna work? All right. I like the buttons. I gotta use them more. I gotta use my buttons more. All right.
Is animals from the evolutionary view, they don't need to change. They either change and they're rewarded by the environment.
James Robert JimBob. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that's definitely joke overhead completely. I did not. I feel like I'm down on JimNub's level as far as like intelligence right now. And meanwhile in chat, JimBob, yeah, I see that every time. There's for like basically any JimBob debate or like any like Crucible related debate, all of the like Crucible related people will show up and start like spamming, and no matter what happens, is they're gonna like think that JimBob won. And I'm surprised. I thought that more of them would believe in evolution. So I'm surprised that like that many people don't, or they're not even like paying attention and just saying like that he won automatically, which would make more sense. But I see like maybe like 80% of that, and then maybe like a few percent of like rim job comments, and that's yeah.
Or they change and they're not.
Oops.
It just happens. Like there's no, we need to figure this out, guys. It's not working anymore. So when I asked you, Dr. Greg, when is it the asexual organisms that would eventually become us? When did they split off and why? You have to actually say, to be consistent with your view, Greg, you have to say, there's actually no reason why they did. Just random mutation made them do it. It just happened to be a good move, but you know,
you have two populations of ones that did more or less asexual reproduction, and they would be tested to whether or not it was fit or not. That's just what it is.
Okay, so if that's the case, all of the things that we have, that we do, all the heart, the liver, the lungs, the brain, you're saying is a product. It's a result of surviving. The reason we have a brain is because random mutation set off this pathway to producing a brain, and producing a brain in the end was advantageous because
right. And this whole like random, the mutations are like random as far as they are random to which ones end up being advantageous. Like they don't know what's going to be advantageous as far as like when they happen. It's the ones that are advantageous are the ones that happen to carry on and survive and reproduce. It's the ones, but when they are generated, they're not entirely like mathematically completely random. There are sort of like patterns, the different types of mutations too. So it's not like completely mathematically random, but it's random like colloquially as far as like to the results, like to the environment, to the predators, to the organisms themselves. Like it's not something that they can control in that sense. It's random, but it's not like technically completely mathematically random.
Because the environment said, dude, the things with the brain are doing pretty good right now, right? That's why it's
by definition, every one of our ancestors lived and reproduced. Yes.
I understand, but the brain itself didn't develop with any purpose. It just developed purposelessly, and it just happens to produce a really good trait.
No, it didn't do it purposely. Like it did its thing, and it conferred some fitness advantage to some organisms, and that's what happened.
Right.
Yeah.
So if it follows it didn't do it purposely, it follows that the brain actually doesn't have any real purpose in its development. It just happens to produce an outcome where the environment rewards it. It actually doesn't have a purpose.
Well, if it's not selected for, you don't need to have everything that exists right now is as evolved as anything else.
That again, that's on par as saying like, what's the meaning of life? Like, why anything exists? Like, I would love to know why there is something rather than nothing. That's like on par with that question. Like, sure, it's not purpose, but we call it a purpose because that's what it does. But sure, it didn't like intend to become something. It didn't like set out from nothing to become something.
So, but plants, for example, do communication amongst the community. They can grow. They can withstand predators. They don't have like a central nervous system, for example, but they're just as evolved as we are.
That's right. So they're not purposeful. There's no direction to the use of their things. They just live, and they do it well, but there's no purpose to it. They just live. It's not a purpose.
What do you mean by purpose? What do you mean by purpose?
A direction, like a purpose, like a goal, like I have a purpose in life.
Well, the goal is to reproduce. I don't know. It sounds like there's something else he's implying here, but the only purpose is for everything to carry on and reproduce, to survive long enough to reproduce, and for your offspring to also reproduce. Like, the purpose is to carry on. The purpose is to continue in some way.
From a strict biological view, they don't have a purpose. They just are doing what they chemically do, and the environment is like, you win. You're doing something that...
The purpose is to continue doing things in general. And the ones that do things in general enough to continue doing them longer are the ones that, like, what's confusing here? I'm baffled. This is so dumb. Even under Christianity, that's the ultimate purpose: be fruitful and multiply. Exactly. He should be able to get it. That I didn't even think about that. That is spot on. Seriously, this should be very familiar to him. You're absolutely right. This is so dumb.
This happens to be suitable with this environment. If they were in another environment that wasn't this environment, they maybe wouldn't do well with the same exact traits. It just depends on the environment. So if that's true, then everything that's in our body accidentally manifests through random mutation, and it's accidentally useful. It's accidentally useful. Not purposefully useful, it's accidentally useful.
No, again, like the natural selection isn't accidental. That's the thing.
No, not dude. Oh my gosh, dude, this is so frustrating.
They are coupling. They are coupled. They are.
No, you keep inflating you keep inflating
the random mutations that created, the toxins or the antitoxin.
Yeah.
They're tested. You could have someone that's born without a heart nowadays as a human, and you'd see whether or not that mutation is actually good or not, and you would see.
Okay, what part of the external environment dictates whether a heart that doesn't work makes the person survive or not?
So you can have abiotic or biotic reasons. So abiotic, you could have climate, you could have something that's not biological. So biological would be viruses or
dude,
something that is a predator, that kind of thing.
Look, like God forbid, child is born, they're put on the table, they die because of some heart defect, right? To say the word defect means that the heart has purpose, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
If the heart has purpose, then it has purpose independent of the environment. The environment.
Would you say the same thing with the eyes? Like, wouldn't the eyes, we literally see that right now in evolution, that there are organisms that evolved like to not have mutations in their eyes so that they're not functional. It's just a source of infection, and they're useless. So the eyes literally go away. Okay, evolution.
Yeah,
so would you agree with that?
Well, yeah, you're actually getting closer to what I want you to concede on, which is this: there's no rhyme or reason why random mutation produces these things. It's just a lottery, and the environment tells you, okay, you produce something accidentally that actually really works really well for you. Like, good job, even though you didn't do it. Good job, random mutation produced workable eyes, and you survived. It wasn't intentional.
Your mic turned off, or mine did?
I think it was JimBob's. JimBob, did you pull a plug on accident? If you haven't yet, folks,
sorry.
Go ahead.
All good now. I can hear you.
Go ahead and plug. You can plug James. Sorry. Go ahead.
If you haven't yet, hit that like, folks. No matter.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of. He's just repeating himself now. Purpose of being a heart is to pump blood into the being experiencing reality. Yeah, it's like after the fact, you can tell, like, oh, well, this has a purpose to do this has a purpose to do that. But it's not like the heart set out to, like, become what it is today and to have this, like, purpose to do this thing. Like, that, there's no, like, intention in that way. Like, before, it's like, now we look at it and like, oh, well, this does this does that, therefore it has a purpose to do these things because that's what it does. Not because it, like, decided to be this thing for that. Like, what? This is a stupid war game. This doesn't mean anything. This is so dumb. This is so dumb.
No matter where you're watching, hit like. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay.
We have maybe, like, I would say maybe 9 more minutes, and we got to go to the Q&A.
Okay. So this is what I'm trying to get to. I understand that your view, nothing's accidental in the end because the environment is the strict judge on these things. I'm trying to argue with you before that happens. Like, the environment can't be the judge of something until there's something to judge. Right? Make sense? The environment can't say, that doesn't work, you guys, you suck. It can't kill you if it's not determining whether or not the thing that you have is workable or not. So I'm trying to get you to distinguish between that happening. I understand you. That's what's happening from your view. The environment is going, you don't have good shit, dude. You got to go. I understand that. But in order for that to happen, you need to suppose a whole group of organisms have types of things. They have either functional eyes or they have not functional eyes. They either have a brain or they don't have a brain. I'm saying that
so they have genetic diversity, and they have within this is the codon usage bias thing. So you basically have within genomes you have accrued nucleotide changes that some of them make the same amino acid. So that's why they're called a silent mutation, because they don't actually change the amino acid, so they don't change the protein. But you need these things in order to accrue, and you need to have that genetic diversity. So then when something does happen or there is something going on, you have that those things to work with, so that a genome recombination event or a polymerase error could create a fitness advantage.
Okay, I understand. It's not by chance that things survive. I understand. I'm asking, is it by chance that they produce things?
They produce. No, it's actually evolved. People have organisms have specific codon usage biases. They select specifically which triplet of nucleotides will make which amino acid and create the protein. So it's not random. What they create.
Okay, so is a random mutation random?
Yeah.
Okay. Does a
but
random
the mutations aren't all the same. That's the thing, is that
Oh, sorry. Thank you. I muted myself so that you guys wouldn't hear me like tucka 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 on the keyboard, and then yeah, I gotta remember that I do that. I was just saying that I don't know a lot about, like, again, last time I took anything related to biology was in high school. So past like high school biology, well, no, actually, I took some in college too. That's not true, but I forgot all about that. So I'll let Dr. Greg take all of the like microbiology, cellular, whatever function questions, and yeah. I don't have a lot to add here specifically, but intelligent design. Don't worry, I can. Do you concede intelligent design? That's basically, yeah, that he's gotta have him concede something, or else JimBob is gonna explode. He won't be able to take it. I feel like there's like a cat hair again. Oh my god, I hate when that happens. Before I stream next time, I gotta take like one of those lint rollers and just like lint roller inside the mask thing. I think there was something else, but I forgot.
some mutations create stop codons. Some of them will create something that which a stop codon would effectively end the creation of that protein, which would terminate obviously the creation and use of that in the population.
Okay.
Or some of them are silent or whatever. There's lots of different types.
Is there any type of mutation that produces something that's workable? Is there any mutation that produces something workable in an organism or a population that isn't random, that isn't a random categorized as a random mutation?
Yeah, you could have a recombination event. You could have a double-stranded break that happens. You could have some type of it's not necessarily single changes.
He really wanted Dr. Greg to say like no right there. You can tell he's like so disappointed.
Okay, and then how do you agree that there is such a thing called random mutation?
Yeah, the DNA polymerase.
He keeps harping on the same thing, trying to get a different. It's like this is like trying the same question over and over, hoping to get a different answer.
Errors or yeah, it does happen.
And how did you determine, by what methodology does your field of study determine something's random?
What? Again, this isn't like it's not like a mathematically random thing. We call it random because it's like colloquially random because of it doesn't have like a purpose. It doesn't have like a goal in mind. That's in the way that it's like random. It's not literally like mathematically random. That's not what we're. This isn't. This is like a very simple, logical, not even puzzle that for some reason is so difficult for him. Look into the camera. It's killing me from everyone involved. I like this expression here. He's like,
I guess you would see that event play out, for a certain period of time, and then you measure that.
Wait. So you're saying randomness versus unrandomness is based on an arbitrary length of observation?
Well, we can't do
What?
experiments forever. I mean, we have DNA polymerase errors that we can assume, based off of other criteria. For example, I mean, right now we basically pull things out, that gene out, DNA polymerase, and then we'll see kind of like how many errors are created in the creation of like an amplicon for a polymerase chain reaction or something.
Okay, so the question,
we molecularly figure it out in vitro outside of like the organism.
Okay, the question is, how did anyone determine? Because the term is used now, right? So you're using the term. Someone else coined the term. You learned the term through your schooling, right? You're using it. How did and who did determined something called a random mutation is in fact random? How did they determine that?
Well, I mean, they do have some type of like, they can have biases, some like over some versus the other. They're not like 100% truly random in that case.
Okay, so if they're not truly random, how would you determine that they're random at all then?
Because you can observe them like through specifically like highly conserved areas that wouldn't normally change. They wouldn't be selected for normally, cytochrome C, 16S sequencing. Okay. So then you would see, whether or not those silent mutations have been accrued, and the rate at which the silent mutations that accrued over time, you would see like, okay, we're seeing more A's than G's here, for example.
Okay, this is not, the question isn't what you're looking at. The question is, what's the criteria you use to determine what you're looking at is random or not random? It sounds like you just said, well, you look at these things and then you see what they do. Well, I'm asking you a different question. What's the criteria you use, or criterion if it's a set of things, to determine something that you're observing in nature? In this case, it's DNA, but it could be anything. How do you determine you're actually looking at something random?
I mean, the assumption wouldn't be that it would be random. You have to prove that through experimentation.
Well, how would you use experimentation to determine something's random? This still doesn't answer the methodological question. If there,
I got another button here. Jeez. This random thing, he keeps getting me stuck on random, like little bits of this whole like very very like general evolution overview that don't really matter. Like, who decided what random is? Like for variations in the pattern. Yeah, again, it's not like literally mathematically random. It's more about like the concept of it doesn't have a goal in mind, kind of random.
there is such a thing as something called random in nature, whether it's DNA or anything else. I'm asking you, what's the methodology and criteria for determining it's random? You said an experiment. That doesn't tell me
how you look through sequencing data. You'd look through sequencing data in order to see what it is.
Okay. When you look through sequencing data, how do you determine there's two sequences of data? How do you determine any one of them is random when you look at it?
Well, you don't just look through two sequences, you look through millions and millions of them.
Okay,
and then
how do you
see, and then you would look at the frequency of those mutations over time in the conserved regions, like I said.
And how would you determine
A's or T's or C's?
Fucking let him talk. This is so annoying.
Or G's, and in regards to that, you would see what like.
Bro, shut the fuck up. Let him talk. He's trying to explain. You've freaking had all of these questions. He's trying to answer your questions. Shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ. What? Why is this so hard? Why is this like impossible for him?
What population is amongst them?
Greg, you just said you look at the things. I'm asking you, I'm granting you that you look at things, right? When I say, when you look at...
He's gonna make me do like bird hands. I swear. Oh, that is so annoying.
The things, how do you determine they're random? And you said you look at the things. I'm asking you a method. How do you look at all of those things, whether they're millions or not? How do you determine anything you're looking at is random?
Well, I mean, all that you would do, you would have to do sequencing data, and you would have to look at it. You'd have to see whether or not, yeah, you'd have to observe it. Yes, yeah.
No. Well, I'm observing something right now.
Yeah.
How do I determine what I'm observing is random?
Yeah. And you'd look at the DNA, and then you would see whether or not how the DNA changes over time. So
I gotta give props to the Bernie poster guy. He's staying way more calm than I am. He's answering all the questions properly, and he's not getting. I don't know. I don't know if he's like annoyed on the inside like I am, but he's not showing like annoyance. He's doing a great job, honestly, great job. But I'm just, oh my goodness. You look at it. That's silly. Oh, this is the first F-bomb I've heard from Def. Yeah. Sometimes it's like the same stuff over and over and over. It's so annoying. He is killing me. Need more people like him. Yeah, it's. I think it's like kind of a tactic to basically be like as annoying as possible until the other person basically like gets triggered, like kind of how I am right now. It's working on me. But this Dr. Greg guy seems to kind of like, what is it, like water off his back, or what's the saying? There's a saying for it or something. Yeah, this is ridiculous. He's like constantly like he's got the same freaking thing, and he's like over and over and over trying to hammer like, but how is this? How is that? How is this possible? And like it's like a circle for the past. It started about like over here. So it's been over an hour. The same bullshit. Water off a duck's back. Thank you. Yeah, something like that. That sounds right. I'm sorry for cussing. I shouldn't be doing that. This is supposed to be a cussing free. Well, no, it's not. I specifically marked it like not for children, but yeah, the goal is to not do that. But I mean, sometimes you run out of words.
For example, it isn't fully random where things are in the genome. Like, for example, there's highly conserved areas that don't change randomly. They're actually conserved because they're very, very conserved because they are they're very intricately involved in a specific process, and a single nucleotide change, that actually conferred a change would be deleterious and they would die. That's why. Cytochrome C is involved in mitochondria, and a 16S ribosomal sequencing is in the creation of proteins. So it's like if you had mutations in that, you wouldn't be able to bind and create proteins, for example, in a microbial population.
Well, it still doesn't tell me the methodology for determining this, the criteria.
No, literally the method. You use 16S ribosomal sequencing in order to do it.
He wasn't even listening. You can tell he was like just waiting for him to finish talking, or at least trying. And then he said what he was going to say anyway. Like he already had this thing like queued up to say that. It's so obvious. This is so obvious. I'll grant you that it's random. How do you know it's random? Make it stop.
You're not listening, Greg. I'm asking you the criteria for.
He is not listening. The freaking goal to say you're not listening, Greg, right now.
Determining something goes in random category and not. It sounded like you said you look at it, and ultimately, if it doesn't produce something that you understand, then it's random.
No, I mean we look and see like what's changing here, and there's different A, C, T's, and G's that are being produced, and then you see that like wow, this wasn't the case in this generation, and then now in this generation that we sequence, now it's changed. What has changed? Well, the only thing that has actually changed would be the creation of new DNA.
Okay,
and you would do it, that would be the hypothesis that you have to show.
Yeah, but the thing is,
good time to go to the Q&A.
Okay, we'll just finish with.
Yeah, weren't they supposed to go into Q&A like 20 minutes ago?
Looking at stuff,
but this is the whole time. JimBob was asking literally all of the questions. I don't remember Dr. Greg asking a single question, or even like having a genuine like back and forth with different arguments that didn't involve JimBob interrogating him literally like every single time. I don't remember like a back and forth at all. It was literally the whole time is JimBob interrogating Dr. Greg the whole time. I don't know. Does anybody else remember like a single question that was asked? I can't recall a single one. He said 9 minutes till Q&A 40 minutes ago. That feels about right.
I'm granting you at whatever level or whatever volume of data you're looking at. I'm totally granting you're looking at it. But going through the thing you're looking at and saying, you know what, this section I declare as random. I didn't get from you the criteria that you declare this set of things as random and the rest aren't random. I didn't get that from you. You look at more stuff and you arbitrarily look at it and say, I understand this is what's happening, and this is a change, and this is not a change, and this is continuous, and this is not continuous. But that's a bigger question, because I hold of you, Greg, you actually, nobody has access to observable randomness. The reason is because when I ask you, well, what's the criteria? You don't have an answer. The proper answer is we actually really don't know what's random or not random. That's the proper answer. We actually don't know because there's no criteria.
Okay. This one, we're going to jump into the Q&A. I know that there's more that you'd like to say, gentlemen, so I do appreciate you letting me transition. Folks, thank you very much for your questions. I have to mention, our guests are linked in the description box. If you've enjoyed listening this long, which you probably have if you're still here, you can find more of JimBob and Dr. Greg at the links in the description box. That includes the podcast. A lot of people...
I don't think I could take any more of JimBob anytime soon. It's gonna have to be a little while before we do any more JimBob. Arbitrarily. It's just arbitrary. So the doc knows he's full of BS.
I don't know if you know, we have a podcast. We always upload the debate, so you can find it on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, you name it. You can find Dr. Greg's and Made by JimBob's links in the podcast description as well. With that, we're going to jump into these questions. Thank you very much. We're going to try to move through these quickly as we have a pretty good amount. This one, Bigley Drew, I'm going to read several of these in a row because he fired 4 in a row. He said, not too early, thank you very much. How does bleaching your hair affect your genes? I guess he just bleached his hair. Bigley Drew, if you really want to answer, you can. But he says, if you create something in a lab that's never been seen in nature, how does that support your claim of natural evolution? I think that's for you, Dr. Greg.
Yeah, I mean, there's like natural and artificial selection that happens, and the creation of all these dogs over such a small period of time is actually a great example of the power of these mutations, because actually the size difference between a Chihuahua and a Great Dane is 1 gene. So you can actually, basically mutations inside of like a promoter for the canine growth factor made such a big difference. You would observe that in nature, and that would be something that you'd hypothesize and see and connect to.
Big League Drew also says, we looked at the boners, I mean bones. Thank you for that. Brian Peck says, Jim, there's not just one scientific method, right?
Actually, I didn't even get into that. I actually hold that Greg is actually doing proper science because he's manipulating things. I do hold that there is actually one scientific method. If your scientific method includes other things, it still needs one important thing, and that's experiment. And I'm glad that I finally get to talk to an evolution proponent who actually does experiments.
This one from, do appreciate your question. Justin Henley says, Dr. Greg, you said we evolved from making our own vitamin C. So if there were starving populations in the world we just barely kept alive, they could evolve to survive with less, right? Sounds moral.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that would be like an interesting, if there was a population that needed vitamin C in order to survive, creating some type of like human gene editing, in order to make that vitamin C for the first time. I mean, that would be amazing. You would actually see that in vitamin A deficiency with eye development and golden rice, but that didn't take hold in Africa because of anti-genetically modified organism propaganda. But that is an example of it.
You got it. This one. Thank you very much. Ben Renhawk says, JimBob, learn what a continuum fallacy is, you regard. What's a continuum fallacy?
I know the continuum fallacy, but I actually didn't argue that tonight at all. The continuum fallacy is basically arguing that because there's a gradient, there's nothing you're pointing to as a referent that actually is true. For instance, like there actually is no mountain of sand because you can't tell me when the mountain of sand becomes the mountain of sand. But this is different because it's actually the evolution proponent who's affirming the objectivity of said categories. And I'm just asking them how do they know they exist? I'm actually sowing doubt. I didn't say they don't exist. I said, I'm actually cross-examining the person with the affirmative. And a lot of times evolution proponents will actually just concede. There is no objective standard for a species. It's arbitrary. There's all these exceptions, so they don't really know. It's fluid. Same thing with a clade. Well, that puts something in doubt.
Arbitrary again. Actually.
And that's all I'm doing here is putting things in doubt. So I didn't need to run into the continuum fallacy. So
you got it. This one.
I think that was the thing with like the head and the neck thing that I was talking about earlier in the show. And since these are one of the, like these super chats are probably from the beginning of the show that are closest to the beginning, that seems to make sense.
From Manda says, we'll see you at liturgy, Dr. Greg. And this one from In Their Shoes Apologetics says, well, not proof. The evidence for evolution is overwhelming to vote no. The interpretation of these evidences is what makes the difference. There's more of an objection than a question. Dr. Greg, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, according to the definition of, the evolution is the allele frequency change in a population over time. I mean, I was actually surprised that JimBob actually agrees that the DNA does change over time in a population. So he basically does concede that evolution does exist. So
well, that's just
a time period problem.
Yeah,
right? We can't observe billions of years. So that's kind of the problem. So
no. The thing is, if evolution is defined as just changes in allele frequency, that's an observation. The thing that I disagree with, which is smuggled into evolution, if you just define evolution as, look, there's changes in frequency. Yeah, but that doesn't tell you how you justify massive changes between full categories and clades of things, full categories of an animal that, like a Pakicetus, changes in allele frequency happen over time. The claim is changes in allele frequency over time causes Pakicetus to eventually, through successive genes, turn into a whale. That's a bigger claim, admittedly, Greg, than changes in allele frequency exist, right?
It's the same mechanism that causes it. And
how is that not the, what is it? Did they call it the continuum fallacy? I didn't know that was the name for the head versus neck thing and where it begins and ends. How is it not that? That's exactly what that is. Like,
man, I think in another life that you're a taxonomist and you're giving conferences and you're a scientist, so you're defining what it is and you're making those arguments at conferences. So I can't like, you're right. And like I said before, like walking a dozen feet versus a mile, what a mile is and what a dozen is arbitrary, but we have like some parameters on like what a species are. And
not objectively.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Not objectively. No, species is not objective. No.
I mean, I mean,
It's just not. It's just not. I searched far and wide, found the best representatives of evolution. Species itself is not objective. Every single variable or bullet point or criterion you would list for a species, there's another exception. A perfect example is, well, there's a bunch of lizards that share DNA. Are they a species? Is there a new one that's a species? Well, there's one lizard. If a species is a population of animals that could reproduce in isolation, if a lizard could reproduce with itself, it actually doesn't need the population that it's in. So is each lizard its own unique species altogether? That puts the whole entire taxonomical system in a relativistic view. And if it's relativistic, it's hard to really say objectively that the thing called speciation, especially arguments for clades, are objective. You have to just concede they're not, but this is the best we have, and we're just kind of running with the story that there's a thing called species that's objective. That's what biting a
Shut the fuck up.
bullet would be.
I think that you would never
The
see.
freaking goal to go on and on and on like this constantly and constantly interrogate, and then the second that like Dr. Greg tries to explain, like literally just answer a question that takes longer than 5 seconds, JimBob is like, "Oh no, that's enough." Like, and like to even say that anybody else is going on and on while he does what he does. The hypocrisy, oh my goodness.
A completely different cytochrome C sequence for two different organisms and have anyone argue that they're the exact same species. I mean, I guess your argument holds true in like a morphological evidence, but not in a molecular one.
This one from, do appreciate it. Manor Clip says, Dr. Greg looks like Kyle Kulinski. You ever heard that before?
That is true. I've only learned about who Kyle Kulinski was within the past like few weeks, and I vaguely remember what he looks like, and that does freaking cat hair. That does kind of look like him.
I haven't. I'm
Wow,
offended.
you know, like I said,
You should.
JimBob,
No,
did you
I
agree?
actually-
What were you gonna say?
No. Because I like Dr. Greg much better. I'm gonna defend him and say don't say that about him.
Yeah, I defend myself with jujitsu, and I don't run
It doesn't matter if like somebody kind of looks like somebody else. It's not like you're saying they have the same personality. It's not the end of the world.
into firearms to defend myself.
Wow, very Batman-like. Big League Drew says, where does consciousness fit into the evolutionary timeline? How does evolution explain it?
Oh, that's a great question. I mean, it's hard to say. What is it? I don't know. I would say that every single time that we've tried to define it, we've been wrong. And the problem is humans are so human-brained that we can't understand other types of organisms. And like I said before, I mean, even there's preferential communication with other animals, right? That they can use communication with one another, like honeybees do this. And plants, for example, communicate when they have when they're hurt or they have they don't have a central nervous system, so they don't feel pain, but something bad is happening to them, so they actually send down micronutrients to their root microbiome, and the entire forest kind of like communicates to one another with what's actually happening. So is that a form of consciousness? Is the forest communicating with one another? When you smell fresh cut grass, that's
that is an interesting question, but I would say it's probably outside the bounds of like, is evolution like a valid theory or not? Like, I would say that's probably a little bit off topic, but it is an interesting question, and there is so much about like the concept of consciousness in general that is a mystery to us still, and probably will be for a long time. But I think that while kind of cool to talk about, it's a little bit off topic.
a damage control response where they're basically signaling to one another that something is happening to them. So it's hard. I'd say it's very hard to say.
Greg, I have a quick question here. If there is granted a thing called species, and you agree in nature there are things called invasive species, do you agree?
Yeah.
And it's a natural reaction for one species to get rid of the other species, even if they share similarities, right?
Well, the invasive species model, it means that they can't deal with that predator.
Well, I mean, I know, but if they could deal with the invasive species by some way of defense or offense, that would be totally natural, right? Under this model. Okay, so.
Ooh, monies. Be welcome to Tim $20. Sorry you had to sit through this all. That's so nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Rick No says, not gonna lie, I zone out when JimBob rambles like that. Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes I start to, but then I remember I'm supposed to like react to what he says, and then I kind of have to snap back into it. But yeah, it's not easy. I do appreciate the dollar. Oh, look, I have a button for that. Look at that. Look at my monies. That's enough for that. Thank you so much. Seriously, that is so nice. Here comes the racial stuff. Oh my goodness.
Why is it you categorize humans differently than the rest of the plant and animal kingdom when if there is a case where there's an invasive species, but the species itself is human, why would it be wrong from your view for a set of humans to defend themselves or even aggress on other humans if under the evolutionary model that would be totally justified?
Yeah, because we operate outside of like
Yeah, what? What? Evolution has nothing to do with like morals. Like what? What?
in our communities we operate outside of like strict evolutionary principles.
Why?
I mean, we've come out above that, you know, because man, it's like that just because I can rear naked choke someone in the middle of the street doesn't mean that I should, and I can, and I, you know.
Well, wouldn't it be advantageous to not elevate beyond that?
No, man, because we create new knowledge by investing resources into things like science and the acquisition of new knowledge. That is like something. It is a privilege for us to actually be able to, as a society, build things up that's outside of our lifespan. So that is what is amazing about science, is that we are creating knowledge not just for this, you know, this lifespan, but for hopefully other researchers in the future that can look back and see what we did.
Yeah, but we're just apes.
I hate to do it. We just have so many questions. Max V says, JimBob, what's the
Yeah, it's like he can't stop. I almost forgot that they were literally in like a Q&A from the audience. He has to butt in and start interrogating it over and over and over again. Like he can't let it go. Oh yeah, this Q&A is gonna be long if he keeps doing that the whole time. That's not surprising.
What's the shape of the Earth? Only flat or globe are acceptable answers.
Globe.
This one,
Triangle.
And that's surprising.
This one, Smith.
Wait, what did he say?
The Earth, only flat or globe are acceptable answers.
Globe.
This one,
Triangle.
I don't know what he said. Does anybody know what Dr. Greg said there?
This one, Smithy. Balance Elemental says, this is JimBob versus Kyle Kulinski disguised as Greg. Khan says, what is your favorite pizza, please? Don't be smug. He's serious. He asked us.
Triangle. Oh, okay. I was like, what? What is he saying?
It's every time. I always say pepperoni. It's never going to change. What do you guys say?
Yeah, pepperoni for me, man. I don't know what it is about it. It's so good.
I would go with that too. I sometimes add the whole meat thing, like sausage, but it has to be good, like well-made sausage. It can't just be like crap. But
JimBob really likes the nubs, the sausage nubs. Triangle, he's messing with it. Yeah, that. I forgot. What? What did he say? It's like not making sense. I even went back and it's still like, what?
pepperoni, yeah.
This is the way. Kirk Key says, for each, what is the Earth's age and how do you know?
Man, I think what is it, like 4.7 billion years? I actually don't know like what it exactly is. And I would say don't ask me, ask the scientific method and the scientists that studied it for their entire life. I
have a short comment. I know, James, you're rushing along, but the same question I have for that question I have for evolution, which is like,
Seriously? Nobody asked you, JimNub. Let the people ask their questions. They paid money to ask questions. You gotta keep butting in and just constantly interrogating. This is so annoying.
like, how do you know the beginning of a clade? Well, looking at the Earth, the age of the Earth, that means there was a conception of the Earth, but under the certain models, the Earth comes from a bunch of other material that precedes the shape of the Earth, and it comes together. So you have to arbitrarily say the Earth started here. Like, is it this big? Is it this big? Is it a certain shape? Does it need one more glob to it? What's kind of interesting when you...
That is the same exact thing as the head and the neck thing. What was that? What was it? Is that somebody said it was the continuum fallacy? Is that the right one? I don't know if that's the right name for it, but like the where does the neck start? That's the exact same thing he's doing again, and in a completely different topic, same exact thing.
Dive into the philosophy of this is that there is no way to tell from a position of eternality of matter where the beginning of the Earth's body is. Like, it's born like a baby, right? You can't actually say, and here's the beginning of the Earth, because it's gradual, just like evolution. That's why you can't have the beginning of humans. You can't know.
Again, like, oh, well, where does it start? Where does it start? Where's the line? Like, this is so stupid. I don't know. I think I've had like the I can't even say it. The double DP. I'm just kidding. The deep dish pizza. I think I've only had that like once, in Chicago, but I don't think I liked it. It was like too much like stuff. Double D. Pizza. The P. The D and the P. Never mind. It's too late. The I've only been to Chicago, I think, like, a couple times, and I've only had that I can't even say it in, like, a one breath, deep dish pizza. I did it. Like, one time, but I don't think I was a really big fan of it 'cause it was too much, like, non-bread stuff. It was a lot of, like maybe they maybe it wasn't done right or something, but it seemed like a lot. Like, I don't know. I prefer more of, like, the bready, like, crust breadsticks kind of stuff rather than, like, more of the sauce cheese portion, so I don't know. It's definitely interesting, but not for me.
The beginning of humans. You can't know, just the way you can't know the beginning of the Earth, because the model is gradual, nominal, accumulative. It's gradualism all the way down.
You got
I wish I could see all billion years of the Earth's history too, man. I wish I could, but I can't.
this one from Big League Drew. How is abiogenesis different from being created from clay?
Created from clay. I mean, I don't know. I don't study the creation of life. I think that honestly, the new Denu and the new stuff for that asteroid and finding those those small pieces of things that could eventually turn into RNA. I think that's like a really interesting new development that's happened within the last couple of months. But I think it's interesting how.
Oh no. Clip it, ship it. I'm just kidding.
Like RNA can create protein and enzymatic functions just by having a 3D function, and I think that it's incredible. So I think it's a really cool thing that we can.
I like the thin pizzas where it's like crackers basically. St. Louis style pizza.
We're starting, and there is like research that is going in that direction. So it is awesome.
You got it. Thank you very much for this question. Bubblegum Gun says, daily reminder that JimBob is too scared to debate me.
Was that bubblegum again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll just concede. I'm afraid of you. It's just easier to do it this way.
This one from Handsome Cat says, JimBob believes humans were made from clay because ancient goat-herding Jews who thought the earth was flat wrote it. He's a knuckle-dragging imbecile.
Well, I was determined evolutionarily to believe that, so I can't help it.
Big League Drew strikes again. Says, this is my last super chat for a while. Just on my bank statement. Just wanted to say, everyone, please pray for MXXD. Peace be with you. Kevin Blackwell says, for JimBob.
Wait, what happened to him?
So I can't help it.
Big League Drew strikes again. Says, this is my last super chat for a while. Just on my bank statement. Just wanted to say, everyone, please pray for MXXD. Peace be with you.
Did something happen to him? Oh, that's not good.
Kevin Blackwell says, for JimBob, have you read Probability Zero? It covers the mathematical impossibility of evolution by random mutation and neutral mutation.
I didn't. I know. I've seen his previous work on that, writing essays on the mathematical.
Or was that supposed to be just kind of like snarky because he's not religious? Chicagoans are obligated to defend their pizza. Oh no, I'm gonna get like stoned or something now. Good thing I'm not anywhere close. I feel safe this far away from all the Chicagoans. Chicagoans. You know what? I give up.
And if someone can summarize it, or maybe I'll do an audiobook. Maybe Greg, you should. You know, you're busy with sciencey stuff, but this is a counter to evolution by way of math and probability. And I don't know if you spend time battling back. I know you're debating now, but battling back people who are trying to counter, or you're just kind of immersed in your own stuff.
Yeah, no, I'm down. I mean, I think the answer to that would be like, what is all the directions that this remote can go when I drop it, and basically infinite, right? You could have any other direction from this if I drop it, but there is only one direction that naturally explains, and it's a down, right? There is only one way, and so that is that same process can be, through evolution, basically.
This one from, do appreciate it, Kevin Blackwell says, for JimBob, have you, I read that. Felix says, thank you for your kind words, Felix. All credit to the debaters. Handsome Cat says, paternity testing uses DNA to prove relation, yet this moron JimBob can't believe that DNA proves relation to other species, in turn proving evolution.
Well, it doesn't really say much, because in order to use paternity tests, the reason they work is because you do have access to the referent that you're trying to test. You have access to the father. That's why it works. But the further you go back in time, and even Dr. Greg would probably agree with me, the relation extends beyond direct lineage and goes into just DNA overlap and similarity. Like you said, a banana, you're related in some way to a banana. You're related in some way to this thing. So all you're really pointing to is, JimBob, do you agree there's a specific way you're related to your dad? Yeah, I agree. But the only reason that is useful as a method is because I can track back and affirm who my dad is. Once you keep expanding back in time, you lose that capability. So it's only useful for the here and now when you have access to the father or his father, and then you start losing it, right? You start losing this strict.
It just goes on and on and on.
Methodology for relatedness. So I don't. That's
real quick. I mean, so 50% related to banana, 98.6 to chimpanzees. Like, what's your answer for that?
My answer is that we're all made of similar things, and that's a functional relationship. That all of our the way we function, we use similar things in our body, and our body operates similarly. Let's put it this way: under the evolutionary view, isn't it true that two things can have this almost the similar, very close to similar anatomy, physical structure, and not be related?
Why is he again asking a question? He can't answer a single question without asking some back.
Right?
Critical species.
Yeah. So similarity in structure doesn't actually entail or confirm relatedness. So just because you find similarity in structure at the molecular level, in this case, DNA looks like this DNA and it's shared in some way, it doesn't follow that you're related in the same way I'm related to my father, I'm related to a banana. What I'm trying to posit to you, Greg, is that in biology, because there's so much overlap in the structure and the composition of us, all
That rage bait. I don't know anymore. I'm kind of flip-flopping back and forth on whether this is rage bait or not.
around, we could be related in multiple ways, but doesn't mean we're related in every way. I think that's fair.
This one from, appreciate your question.
Jeez.
Big League Drew says, what are your thoughts on Rupert Sheldrake's morphic resonance theory?
I don't know what that is.
I'm not aware of that, actually.
I have no idea.
I know the name. I know the guy, though, but I don't know what you're referring to.
Yeah, sorry.
JimBob has to say, I know who that is. I just don't know this or that. Like, okay.
No idea.
You got it. They also asked, okay, for real, last super chat, pray for MXXXD, watch this after show, and you'll know why he needs prayer. Hope you're doing okay, Max. And they said, you do not use a flathead screwdriver on a Torx screw. Guy has never turned a wrench.
It would work if you got the right size flathead on there. You know, it would work. You've never tried that? Nobody's ever tried that to try to get it? I mean, come on.
Take a walk on the wild side. Yeah,
because you can get a flathead into the Phillips. It just doesn't go both ways, but it still works.
Says, love the evolution debates. I always learn a lot. W is JimBob and chat. God bless. Marilyn says, did we come from star farts, Dr. Greg? In other words,
star farts. Star farts.
Yeah, we did from one that. Yeah, I think so.
This one from?
I have a question, Greg. Is there anything inside the evolutionary view, just generally the grand view, that you're like, I don't know about that one?
The biggest thing that I do hold outside of like the scientific mainstream that is not technically correct, but I do think that it is personally, is that I do think that viruses are considered living. They should be considered living, but since microbiology does not consider them living, therefore they are not considered living, and in my personal opinion has no opinion on the thing. I have to do the work of convincing all of microbiology in order for that to be true. But I think that there should be enough evidence to think that. Yeah.
This one, do appreciate your question. Fisher the Breeze Builder says, Manor Reports versus 1313 Maryland is.
That's interesting. I've always wondered about the virus thing, like, and why exactly they wouldn't be living. I know technically they don't meet like all of the criteria, but like we decide what the criteria is. So exactly like where we draw the line between living and non-living, it's really kind of a matter of perspective. So
it's a good debate. Maybe. Big League Drew says, wait, you're telling me I was supposed to have lost my nub? They kept telling me it was totally normal. This one from Macedonia. Mid-achondria says, I think it's a play on mitochondria. Okay. Explain the Big Bang, how nothing became something, and where did...
What? Okay, that's asking too much. That's even worse than all of JimBob's questions combined. Like, how do you get something from nothing? Like,
come from? The Big Bang only explains material. You don't have quantum physics in any theory. We are literally just a thought of our brain, so energy.
I'm not a physicist. I can't really explain the Big Bang, so...
This one from Duh Freak says, does Dr. Greg believe in genetic entropy?
I don't know what the term means.
JimBob, are you familiar? Because I actually don't either.
I think it's referring to, I don't know if it's ultimately the right use when you look into it of the word entropy, but I think maybe it's referring to like, there is like the purest state of genetics, and then it kind of separates and it degrades, basically. I think is that it's referring to that.
So I just
like
read,
a degradation of something that starts as a whole very structured and sort of like moves away.
I mean, there's like metagenomics, which is like the silencing of large parts of the chromosomes with methylations and stuff like that. So then it allows like the accumulation of
I think that person was just trying to sound smart and use that word instead of saying randomness.
If you don't need it, you're silencing parts of that genome, then.
But I'm not 100% sure either. So
you actually have the ability to kind of accrue genetic mutations that could be deleterious within it.
Yeah. I think deterioration kind of does make sense from my view, that like even if you granted everything evolution posits, it seems like the direction isn't actually upward, which is kind of in tension with evolution, which is like we started as primordial, and then we grew upward and built like sort of like the biological Tower of Babel, and now we're at the top of the world. And there's another view that holds, well, it could be the case that you start at the purest form, whether or not you're a creationist and you think that everything was created or not, that you start with like the more rigid application of life, and then it sort of withers down away. It breaks down. It keeps like splintering away. And actually, your guys' tree, your arbitrary tree of life of clades, actually does show splintering away from a root, right? So I think, in a sense, would you say that?
Yeah, Jim, no, that really draws it all together. That bravo, perfect. What is he talking? Don't ask me. Diversity creates degradation, so we should keep our bloodlines. That doesn't sound sketchy at all.
It's growth and progress, or is it actually moving away from something actually central and core, right?
No, the phylogenetic tree is just like a relationary thing, not like as a building up. Like again, like bacteria that is alive today is as advanced as humans.
As advanced? Well, there's no real. I mean, let's face it. Under the evolutionary view, advanced is a qualitative statement.
That doesn't actually.
That doesn't actually exist. There's no less. You're saying there's no less or more evolved at all. There's nothing called advanced at all. Right?
Well, they're as evolved by definition. Yeah.
Right.
This one from Do Appreciate It. Meekly Drew says, wait, I got that. There's one that I thought I missed. There we go. Thanks for your kind words, Orbitha, and all credit to the speakers who are linked in the description box. Check them out. Earthly Skeptic says, JimBob, DNA tests reveal how closely two humans are related. Same tests show humans and chimps are related. Why trust one test, namely if you use it for, let's say, paternity tests, but not the other?
Because they're two different categories of what you're testing. Like I said before, the only reason we appeal to the paternity test is because we have access to the father. That's the whole reason we do it. Like that's why there's Maury Povich. Like that's the whole reason you do it. If there was no father, there would be no reveal, right? And so what I'm saying is that if genetics is just this like this broad way of saying, look, genetics.
Well, it's not just about father too. You could see if people are like cousins and stuff, and technically, you could take tests and see that, like, what is it? Chimps are distant, like super distant cousins. It's not necessarily about like father and child.
Genetics is a physical biological structure found in all living things, and we agree. Finding something similar is not really saying much. That's like saying, look, that thing also flies, and this thing flies. They must be related. Well, yeah, they're related in.
That's not what they were talking about at all. They were talking about genes specifically. You know what? I give up.
The structure, but that doesn't mean things can't be related in different ways. And in the end, you're actually saying structure, physical structure. DNA is physical structure. You're saying, look, this physical structure in this particular instance is evidence of the father. And the only reason we know that is we look at the father. But it doesn't actually follow that the same kind of relatedness is determined because we find the similar structures in bananas. Now, the question is, do we ever find the structure in a banana that's identical to our structure to the extent we would say the banana is our father? No, right? No. So it's like you.
Jim, just because you can't find the banana doesn't mean other people can't find the banana.
You're making the distinction for me by asking.
Yeah, flight has evolved multiple times. You know, like bats and birds are not related to one another, and yet they both evolved flight. So you have like different DNA. You have different DNA that accomplishes the same goal.
Yeah. So this is really good, Greg. If DNA, when you look at it from a functional position, you can have similar DNA that provides similar function in unrelated things.
Yeah, I mean, we can take human genes out of our genome and put it into bacteria and make that exact same protein. So like for like human insulin, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what my point is, that we're really just looking at function. Similarity in function doesn't follow that things are they're ancestral or come from each other. They're just similar in structure, and that's it. I mean, you're not really saying much. It's not controversial.
Thanks for your super.
I don't know why he actually like that was like a agreement or proving so that.
For sticker, Stevenson, Al, and Mitochondria says humans are more related to pigs, not monkeys. Neglectful Sausage says, evolution is the radical notion that speciation occurs when a single finch is geographically separated to islands plus time. Dog breeds have different temperaments, but humans only differ by skin color.
Do you believe that?
I mean, there are like basically humans that have like I mean, we definitely can. The best way to do this is actually mitochondrial like DNA like sequencing, and we can like trace the mitochondrial Eve. It's because like the sperm that's where all the mitochondria is in the sperm, and when it sloughs off during the entry into the egg is basically where all the mitochondria is, and that's why us like the offspring actually have 99.999% of our mitochondrial genome from the mother. So so you can trace that back. Yeah.
I have a question. You said we're apes, right?
Correct.
Would you refer to yourself as an ape?
Yes, we are apes.
And I'm an ape?
Correct.
And George Floyd was an ape?
Correct.
Okay.
This one from.
I mean, not in the racist sense that you're trying to bait me to do, but
what? No,
yes.
It's not a race.
That was like, why? That's so childish.
It's just categorization.
One thing I don't understand, but their last question I don't understand why they say dog breeds have different temperaments, but humans only differ by skin color. Wouldn't everybody, like Dr. Greg, you'd say like, well, yeah, humans like on an individual basis, mine and JimBob's temperaments are different even.
Yeah. I mean, so like have the humans been like,
Yeah, even races, it's not only skin color. Like there's other patterns. JimBob isn't saying anything either. Here's the real rage brain. This one was like, yeah. I don't get why he had to like. Is that like a dog whistle or something to the people that do think the ape thing? Like, I don't know. Completely random. Didn't have anything to do with anything.
Putting ourselves into a UFC.
I think he was trying to win like brownie points from his base by like, I think he was hoping Dr. Greg would say like no and try to like catch him in inconsistency because like he knew where he was going with that. But I think Dr. Greg did a good job there by being consistent, and JimBob just kind of looks stupid. Yeah, I think that was like his last. That was like his last chance at trying to like catch him in any possible inconsistency whatsoever by playing like the dirty tricks, and it didn't work. That is so funny. It gets worse. It gets worse than that. Ooh. I mean, I I kind of hope not. That was pretty sad already, but maybe he noticed the Bernie. Yeah, I'm sure he did. Because he's losing the actual debate, so he was trying to gotcha, absolutely. He must be some woke lefty, the doc, yeah. I'm surprised that after like that one didn't work, that he would try anything worse than that. But we'll be here for it. Oops.
Match and only the victors of that, a breed or something like that, and then those humans would be,
you gotta know when to give up.
More inclined for violence or something like that, then maybe, but that would be the analogy to like dog breeding or something like that. Dogs are specifically bred, and they're.
Well, what did he like when he said like more inclined to violence or something like that? Why did JimBob go like all like wide eyes like this? Like what is that supposed to mean? Like what like. Look right here.
Breed or something like that, and then those humans would be, more inclined for violence or something like that, then maybe, but
look at JimBob's face when he said that, like that's supposed to like that's some kind of like standout special thing that's supposed to mean something besides what he was saying, like. Oh, man.
That would be the analogy to like dog breeding or something like that. Dogs are specifically bred, and they're so inbred in general as a population that I think that, basically the problem with inbreeding is that you accumulate deleterious mutations within the population. So you need new immigration of new DNA in order to fix those errors in the instruction manual, and you don't get that through inbreeding.
Yeah, Islam.
This one from Forte says, greetings, fellow.
Ever since Andrew Wilson did that debate on Modern Day Debates 6, the last debate con. Ever since then, I have seen lots of like Crucible adjacent people going around and using like the same exact thing about the like any kind of like versus Muslim debate, or even like outside of debates, just constantly going around basically the same thing, just throwing the whole like inbreeding thing, saying like, oh, all the Muslims are this and that, exact same thing. He had to, like, racial connotations, yeah.
species members, natural selection favors this random horizontal transfer. Rachel Wilson says it happened because it had to happen, and it had to happen because it happened. LOL. Dr. Greg, I think she's suggesting that you have a circular approach. I think that's what she's trying to jab at you. What are your thoughts?
I mean, then what's happening with like the David R. Liu experiments and the directed evolution, the experiments that we do in the lab, where we observe and we use evolution as a mechanism in order to see what mutations are the best. And we observe from all those random mutations, we see some alleles populate higher because of fitness advantages. I mean, like, what is happening there?
Well, that seems to be, I remember when she commented, that was during the section where we were trying to bridge chronologically from asexual to two-part sexual. I would say the category difference here when you're talking about...
Oh my God, that was the whole section that took, what, like an hour and a half for JimBob to constantly, like, try to hammer away at the same thing without success. And that's not surprising that Mrs. Rachel Wilson would be, like, on his side during that. That was embarrassing for him.
Doing stuff in the lab is you're actually just looking at a group of organisms, introducing some environmental pressures and determining whether or not they react or not. This is, I would say that's what's true of the part, but what's true of the whole isn't necessarily, as you had conceded in the debate, what's true of the whole. That doesn't follow that kind of change is true of the whole, that it follows that you get that, right? That's actually a composition fallacy definitionally. So you can
He's gonna project. He's gonna be projecting the composition fallacy now. This is just getting worse and worse. You were right about that. He's been looking at the chat the whole time instead of listening. That's not surprising. It seems like he'll like ask a question, and if Dr. Greg like starts answering, he'll like be like, no, like, and he'll like start barraging another question. I think the tactic here was supposed to be that he was gonna like barrage him with questions, and eventually Dr. Greg is gonna not be able to answer one, and then he's gonna point and laugh and be like, ha ha, you don't know what you're talking about, ha ha, you don't know. And then when that didn't happen, he was just getting more and more frustrated, and like every time Dr. Greg would start like answering or talking or anything in general, it really does look like he wasn't listening at all, because he would just throw away something, either the same thing again worded differently or something kind of completely random out of left field. He just kept like throwing what's that saying, throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks, and when nothing stuck, he just kept getting more and more like aggro. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing as well.
Manipulate stuff in the lab and get
because it's like it doesn't matter what Dr. Greg really says here, as long as he's like able to answer. JimBob's not happy.
Actions in the population, in the individual, but you're actually manipulating it. You're actually prodding it to do something. And the question, Dr. Greg, is, okay, how much information is...
Why are you asking questions again? I thought this was like audience question time.
Already embedded in it to respond. Like, is there any way to tell whether it's already embedded and reacts to stimuli in a certain way that's advantageous, or whether it's...
you'd have a negative control where you'd have nothing introduced, and then you would have, specific DNA changes, and that's the only difference. I mean, that is the thing. It's the only difference between any of these type of millions and millions of different microbes would be this one sequence. So you are capable of discerning that, like, this specific, polymorphism is actually giving a fitness advantage, and that's the experimental design and making sure that that's how it works.
That's the thing. And the end all question is, okay, if there's fitness advantages that if we granted, not at the epigenetic, but at the genome level, because that's what you're saying, right? It's not epigenetic, it's actually a change in the actual sequence. Okay. Yeah. If that was granted in the environment that you're watching it, the question is still, is that observation, is that enough to justify the assumption that entire...
Why is he still interrogating? Oh my goodness.
Categories of animals themselves transform, over time to new, entirely new animals.
James, do something. You just let him, like, walk all over everybody.
Dude, the fact that we can see that so quickly in the lab makes a huge point that over billions of years, considering that bacteria, the replication time in order, the doubling time is an hour. Now consider that over billions of years, of course, you're going to have like a incredible change that can happen.
Well, no, that's the assumption. Well, that you're back into the composition fallacy, because all you're saying is what's true of a part of biology at the micro level must necessarily be true of the whole. That they, like, for instance, if you can manipulate small changes in a human being in an experiment, does it follow that the category human being can change? And I say that's a composition fallacy.
This one from, thank you for your super sticker, Stevenson. Yerba Mate Talks says, after showing Yerba Mate Talks, open panel, let's discuss the debate. Chicken pork. Adobo says, which came first, the chicken or the egg? I think we know, this is like been asked a million times, but if you guys want to answer.
For centuries.
This one
For
from
sure it was the
Kevin
egg.
Blackwell.
I'm not 100% sure, but no, there's that was the egg.
You know what Neil deGrasse Tyson says? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Not that you would appeal to him necessarily, but he said, "Well, no, the egg comes from something that's not a chicken." That's what he says. He says it's neither. The chicken egg, the universal thing called the chicken egg, actually was produced accidentally by way of some mutation from something that wasn't a chicken. And that was the moment. That was the moment of the new chicken. Was a new egg, a unique golden chicken egg from a non-chicken, where the first chicken emerged onto the stage.
I mean, you have 400 million year old shark that can lay eggs, so I think chickens are a lot sooner than that.
This one from Kevin Blackwell says, for Greg, why haven't biologists answered the mathematical objections to evolution presented in the Wistar Symposium of 1966? It's been 60 years.
Help me prove that evolution is not real, and I'll give you a portion of my Nobel Prize and help me become the most famous scientist of all time.
Well, you can't. Well, you can't. You know why, Greg?
Yeah, of course I can.
Because evolution's unfalsifiable, so it's not scientific.
Okay. I mean, we literally use it in science, but I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if I could, I would prove that evolution is not real. I mean, that would be amazing for me.
Rachel Wilson strikes again. Says, Dr. Greg is a science denier if he thinks that physics of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu can beat the physics of firearms. This one from Richie.
What?
Statistically, that's statistically for your own sake, Dr. Greg. You eventually do lose that because the ability to have a concealed carry and respond quickly to another gun. There's no like in the end, if they're good with that. If they're good at shooting, man, there's no rear naked choke or arm bar that's going to
What are they talking about? I'm so confused.
stop that bullet from hitting you, man.
We'll see.
This one from Richie Torres MMA says, as a BJJ black belt myself, why would we need jiu-jitsu to evolve? What's the advantage for an art?
But we do see that, right? You saw that with the Danaher Death Squad and leg locks. I mean, that's the whole idea with attacking the second part of the body that we weren't attacking before. So I think you do see a huge evolution in jiu-jitsu, like the Japanese style to Brazilian to the American and the leg lock systems that we see today. So we do see it.
You got it. In Their Shoes Apologetic says, Dr. Greg, if you fit consciousness into evolutionary theory, that'd be Darwinism. You move away from science into a metaphysical or philosophical worldview.
And Darwin doesn't really have anything to say about like the molecular mechanisms and stuff that I kind of understand evolution through now. So it doesn't really. I don't really care who he is, what he believed. We don't cite the origin of species in biology nowadays.
This one from Simply Put says, I witnessed Dr. Greg evolve into Aesop every time he asked for the mechanism. What's Aesop? Like Aesop's fables? I don't understand.
Aesop.
Okay.
I'm a boomer. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Boomer too.
There was a callback when Dr. Greg said he prefers to use just Mitsubishi. Oh, maybe Jiu-Jitsu instead of guns earlier in the debate. But Dr. Greg didn't say Jiu-Jitsu would beat a gun. Oh, I must have missed that part. I don't remember that. It must have been like kind of like back and forth banter or something in somewhere where there wasn't related to the topic or something, because I must have ignored it.
ASAP? Wait, as soon as
Rachel's conflating. Yeah, I doubt anybody would say that they could like beat a gun, like jiu-jitsu versus gun. That doesn't make any sense.
possible?
And I don't think somebody like Dr. Greg, who has shown that he's like pretty intelligent, would even think that.
As soon as possible?
Aesop, like
that it would be able to like beat a gun.
AESOP, like from Aesop's Fables.
I don't know what that means.
Me
I
neither.
don't know. Sorry.
That's weird. Gadfly says, I may not agree with Dr. Greg, but I appreciate him being nice and not a smug jerk like some evolutionists. Cheers, Greg.
Well, thank you.
Fan out there. It has been a very congenial debate.
It is a set of famous series of experiments used by biologists to test the intelligence and causal reasoning of animals, crows and ravens specifically.
Oh, okay, cool.
This one from Neglectful Sausage says, ask him if the existence of ethnic groups in
Neglectful Sausage is the username. That's funny.
indigenous territory matters, and if it's bad from an evolutionary perspective, if another group displaces.
Mm-hmm. That's what I ask, kind of. It's like, why not? It's like an advantage to protect your own. If there is a thing called a species or an in-group, it makes sense to work together to defend it from aggressors. So it's like, it seems like honestly, you got Bernie in the back.
It seems like you're wrong, dude. There's actually hybrid vigor.
I just finally mentioned it.
For immigration and actually creating more genetic diversity. So yeah, the hybrid vigor, it's a thing in biology.
What's the biological evolutionary advantage of abortion?
People having a way of creating their own life that they've chosen, as opposed to being baby factories.
No, hold on a second. Isn't evolution fitness based on reproduction and passing down your genes?
Yes, but we exist, and we should want to exist outside of.
You can't exist if you don't have babies, bro. You support Bernie Sanders.
This is completely. what does that have to do with anything? Plus, it technically, if you really wanted to argue about it, it could be argued that it's part of selection, like kind of how I was talking about sexual selection earlier with the ducks being able to, like, when the ducks essay the other ducks, when they can, like, prevent that sperm from reaching the egg, like, physically, they evolved to do that so that they can select, like, which male will be the one that they, like, that will breed with them so that, like, they can pick which genes to carry on. This could be argued is another example of that. Like, you can if you get essayed, for instance, then you can voluntarily, like, not spend energy carrying genes of a male that you did not intend to mate with, or, like, if you even if you did, like, intent, even if it wasn't essay and say, like, this is, like, strictly evolutionary speaking, if you found out, like, something about that male, like, that they're not, like, fit and you didn't want to pass on their genes, like, say you found out they had some, like, horrible genetic disease, and, like, as if you're speaking, like, purely evolutionary, as an organism, you don't wanna waste your energy creating a whole human being and potentially die in the process, which does happen more often than it should with a male where there's a high likelihood of the offspring not being viable. So, like, simply evolutionary speaking, it makes plenty of sense. So I don't know why he's, like, saying that's some kind of gotcha. Um He tried so hard, but he still addresses the point, not the rage bait. He really thought he would get him to crack and go from a scientific debate to a political one. He's trying. JimBob is really trying to push, like, he's like, oh, finally mentioned the burning thing in back. On what about the gun thing? What about the abortion thing? Yeah, it's very obvious that, like, he has lost the topic, like the topic of the debate. He has lost that completely. So he's grasping. It's very obvious. I didn't think it was going to be this bad, but he's literally just, like, grasping at any kind of lefty thing to give him to, like, win himself more brownie points, because he knows, like, his base hates lefties, so he's gonna push, like, every major, like, point where the right versus the left have, like, the biggest beef, and try to, like, kind of paint him as, like, oh, he's, like, a bad leftist. He believes in all of these bad things. Look at him, he's crazy. He thinks, like, abortion is good, and he thinks that, like, guns can beat jujitsu. Look at that. Like, I think that's so obviously the goal there. It's only worth it if you can get a reaction, yeah. But Dr. Greg is doing a great job. He's kind of, like, nonchalant, business as usual. If not, you look like an asshole. But I think, like, unfortunately, the audience of, like, Crucible adjacent people seem to enjoy the, like, looking like an asshole part. That's kind of, they, like, feed on that. So that's probably, like, good for him. He probably gets more donations every time he's, like, an asshole to somebody. That's, yeah, it's kind of a toxic situation, but that's kind of what I've noticed is, like, the more of an asshole they are, the more donos they get.
We have plenty of babies. I have four kids.
We're under replacement, Dr. Greg.
No, we're not.
Oh, we're not? Okay.
No,
all right.
we're not.
All
No,
right.
dude.
Okay, dude.
This one from Adam Owen says, Dr. Greg, how can you evolve to survive while randomly mutating?
How can you evolve to survive while randomly mutating? I mean, basically, whether or not those mutations that you mutate are going to be seen, whether or not they're beneficial or not. So that is.
That's another person that, like, very obviously did not understand any part of this conversation asking that kind of question. Sewing circle Christians, they just want us to be nice. Yeah, the whole I hear that the sewing circle Christians thing. I'm hearing that constantly too.
That's what natural selection is.
This one from Mitochondria says, eat FUK, Metallica never dies. To my brother in arms, we stand alone, we die alone, and we fight for you forevermore. Is I supposed to get that? Am I too much of a
poetry
to get the reference? This one from Bezel Problem. JimBob, your old pal, says, JimBob, you are truly arrogantly misinformed. God bless.
That's not an argument. You didn't cite. It would help the audience, both mine and his, to say how I'm misinformed.
He doesn't really have to provide an argument. This is like after show commentary, so.
Reference something. If Greg said I was misinformed, I'd say, thank you, Greg. Tell me how. If I said, Greg, you're misinformed, he would say, please tell me.
I doubt he would say, thank you, Greg. Tell me how.
How? I mean, come on, man.
This one from Earthly Skeptic says, both. Would you please describe how DNA sequence alignment is done?
What? For both? What? Say that again, sir.
Can you each describe how DNA sequence alignment is done? Or how
sequence? Are you saying that's a thing that occurs? How does that natural thing occur? Sequence alignment?
DNA sequence alignment. Like, how does it occur in your view?
I don't know. I mean, he would know.
Yeah, you create like an amplicon based off of the region of your genome that you want to sequence, and then you use PCR in order to give adapters at the end, and then using Illumina-based sequencing by synthesis, you would have a chip that would bind to one of those adapters, and they would actually bind to a second one. And then as these things are denatured, you basically have the ability for fluorophores to be emitted as the nucleotides are added on each of the strands of the DNA. And then once those basically are added, then you unbind them from those adapters, and then you have the sequence based off of the camera looking down at those fluorophores on those chips. And now you have like all these different reads that you would align, and you would basically take those adapters that you knew because you PCR'd them, so you know what the primer sequence is, and then you use stuff like Python or Perl, and then you basically purge all the bad reads, and then you align them and creating contigs in order to build out the read coverage of that specific part of the genome. So this is like amplicon-based sequencing. I don't want to go. I mean, I could go into whole genome sequencing if you wanted to, but that's how it's done. And yeah, basically modern next generation sequencing is more like data science than it is like Punnett squares, for example. We're talking like it's honestly incredible what we can do.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, well,
I'm just kidding.
The big point, though, like genuinely, the big thing to understand about next generation sequencing and why it's so different is that we're able now, in order to sequence populations of microbes at one time now, before we had to isolate just one organism through Sanger sequencing, and then now we're actually able to do entire populations. So it's like it absolutely revolutionized microbiology
I think a while ago, I was actually mildly interested in doing this kind of stuff, and I took like an online class where they were teaching how to do this stuff in like using code and stuff like that. And since I already knew like software development, I thought it might be a cool like thing to do. But this was such a long time ago, I hardly even remember exactly what I did. They had like exercises you could do where it was like real DNA you were working with, and it was actually pretty cool the way that it came out with some basic bacteria. I heard Python or Perl. Yeah, didn't quite catch the rest. I got Punnett squares. I remember that from biology. JimBob did the totally didn't read, but pretty much. Yeah, that was. Yeah, basically nowadays the way that they work with DNA is more programming than it is anything else. That's true. I remember that class I took online was pretty cool, and then I like stopped working on it because I procrastinated or something. But I did like the first few exercises, and then I kind of like, how like I don't know if anybody else has tried like online school or online courses. For me, it's tough for me for some reason. I like start out all excited, and then after like day 2 or 3, I just forget about it. Unfortunately, but I'm happy with what I do now, so it's fine. But at one point, I was interested in that sort of field as like a job.
The field, and that's why we know that there's root microbiomes now under trees. That's why we know about the gut microbiomes inside.
Dr. Greg, I have a question. You work but within the sort of CRISPR engineering, right?
Yeah, I've worked with CRISPR since 2004.
I have an ethical question for you.
Okay.
If you develop some,
of course, he can't have Dr. Greg over here sounding like calm and smart. He's got to have some kind of like political or ethical thing to throw at him so that his audience thinks he's a bad boy.
From the gene perspective, that gives someone an immediate advantage biologically, and it just happens to cost more money, right? How do you go about managing who gets to have that advantage or not?
It's exactly right. How the access to these new pharmacological methods are going to be really important, and I think that's a really good ethical consideration that we have to have. Like, for example, David Arlou is now curing childhood leukemia with one administration of this medicine that he created. I mean, within 6 months, the kid was in remission. That had a bone marrow transplant failed, that chemotherapy failed, and now we're doing it. This gene therapy on already created, adults that have already, gone through, the formation process. But actually last year, the runner-up for Breakthrough of the Year from Science Mag was actually David Arlou, same guy, creating the first bespoke medicine that actually fixed these heritable diseases before a baby was born. So we're actually fixing maladies before it actually happens. So
that sounds like really benevolent, but I'm actually arguing like, well, Marvel style, you get an injection, and suddenly Bernie Sanders has biceps kind of stuff. Like how do you manage the ethics, not of what to help? Obviously, we all kind of go, yeah, help. If it's useful for helping people in a really meaningful way, obviously, that goes without saying. That's assuming future knowledge of the symptoms later on that we don't know about. But like I'm talking about like superhero shit where it's like, okay, you got really good eyesight now.
That's like transhumanist type stuff, which is completely off topic. I don't understand. Like maybe do a separate conversation about that.
You could afford it. Like, do you just take the position that like, well, it has to cost money and it's a luxury, so the richest people, the rulers of the world, get the first dibs on bionic updates?
That's going to be a huge problem. This Darwinian model that you're proposing would be a huge problem because you basically have poorer countries having increased health costs because healthcare costs because they would have more disease amongst their populations. So it's actually like really important that these like tools are more very accessible. So you're right in that it's a huge problem. How and what new diseases or like treatments that we use through gene therapy is basically done through the FDA. So the FDA right now does basically green lights or not what the next treatment is, and there actually is no specific ban on human gene editing in the United States, and there's actually dozens of human trials that are happening right now all across the globe. So it's definitely happening, and it's awesome technology. It's amazing. But right now the cost is prohibitive. It's like we're talking millions of dollars per treatment. So hopefully, and the same guy David Arlou thought about some.
Yeah, that does kind of describe that, but I mean it sounds good because you're like healing people, but at the same time you are that is kind of, I don't know. That's kind of sounds like that, doesn't it?
Something on how to make one treatment actually cure dozens or maybe even 100 different diseases by the change in tRNAs and stuff like that. Would be a molecular mechanism that it's too hard to explain up here. But basically, the next up, it could be, in my opinion, maybe even bigger. Like the next biggest jump since like antibiotics. It's going to be absolutely incredible. So we'll see if it pans out.
We have two more quick questions. Simply put, 1776 says, okay, so the Aesop, they were meaning like when Dr. Greg is asked a question, he becomes Aesop because Aesop wrote the fables. And so they were like, Dr. Greg is like telling a story. But Dr. Greg, I have a feeling you would say that you're not just making up a story. If you want to respond, you can.
I am a scientist. So when I'm asked a question, I genuinely do try to think about like like how to apply the scientific method. What would be the hypothesis? What would be the method? What would be the expected results? So I do try to think about like things like that. So man, yeah.
This one last one that I see here. Earthly Skeptic says, JimBob, learn about DNA first, then argue evolution.
That's not necessary.
Look at James' face over here. Dr. Greg is like, Job's like, the last one was the best, I think.
Necessary because evolution is built on assumptions, and I grant my opponent's knowledge of DNA, and his knowledge of DNA is independent of the assumptions of evolution, which are, let's be honest, it starts with a philosophy of.
I think it helps. Like, I understand enough on like the base like overview level that it makes sense to me, but I think if you're gonna argue against something, you might want to like be a little bit more knowledgeable. Like if you're gonna be if you go and like debate after debate about this thing that has like quite a bit to do with DNA, that you would know a little bit more about it. I think that's actually a pretty reasonable comment there. Like you don't have to be like doctorate level professional, but even a little bit more like knowledge on that. Like I expected JimBob to know more about DNA than I do in this debate because he's challenging somebody who like Dr. Greg is somebody who knows like way more. So you would think he would at least do some kind of like surface level research on DNA to even be able to talk about it a little bit, but you can't just say like, oh, I grant all that when you don't even understand what it is you're granting. So that's my 2 cents there. Thumbnail reaction. That would be a good one. I'd have to go back over here. It's what 2:50. Let me save this one. Okay. I have to go back and grab the, we're at 2:50:29.
the world and how it works. So, if you can't understand the distinction between understanding specificity of DNA versus understanding the assumptions of evolution, which are distinct, that's on you, man. I don't know. Wear a helmet.
Two more, actually. I missed one. This is Earthly Skeptic says, JimBob, did Latin, quote unquote, purposely transform into Spanish?
No, the common analogy for language falls apart because the thing about language is it only makes sense if the referent doesn't change. So the word for apple and in Latin or in Spanish or in French might change. The referent doesn't. In biology, we're actually talking about the assumption that apples change or sharks change. The referent. So you got to learn the difference between a reference and a referent. The language analogy falls apart. So does the light spectrum. Don't bring that shit to me.
What is he talking about?
Yeah, I'll knock it right down.
Mr. Kreenan says, question, if we switched on the genes that make humans linguistic intelligence while leaving it switched off, normal chimp, but switched on, is that chimp still a chimp? Did that make sense to either of you?
Wait, if you switch the gene, I guess a better way of reframing it, I'm going to try to reframe it for you. Is there a threshold where you could change something in the DNA where something you could actually declare it's no longer itself? It's kind of like the question I was asking you, Dr. Greg, with the bacteria. Let's move it into the human form. Is there something you can change right now if you were capable of changing with a human being where the effects of...
I thought they asked all the questions. Why is he still interrogating this guy? This is getting old.
That change, you would declare them as a completely new species, like a not a human or even a new species. Like, could you do that?
I don't know. I mean, that's a really interesting question. I mean, there are like I'm thinking about if we introduced the amphibian ability in order to regrow a limb or something like that, would we consider those like still humans or something? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That'd be hard to say. It would be to see whether or not we can if we still can mate with that person or that population, if there's like a lot of different questions that would be arising for it. But the ethical consideration for this stuff is like, what do you do with the people that this stuff isn't successful for? There's a huge ethical problem that exists, and this is why like the scientific community universally shunned that person in 2018 that did earlier than that, 2016, 2017, that did the human gene editing with HIV resistance in China. So they did like a twin study where they actually knocked out a portion of the human genome in order to try to make humans HIV resistant. So it was like very unethical. There was like it wasn't an evolved specific tool, that kind of thing. So, but I do go ahead.
Dr. Greg, sorry. Speaking of HIV, what's the evolutionary advantage of homosexuality?
Because then you have...
He just had to. Oh my goodness! Look at the way it paused. What is James doing down there? Oh my goodness. He had like, this is basically almost over and he can't help himself.
Have on the other side, you have hypersexuality. So basically the ability for like, the spectrum of human experience that we see within a frontal lobe can span between people that are asexual, that are homosexual, that are pansexual, the entire gamut.
You mean, so you're saying based on that notion that pedosexual would be an advantage too then? Because it's diverse?
No.
Okay. This is... How can... The only thing that I could possibly say about this is he was so upset about losing that he had to take like any job possible to catch him saying anything like possibly that people would hate him for, because he's got to get like the audience on his side on this, and it's pathetic. This is sad.
What do you mean? That follows. That follows.
No,
it does.
Not.
It does follow though.
No, it doesn't.
It does. Play it back. It follows.
It doesn't. No.
It does. You said diversity is the strength. So like.
That doesn't follow at all. Like, it's very obvious why something like that would be harmful to society and to other organisms. Like that is so obvious. How can you possibly even argue?
The more you add to the variety of sexual
that's disgusting. I can't believe he's arguing that that's like variety like anything else. Like, it's very obvious why some things would have negative outcomes and why that would have... I don't even know how to argue this. It sounded... It seems like so obviously wrong that I don't even know what to say here.
Proclivities would necessarily entail some sort of like some advantage, right? So I mean,
no.
Again, the whole time you were told that not all of these mutations are advantageous. Only the advantageous ones make it. He's acting like any mutation is going to be like a positive thing, which is so stupid. He's learned nothing. He has been interrogating this man for 3 hours. For 3 hours straight. He has done nothing but interrogate this man, and he has learned nothing. He learned literally nothing. He is exactly where he started. Freaking stupid. That's where we're at here. That this is so stupid. There's the clip for his channel. I was curious, and I followed him to his stream after the debate. He was writing about how leftists want to replace the American population with third world population. Oh my goodness. There's the clip. Is there a clip somewhere? Maybe I missed. I don't know if you put a link in. It doesn't like links, but if there is a specific clip, there's always Discord. Where's... Okay. Well, we're pretty much almost done here. Let's just finish up, but that's depressing. He was talking about how he wants to replace with third world population. That, you know, he's gotta have something. Since he couldn't win on like the merits of the debate itself, he's gotta throw some kind of political thing and grasp at like any political thing that could possibly like put the other guy in negative light and harp on that. So that's not surprising. This is pathetic.
You're gonna have to bite the bullet on that one.
No, I think religion's the one that tried that, and it's been failed, dude. So definitely not.
No. Evolution.
No, definitely religious.
Actually, wait,
definitely
no,
religious people
Greg,
are making the argument that people should have sex with younger people.
Greg,
not me.
hold on a second. Actually, that's not actually statistically true, but forget that for a second.
Okay.
Actually, statistically true is that public education has more child abuse, sexual and emotional, than churches.
Then
but
what?
No, yeah, all churches actually. So, but the problem is with your view is that isn't it true that if you held an evolutionary view, that a theistic view, the very philosophy of theism, would be a product of evolution too?
It is, yeah, exactly. So religion is created by evolution because we've shown through basically.
By the way, speaking of that statistic, it kind of makes sense that like predators would go where the children are, like schools, but churches aren't specifically for children, so they're generally like schools are like it's like mostly kids at school, while churches are more of like a mixed age thing. So it is weird. Like one makes sense while the other not necessarily make as much. So I don't know. But I also know that it's pretty rare, and like predators will go where the children are, and if they happen to think that like some like church youth group or something has the children, they're gonna go in there and, you know, be horrible people. I haven't checked, but I'm sure that'll be what they hang their hat on. Per capita. Is that it? Here's the difference in schools. Defenders are prosecuted and charged. They're swept under the rug. That's a good point, too. Hopefully that's something that's changing, but most churches have children's programs and they don't require a degree or certification to volunteer. That's a good point, too. Yeah, I mean, the predators are going to go wherever there is the most children that they can access the easiest. And, you know, if that's a church and they don't have to have a degree, or if that's a school where like they could get to the most kids. Yeah, I don't know if it's that necessarily like inherently like a school thing, or although I am surprised that, you know, you would think like churches are supposed to be like schools are sort of like religiously neutral and like morally kind of neutral, but a church is supposed to be like a morally good place. That's like where like all the good Christian people go. So you would think that they wouldn't that they would have less, like significantly, basically almost like none of that sort of thing. And that doesn't seem to be the case, unfortunately, in a lot of like Catholic churches and stuff like that. I mean, they're basically known for it, so that's pretty sad. And at least it's not like all Christian denominations. It seems to be like, I think Catholics are probably kind of known for that, but a lot of other ones, because like Orthodox priests can get married, so that's not as much of an issue. I think if you like prevent your priests from getting married, that might give more um give them more of like an excuse, if that sounds terrible, like a bad incentive, or I don't know exactly what the word is, but it gives them I guess it maybe in their head somehow it makes sense as an excuse, but like no matter what, it's disgusting. But I think because the other denominations let their priests get married, they have that like check on them, and they have like their own family and they're not alone, so it doesn't attract like all the like creeps. So that sort of makes sense too.
Animal, like computer models, that a population that looks after one another, that shares resources, that is defensive for one another, and that's why the humans have created thousands of different religions inside.
Well, theism, you try to do a burn on theism, right? But the thing is, you'd have to admit, if Christians especially, but theists in general, if they actually reproduce more than secularist atheists, we're in some sense more evolutionarily fit, right?
Hey, I mean, I have 4 kids, so I'm trying to outbreed y'all, because someone needs to make atheist scientists out here.
I know, but you support Bernie Sanders, who's basically like, listen, you can abort your kid at any time, any place, just kill it. And it's like, dude, you're advocating for a guy who actually advocates for people to kill off their offspring. That's not evolutionarily advantageous, bro.
Definitely not. No.
We'll jump to this. I think we might have one last one. In the meantime, folks, our guests are linked in the description. You can learn more about their views. Oh, I think that's it. Double check. And also, DebateCon 7, folks, for the next 48 hours, and only the next 48 hours, that promo code that you see at the bottom right of your screen, 20 from stream, for 20% off your tickets to Modern Day Debates Conference, DebateCon 7 in Houston.
All right. I don't think there's any more, and even if there is, I am so done with it. This was terrible. I am glad that I stuck through to the end to see how, like, all the tactics of trying to throw politics and like throw like any kind of mud he possibly could at this guy, while Dr. Greg was sitting there the whole time with a freaking smile on his face, like completely calm, completely nonchalant, answering all the questions, not even like trying to like dominate the conversation or anything, like completely chill as a cucumber. I am very impressed. I'll forgive him for the Bernie like sign there, because he did a great job, honestly. Like he did a really great job. I think like out of all the evolution debates I've seen JimBob do so far, this was probably the best one. As far as like the positions seemed to be like the chillest, and like answered all the questions really well, and JimBob like just sat there spinning in circles. Not that he had like great points in the other debates or anything, but there were times where like his like rhetorical tricks got the best of the opponents, and they were kind of stuck like looking like oh, but maybe they didn't know as much as like they did, or like JimBob is the smart one in here or something like that. So like there were other people where like those kind of tricks worked, but in this case it very obviously did not work, and it's so clear how like he was so frustrated. Yeah, props to Dr. Greg for keeping his cool. Wait, I haven't heard nearly enough DebateCon ads. That is kind of like, it was like in the very beginning, and then after the first opening, after the second opening, and then yeah, it was quite a few. But you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta hustle, especially if you do like events so close to each other. I wouldn't be surprised if like this one is going to be a lot smaller than the last one, because people probably like just they just had the other one, so people can't usually like travel all that much if they're out of state. There's a reason he debates the way he does. It's really making sense. It's all coming together. Okay. Well, I can't say that was fun. It was not fun. I don't want to do it again. That was a terrible time. Thank you again if you welcomed, by the way. Thank you for the tip. That was very nice. And thanks everybody for chatting throughout this whole whatever it is that we just watched. At least I didn't have to do it alone. So thank you for that. And Yeah, so hopefully I fixed the Discord permissions and everything. And oh, don't be sorry. It's all good. It's not your fault. I absolutely made it. I am very proud of myself. Making it through like a whole JimBob like debate video. That is very impressive. I should get myself a little like trophy or badge or something like that. But there is the Discord link. I think I fixed the permissions on that, but if not, if like anything is broken, please let me know and I'll try to fix it, because I've recently been trying to keep like spam account, like the spam bots out. So let me know if anything is broken. And oh, there's that too, but I think we're all good on that. Everybody have a good night. It is getting wow, it is rather late. I did not think it was that late already, but that is very late. Thanks for making sense of the senseless matter that never goes anywhere. Oh, thank you for that. That's nice. Let's go right now, everybody. Thank you, and have a wonderful night. And I will see you next like Wednesday or Thursday night, one of the two. We'll see. Thank you. Bye.